Okay.
Phoenix? Hello? Anyone there?
The game is calling me saying, Phoenix, are you there? Are you there? I hosted. I push button. I push button.
Oh, there's the knock. There we go.
Oh yes, I got a knock. Could you believe it?
Oh my god.
I have accepted your knock. Oh wait, I might have to go and crawl for it. Hold up. I slammed my penis in the car door. You slammed
your penis in the car door.
I think it's starting, guys. It's in my head.
If I was your penis, I'd let you slam me in the car door.
It's true friendship right there.
I'm in.
Okay,
I
shared the chat.
We're sharing chat. Oh my god.
You know what? Your head is just on there.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
You want to be on the left side of me?
I don't know. Which side do you want me to be?
Still there, Phoenix?
You are bald for me. Is that on purpose?
I'm not bald. Am I still bald for you?
You're bald for me.
You don't see my hair.
I don't see your hair.
She doesn't see my hair, guys. My beautiful hair.
Okay, it loaded. Now you're not bald.
Does she look pretty now?
You look so great. You look so good.
Oh
It was so funny. You came in and you just were so bald. Okay.
It's a feature. It's a feature.
A creature feature?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Phoenix? Hello? Anyone there?
Are you trying to eat me?
I did try.
Oh. Oh
I wish I had a
no,
tongue
guys, he
feature,
tried to
tongue
eat
tracking.
me. It's okay. 2 Ninos?
Hurry up, kid.
2
Oh yeah,
Nino?
I have the wiggle tubers on too.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
There we go.
Okay, guys, wait. Oh, oh god, sensitivity. Unverified. I need to be.
Oh, I'm not verified either.
Okay.
You're fabulous.
We got to be verified. Where's the sensitivity? Sensitivity. Ancient 1. Yes, I'm out, sir.
Basic training.
Jet, come on, put Brim on.
Nope. Grab that pistol.
I've never played this
Shoot
game.
down the throat.
Like,
Can I go?
I tried the tutorial and I got like 0 kills and like 18 deaths. So I think that this stream's gonna go really well.
Grab that vandal. Cool. Now swap to it.
Welcome in, Tess.
Now shut the box.
Okay, Jet. I'll take it from here.
Okay. Are we done? Are we done?
Hip fire a full magazine
Did you make the account?
Yeah. I'm doing the tutorial.
above your crosshair.
Oh.
What am I supposed to do?
Fire full bullets into the target. Keep firing until you must reload.
That can't be changed. I know, Frank. That's why today, Ninu and Fable are honorary Americans, according to
I'm become American.
with some magical powers of the technologies, we were able to make them American accounts.
Counteract recoil. Adjust your aim while shooting to stay on target. A light touch is all it takes.
Okay, please. Oh my god.
Down sights to shoot
I'm
the
really bad.
He
I don't know if I'm gonna kill a single person today.
ranges, and is crucial for weapons like sniper
Nino's gonna
rifles.
carry us.
No.
Where to next?
Absolutely not.
States to reach the next area.
Got it. Yo, Jet.
Wait, hold up. I think while I'm waiting,
Oh my god.
Fable is wiggle
I got raided.
Kangi just raided my stream.
Oh my god.
Everyone
Real
behave.
Kangi, thank you for the raid. This is my first time playing Valorant. I know how to play this.
Moving and shooting at the same time is highly inaccurate. So, move to face each bot, then stop and shoot while standing still.
Wait,
What's up?
wait. You crying?
Me?
No, I'm watching the clip. I was. Wait, Wait, were you crying? Couldn't have been easier for Nova to be European.
I want her to play with my American friends.
No.
I want both of them too. So I'm gonna make
you.
I have a lot of American friends that wanted me to play Valorant, and Nita and Fable are invited. So I made them make the American today.
Yes, we've been forced.
Go for headshots, yeah?
Wait, okay, Fable, I'm gonna add your little thingy.
Are we done? Are we done? Are we done?
Fable.
We don't
God, I think I'm
have
done.
wind powers, Jet.
Wait, what?
I think I'm done.
Only way to speed up is to switch weapons.
Oh,
Equip your knife
wait,
to
Nina,
move
what's
fast.
your name and stuff?
Need a VT.
What's next?
Ooh.
You became bald and floating head again for me.
I'm fish now. PC need to turn me. My name
No,
is.
Nina,
it's
underscore
literally-
VT or?
Wait, oh, okay, now you're Jeff. You're Jeff. I
And
see.
my name is. How's you stream? Thank you for the raid, by the
Tell
way.
me about the
I really
spike.
appreciate. I'm in. Wait, what is this? Oh my god!
The spike is a
Uh,
detonation device.
can
that
I not
extracts
skip this, guys?
radionite. As attackers,
I might have sent your friend
Stop
request,
defenders
Nina.
from defusing it. Then
Oh,
see? I got it.
good
Oh.
enough.
My name is
Ask
Omen's
Kira.
Apt.
oh shit! I got you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You'll want heavy shields. Don't forget those.
Yes.
Grab a vandal.
Oh my god. They
Prepare
talk
your
so
curveball
much.
ability.
They talk too much.
Are you in a lobby with
All
people?
No, it's just bots.
Okay,
gotcha,
grab the
gotcha.
spike, then move to starting positions.
No, Fable is not streaming today. She's just on the call.
Time for the plan.
Yeah,
Open your map.
I'm not streaming. I'm
This
bothering
has
them.
3 sites we can
I
hit.
dragged
A,
her
B,
into the live stream. And by that I mean I was playing games with her and then realized that I was late to my own
Yeah,
dragged
but I dragged her into the initial game.
True.
Now the enemy's listening for us,
So,
so keep
in
quiet.
some kind of way,
Let's
we
sneak to
dragged
the
each
choke
other.
point.
Yeah, it's really beautiful when you think about it.
It is beautiful, almost as beautiful.
Hold up. An enemy's in there.
Wait, Nino, are you in the
Use
thingy? I
abilities before
didn't.
gunfights to help take ground
I
from the
don't
enemy.
know how to
I
check
can
who's
throw
in
my
the
card.
Please
Oh,
let
no.
me through
What
the
an
game.
advantage.
He talks so
Okay,
much.
that's-
Fucking hell, I got.
Did you hear that, Fabula Nova?
No, they didn't.
Stay behind cover. Use
I don't need
abilities
it.
before we take
I don't need
ground.
it. I don't
While you're
need
in
cover.
Equip your curveball ability.
Oh my
Good.
god, I have to actually
Curve
do
it
this
left
shit.
around the door.
Oh, pal, the thing that I was gonna be busy with didn't actually end up happening, so I'm just kind of here now.
Jets down, but C site's clear.
But I'm probably sorry.
How the fuck do I put this? Oh, 4. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. I'm almost there. Guys,
Spike's
I'm almost
planted.
Now we protect it.
We
Follow
waiting
me.
for you.
Yo, my ultimate's ready.
Perfect.
okay.
Let's hide here. Now, describe your ultimate.
If I die, I come back to life right here. Reborn through fire, baby.
Good. Use your ult to stop defenders from defusing. Wait for
Fable,
my
did
signal.
you notice that I already got
I hear
a
them.
galactic
Come on,
name
let's
tag
go.
after one game?
Go, take him out.
Where?
Oh, wonder.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're super
Would
dead.
you look at that?
To safety
I
before
didn't
spike
buy the
detonates.
battle pass. I swear, chat. Okay.
You did not. You did
No, I
not.
didn't.
You did
I did
not.
not, because it ends in one day. It ends in one day, so I didn't get it. I did not get it.
Switching sides.
Okay, but you got something else.
You're the
But
defense
apparently there's
expert.
free rewards.
Yes.
There's free rewards
As
on the battle
defenders,
pass, so
we
that's what I
prevent the
got.
spike from detonating at all costs.
I'm slowly
Let's gear
shaking
up
my
again.
head.
Oh my god. This is so hard.
First, safety.
Yes.
Grab heavy shields.
I did.
Now your abilities. Prepare
I did.
for raids this time.
Are you
Wall
free?
of
Are
fire.
you free from the tutorial yet?
No. No. Oh my god. Please let me out.
Let us know.
Cheers.
Now,
Are you okay,
the
Frank?
key to a defensive hold is spreading out and sharing information. Phoenix, you and Soba defend
Frankie
inside.
Joy, don't die.
The rest.
I can get a free gun skin. Oh.
Everyone stay alert.
Oh, this is pretty. But it's like tier 51. There's no way we get 38,000 experience in a day. When I don't even know what the buttons are. I can.
Use
Well, you just need to know the one for shooting and walking.
Throw the fire at the choke point.
I can't spend on 3.
Which one is it?
No, don't do that, Frank. No. Do not buy me this battle pass. It literally ends in 1 day, if you can see up here. So I wouldn't be able to finish it.
Smoke's down.
Wait, what?
Off.
Let's see where they go. Be ready.
Frankazoid was saying that he couldn't buy me this battle pass, and I was just saying, yes, please do not.
Enemy spotted C.
I need his chat for now. Oh, also, Paul, I decided, I know
Oh,
I didn't
man.
schedule it for today, but I am multi-streaming to YouTube this stream, until we switch to Rivals, if we can switch to it today.
It's over.
Oh fuck! I blinded my fucking self.
That's okay. I was doing that earlier too, but I was trying with
Let me in! Let me in! Let me kill them!
To block their vision.
Frankazoid, you gotta take care of yourself. Don't see if I die. I die.
You bought it? I didn't. See how these have a little lock symbol?
It's over. You recon.
Yes, scouting ahead.
Nova, I can't do this.
There they are.
Don't
They're
worry.
ready for
Once
us.
you...
We'll be spotted. Throw your blaze where I've pinged to block their vision.
Wait, sorry.
Going up.
Once you're done, then we
forward.
can all struggle
Kill the
together.
enemy.
And chat can see like just how much I do struggle with this game. Fable, is there like a practice
oh, fuck.
range we can
Got a
go into
defuse.
while we wait?
I'm currently trying to
it's gonna
check.
be close.
Practice. Basic training
Not
replay.
bad, pretty
Wait,
boy.
where's the practice?
Enter range.
Always return for more training. Practice different guns and
I finally done it! I think I'm done! That was so horrible.
I
That
know,
was-
I was so bad at the tutorial.
I
Holy
can't
shit, I just
concentrate. I can't. No. Main menu. Menu. Accept. I don't know what this means. Accept.
Let's do... Where's 1920?
I have accepted.
Let's go.
Communication
Alright,
setup.
here.
Party voice on. Push to talk. What are you doing? Customs off and change it on. Wait.
Okay.
Party. Oh. Team. Save. Okay. I did it.
Oh,
I did it. Wait. Join. I joined your party. Oh my god. Oh my god. You do not understand how hard that was. It was so horrible.
Are you guys okay with Switchblade?
Yeah. Look, we're all level 1 and level 2. We're all babies.
We're so small.
Guys, we're small. Also, guys, is audio okay?
Oh yeah, chat, can you hear the game? Did you hear me shooting when I was shooting the gun?
Oh my god, guys.
Look at his wiggle. Yeah.
You know what I really want right now?
Cookie dough?
You both are kind of correct. A hot, fresh
yeah.
chocolate chip cookie with ice cream.
Ah, that sounds so good.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Oh my god.
Let me get her. Can I recruit her? Do I have
You get one
free?
recruit. That's-
I have free! 1 free?
you
Yeah.
get one
Wow, America is so stingy. I think in my EU account, I have all of them.
recruit. Oh no.
I think so.
I'll get you one if you join the game. What do you mean if you join the game? I'm right
She
here.
is in the game. She is here. Look.
I'm right here. I'm Omen's apps.
She's
We have
Omen's.
It's Novalia, Nino VT, and Omen's apps.
Right here.
Damn.
That's
I
Fable.
should. Can I change my name to like I don't know, Raina's ass or something?
Let you, but you can try.
Let me see who's Omen again. Is that the that's Cypher?
It's like the
Robot.
phantom. It's like a phantom guy.
Oh, Clover. Phantom one. Let me see. Shit, I'm saying your way. What the hell? Who the
Guys, no,
fuck
what
is
about
this
chocolate
guy?
chip cookie at?
Oh man, this guy. Oh, he has Mabel. Where's his abs? Wait, is this the robot guy? And then the girl, what's her name? Killjoy was like he doesn't have a pee-pee, or she gave him a pee-pee, something like that.
I would give him a penis. Any
Oh
way
wait,
that I
no,
could.
that's I think it's Kai. Kai-O.
I don't know your food delivery stuff when I saw it on stream. Wait, you were actually gonna?
Oh,
Tesna.
I'm gonna order it.
Aw, that is so kind of you, Tesna, but I think it's already too late for that. It's like 10 p.m. here. But I really appreciate the thought. I thought you were just goofing around. That's really kind of you.
Collections. Do I have anything?
Match found.
Match
Alright,
found.
there we go.
Wait, well, who do you recommend if I like don't know what to do?
Anyone.
Anyone? I don't know anything about this game.
Sage. I mean,
I'm playing this one. I picked her. I got her. She's the Sombra one, right?
She looks like Sombra.
Pew pew.
pew pew.
Yes. There is the Sombra voice actor is Reyes, I believe.
Oh.
I'm interpreting that wrong. Wait, what did you interpret wrong, Frank? Is what did I say? What did I say? You do not own this agent, but soon.
Oh. What about Omen? Is he free?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not free. I'm gonna get him eventually.
Eventually. Oh.
And then, oh boy, I'm gonna
We're all
salivate all over
women!
him.
We're all women!
You're so right.
Oh my
Women!
god!
Women
Girls!
gang! Women gang!
Oh my goodness.
You're giving someone penis? I mean, listen, Omen, I feel like I already talked about Omen before and his phantom flaw.
It's true. She sent me the clip. She sent me the Twitch clip.
Become invisible. Intangible. What's the difference between intangible and invisible? Invisible is invisible. They have men in that team. Look at their level!
32, 48.
Oh my god.
Wait, we have a 46.
46 and a 32.
Bro,
look at us like
we're
that.
literally
They're gonna hate us,
babies.
bro. They're gonna hate us.
Oh, absolutely.
Bye, Oligi.
I heard a song stuck in my head. It's all your fault. Which song is it, Lampy? What'd I do?
You guys are fucked. Okay, who do I follow? Wait, I follow.
Defenders? Does that mean that they're
Are we
going to try to explode?
Are we? What are we?
I'm confused. Wait,
They're
are we
planting the
defenders?
spike, I think.
Oh, so we gotta stop the spike. Okay, I follow you. Okay,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna quickly, just to check if they're coming this way or not.
I'm so fucked, aren't I?
Probably. If someone comes from like that one over, that over there, then
I'm so dead.
scream if they're at A.
Is this A?
Oh, I hear something. I think they might be.
Ah, that's scary.
Wait, are they
Ouchie!
A? Okay, I think they're A.
Wait,
No,
I'm
I think they're A.
confused.
The A?
I don't know
This
what
is
any
not
of these
A.
abilities
Oh, this
are.
is B.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on, I can spectate Nino.
No, don't! I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Okay,
What?
Goodbye. Wait, planted.
Oh, I thought you shot Fable.
No. I can't shoot teammates,
No,
right?
I shot a guy. No.
Oh fuck, she knows! She knows! She knows! Okay.
43 months.
43 months of the cheesecake gremlin Nina. Let's celebrate it with a once again. Repeat after me. Then again, thanks for the 43 months of Nina. And thanks for the 43 months of streaming. It's been a joy. And to that we say,
Thanks for the 43 months of streaming.
Oh my god.
It's
Wait,
been a joy. And to that we say,
Yo, that was actually pretty good, Nina. We actually did that very good.
Regen shield? That's a thing? Oh.
I'm sticking with you girls this time.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, we
One
went
you
this
didn't
way.
sing? Wait, which one?
Oh,
There
we
were
should have went.
multiple.
We should have went.
Went where? Oh, wait,
Yeah.
is it our turn to plant this spike or
No,
something?
it's their
No.
turn still. Oh, they're all A?
They're A.
Spike down A.
Okay, they're A.
They're doing it
Wrong
again.
game, Lampy.
They're doing it again. Okay.
Oh, I heard Ninu's footsteps.
Yeah.
Fuck! Oh, Jesus.
How do I ping?
Okay.
Oh,
Got
shit.
one.
Spike down A.
Ah!
Spike spotted. Drop
Go, Ninu.
What the fuck is my ping button?
reloading.
Ping.
Reloading.
Toggle cheat ghost? What? Crouch toggle. Where's the ping button?
Spike planted. One enemy
Thanks.
remaining. Last player
Oh
standing.
fuck!
Z?
You can do it.
Ah! I hate this.
It was a great attempt, though.
Fire needs oxygen.
This game sucks. I suck. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing so
We
good.
don't-
I don't know what I'm
Okay.
doing. I don't know what I'm doing.
I
Okay,
don't
now
know.
I
It's
take
okay.
big gun,
I
right?
think I
I don't
literally,
either.
yeah, I have 0-2. My kill death is no good.
Oh, but
have
you're
two
healer,
too.
right?
We are ready for war.
no good
Yes,
kidding.
but I'm not sure I
I'm a
can
good kid.
Look at good kidding.
Yeah.
Wait, if you hold
I
your
think
shift,
you're
you
A
walk.
again.
If you hold shift, you walk slowly. You don't make sound.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
What the hell? They keep going the same way. What?
Oh, damn.
Don't go from there.
They
Don't
just-
go from there.
Well, they just all
Last
died.
round before the switch.
Well, I guess we'll just go A. Unless they want us to go A now. In which case, we should go with B.
We should just go keep going. Hey.
It seems like they're just going A every time.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do it.
Oh. Keep doing the same thing.
Can I
Is
am
this-
open this game?
How do I open the door?
Stay focused.
How do you? How without voice changer shenanigans? Oh yeah, I loved it. Oh yeah, I think that's.
Guys, Fable used the voice changer today on our Discord call, and I thought that Ninu joined the voice chat. I literally thought it was Ninu. but it
Oh,
was
that's
just
why you said
Fable.
imposter.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I'm going with you, Ninu.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Wait,
Wait,
are
where
they?
are they?
They're 8, right?
I guess
Wait, are they in spawn?
I'm so confused.
Might be B.
Oh, don't go there. Don't jump from there.
Okay.
Don't jump from there.
Face your fear.
They're all B.
Hey, they're B.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh shit! It's gonna explode. Ah! No, I died.
Man.
I died. I died.
Shot someone.
I died. I died.
Nothing but flies.
Oh, okay. Oh, Nova, this is your job. This is your job. You're the carrier.
I am?
Yeah.
Wait, I
You
didn't pick it
usually
up.
carry the thing. I guess we're going this way with
didn't
the
pick it
team.
up.
You picked it up. You're carrying it. You're carrying it. Yes. And then when you go there to the thingy, you hold 4. I think that's.
Okay.
My name is Skylar White, yo.
My name is Skylar White, yo.
My name's Dale.
I must stop their Reina.
I started catching up on Breaking Bad the other day.
Wow.
Oh.
Catching up, you say?
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
my
on
god.
season 3.
I'm back.
It's so scary.
Wait.
Oh god. Oh,
Refreshing.
Oh my goodness.
Refreshing.
Oh.
Wait, that's yours, right?
Yeah.
Can I take this?
Wait, okay, so I have to get to A and then plant
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thingy.
Oh, wait, this is ours? Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I saw somebody up here.
Enough burger, enough burger, enough burger.
Can I shoot
You
this?
bitch! Oh my god, I can't hear anything! I can't hear anything! What is this?
Oh
I
my gosh,
can't
thank you so much for the
hear it
resub.
again. I can't hear it! No, I don't hear it.
You
What is this abilities that they're throwing at me?
I have no idea
I
what's going
don't
on, my love.
understand.
I have no idea.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Absolutely chaos.
For you, hermanita.
I don't get it.
Whoa.
Can I get a shattered? Oh, I got a rifle. Oh, yeah,
Wait, did I pick it up? Oh, I'm carrying it.
Yes. Wait, was that you, by the way, Fable?
Enemy down.
What?
Refreshing.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh no! Oh my god!
You're fine, Nunu.
For now. Okay, hold on.
Okay, they're still there, I think.
Yeah.
Still in sight.
Spike planted. Need danger.
I'm gonna...
Oh my god! Hannah!
Oh no.
One enemy remaining.
I think I know where he is.
They're at the thingy. They're in the hallway where I died.
Wait, where is your dead body? Wait, was it where I was?
Yeah, it's where it's A on the thingy.
Whoa! Omen's ab! Omen's ab!
That shit, oh my goodness, I know
Oh wait,
her.
wait! Oh my god! I thought
She's
I died.
followed by Gold Bullet on Twitter.
Oh my god! I am. Oh, we have shared hype train. It's so colorful.
Yeah.
Guys, we have choo-choo train.
You guys can contribute by doing donations in either mine or Ninu's channel.
Yes. You guys should throw your coins at us. Because we deserve
Specifically
it.
Ninu, because she deserves it the most.
You both deserve it, shut the fuck up. But Nia's currently doing a subathon, I think.
No, I finished it yesterday.
You finished it. Oh! Well, in that case...
Really? Congratulations.
I did it, chat did it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
I have no clue.
Oh. Wow, you're doing it.
Do it.
Back like I never left.
Oh no! It's a Scorch Lady!
Put down.
Oh, fuck. Wait, I think they're in this room, right?
Still in sight.
Here.
I hear them.
Enemy spotted A.
Come!
Oh god.
Oh god! Wait, where are they?
Oh fuck.
They're on point.
Face your fear.
Where is she? Wait!
No!
They didn't... Did they get it? Did they get enough time?
Wait, I don't think they got it.
That was
close.
Thank you so much though, Taz. I really appreciate
Bruh,
that.
I shot them! I shot them! Game does not like me shooting the enemy team. I clearly shot them. I clearly shot them. Oh my god. Oh, Jeff the land shark. Oh my god. Give some to
gifted a
Jeff.
tier 1 sub to Jeff the land shark.
Should we go B
They
this
have
time?
given 84 gift subs in the channel.
We just followed the team. Yeah, wait, who's the spike? Who's carrying it?
It's me. Or no, wait. Oh, never mind.
wait,
It's the short-haired lady right here.
Oh, is she carrying it? Okay.
Multiple enemies B.
Oh, okay, the old B.
Have one of these.
Cutting their vision. I'll find you.
Let's see if I can go up here. I'm gonna die, guys. But wait.
Here. Enemy spotted B. They're dead. Spike planted.
Oh. I saw them. What? What? Scam! I say scam! I totally hit her! I hit her! Ooh, what the fuck is that? Wow.
Oh shit, there's so many of them.
Player standing.
Oh god. Oh no,
That
I can't.
hit was so nice, by the way.
Nice.
Oh shit. Too many of them.
Ooh. Wow. Wow, Nova's been using her money. Wait, it's...
Wait, am I not supposed to?
Oh! No, you're supposed to. Now use all your money. Machine guns! Machine men!
I don't know how to use the other guns. What do you like, Nino? What do you usually buy?
I have no idea. I just picked a Vandal. as like the tutorial said.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Fable, which gun should we go for?
I also always go for the Vandal, but just because I like the gun.
Lock in, fam! You tell me to lock
Vandal gang!
Okay.
Don't lock in.
Cutting their vision.
Oh, wait, I might have cut the vision. Wait, can I take this? If I can steal this?
Drop in a smoke.
Then I can ult. Wait, no, I can't ult.
Still in sight.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Reloading.
Oh, I got that. I think I got that little monster. Monster, my head again. Oh, fuck. She died.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Is there one person left?
How do I get up there?
Okay.
How do I get up? I'm so they're on the fucking thingy. That was so scary.
I took it! I took it!
Oh my
I
goodness.
got it! I finally locked in!
Goodness.
I'm gonna jump off now. Whee! Oh, I didn't get
I
didn't get the
climb
chance
a
to.
wall?
Guys, why are you guys pulling me up? How are you guys pulling me up?
Oh man, can I like give you thumbs ups?
I don't think so.
You can say gugu.
Gugu.
Yeah.
Gugu.
Oh my god.
Level 5 hype train, guys.
Level 5? Do you guys want to hear a prophecy? Oh my god, wait, it's Rainbow! Wait, has it been completed?
Yes,
That's so cool!
Are you ready for me to look for another match?
Yes,
Wait, do we have
ma'am.
a Okay.
Whoa!
Yes?
Yes! Yes!
Alright.
I would like to say I got 2 kills. I hope that's good enough.
You did great.
I also got 2 kills. It's okay.
Don't worry, I got the bottom average combat score.
I got 6 kills.
Oh, jeez. See,
But
I
I
told you
died 5
guys.
times.
Fable's gonna carry us.
I'm not good at this game at all.
I have a 100% win rate in Valorant. Can we just document this, please?
Oh shit, I do too! Oh, 100%. What is this?
With the 2926.
What is this one? Oh, free agent. Wait, when do I get another free agent?
Match found.
Win? Another one. Okay, how do I get this? Ascent. Oh my god.
Who's a
Oh
good
my
girl?
god.
I am!
Who's a good kitten? Oh.
It's me!
Oh. Should I go everybody's favorite character?
Who is that?
This guy.
Oh, he was in the tutorial, right?
He was, but nobody likes him. Because he ends up burning his teammates.
That is true. He's burned me so many times.
I didn't
Hey,
realize
guys.
his burn ability gets teammates too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Choo choo. Yeah. Because sharing is caring. Wait, what's the settings? Enemies are not locking in.
We have one more that's not locked in.
Can I unlock?
You better lock in.
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no, can't unlock. Okay, what? Oh, I should have read my abilities. Okay, I can make a wall. Look at this! 67! 67!
Oh, there is a 60 level.
There's a gooner!
What do you mean there's a level 168 on our team?
We're winning, right?
What the fuck? Who's a good girl?
Wait, they have a skin! They have a skin! They have a skin! I
Who's
looked
a
it!
good girl is a good girl.
I got that gun skin, this skin that I'm using. They dropped it. You want it? Yeah, you can pick it up.
No, you take it.
Okay, you better give me good luck.
Oh, my thingy's lagging a bit.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
I'm bad at things. Oh wait, the typing. So yeah, you got me.
You guys are bad girls.
Oh man. Oh, here's another one. Oh my god, new skin. Oh my god, look at this one. This one.
Yes, I am.
wait, guys.
Wait,
Why is
we
it
don't
moving?
have a spike.
Wait,
we need a spike?
Yeah, the spike is back there.
Oh shit.
Wait, where is she putting? Did she drop it off the map? What's happening over here?
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
What are you guys doing?
What is happening?
You guys, what are you doing? Please!
What the
Oh my god!
What's going
Am
on
I the
here?
only one that's playing?
What are they doing? Not a good girl.
Spike down. Attacker spawn. Last
Spike
player
down! We put it down here! We're supposed to put it in
What the
A,
fuck?
right?
Yeah.
What's happening?
This man does Daddy.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Can we win?
I got it.
You got it, good.
Oh,
Fire.
Oh.
Wee. Oh. Okay, I don't know what these things do. They're gonna throw some stuff.
Multiple enemies B.
YouTuber.
I'll go in. I will go in. Don't worry. Don't look. Oh, what the fuck is that? What? What the?
down B.
The fuck?
Last player standing.
Oh man.
Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
I have it.
You got this.
No, this is bad. Why are we going? Are we shouldn't. We shouldn't go that way. We should go. Let's go this other way.
Here.
Watching here.
I'm going this way. I'm going this way.
Why can't I turn? Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Oh man.
Oh, my game is lagging. Oh no.
Wait.
Maybe that's my
Oh,
console.
I put Fable over top of the.
No, a sneak. No, a sneak.
Going up.
Land on what?
Wait.
Oh my god, I got a kill! I got a kill! Protect me, guys! Protect me! I'm putting it! I put it!
My ultimate's ready. No charges left.
Away.
Careful now.
Oh, behind you.
Up.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck's happening?
Guys, it's happening!
No,
No, we're fine.
Oh, fuck, I shot him in the dick.
I'm gonna be fine! Wait,
Player
Oh, there's a lady!
No charges left.
Anything but ladies.
Oh, frig. Hey, hold on. Let me.
I did
There you go. 10G is over.
something!
Fable's Squiggle Tuber now.
Something!
I did so much.
Last round in the half.
Oh my god.
Man.
Otherwise,
I did
we're going
something.
to look very stupid.
I did something.
here.
I did something, guys. I did something.
Wait,
I
do
did
I have
something.
it? I have a thingy. I have.
Yeah, you have it. You have it. I believe in you.
Wait, should I go left or right? What do you feel?
It's up to you. Oh my god.
Their line can't hold forever.
You guys look so pretty.
They have a little shark.
I took it. I took the gun. I took the gun.
Oh. What was
Get
that?
out of my way! Enemy spotted B.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Ah shit, man. Ooh.
Oh god.
I got one pick.
Nice.
Alright.
Ah, bitch, I'm back, baby.
Alright. Should I come with you?
Going up.
Blocking sight.
Okay, we can keep going that way.
Plant the spike.
Plant this spike.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, I'm doing something. I'm doing something. Oh my god, we did it.
Oh my god.
Tell me you caught that.
We did it. We did
Switching
it.
sides.
Let's go.
They couldn't kill us. Now they're dead.
So proud. So
We did
proud.
it.
The useful information. Please just plus just general shooting.
Are you
Welcome in
riding my
YouTube.
face?
What the fuck?
No,
What?
you were
No.
just
Sid-
riding
Sid
my
asked
face,
me.
bro.
No.
What should I do
You
with
were
this
bouncing
spike
on my
in
face,
Valorant?
No.
Well, kid, you gotta treat that spike
What
like
is this
it's the
voice?
city's
Tell
heart.
that to the cameras.
Get it
What?
to the site and plant it.
I don't have thingy
But
on.
make sure
What's
you and
happening?
your squad
Yeah,
are ready
I'm
to
calling
defend. Keep your head on a swivel and your trigger finger
You're
ready.
laughing and I have
Please
no
don't
idea what
shoot
you're
You're
my
laughing
inside
friend.
this virtual city, and there's no room for
What's going on?
hesitation
Someone
or mistakes.
chat bring me
Just
somewhere
imagine
because I
I'm
don't
in
think
your
they're gonna
head.
tell me.
I
Egging
hope
you
your
on.
YouTube career goes horribly wrong.
Oh no.
Oh, they really are not gonna tell me, huh?
Sorry, that was a little mean.
I'm gonna cry myself to sleep on her
Spike
behalf. What the
planted.
fuck?
What is going on, guys?
He's just being so mean.
Oh, I'm not surprised. This is Valorant. I think I'm good with missing out, Lampy, if they're being mean. That's exactly why I've voice chat muted.
What a Monday. I
Riff
know.
Walker's out.
Oh my god. I got a kill.
You can't say those things on Twitch.
What did you say?
Twitch mods, if you're listening, we disapprove of such a
Oh,
dirty
shit.
talk.
Oh shit!
player
Oh fuck! I had to
standing.
reload. Oh god.
Oh, Nita has a pretty gun.
Wait, am I gonna get caught in this?
Hey, I think we lost, guys.
Oh.
Do we step our game up?
Match point.
Let them try to get through me. Can someone get this?
I'm still level 1. Oh. What do you expect, sir? Oh, I don't have enough money for that.
Yeah, I think Valorant is also one of those games. If they think you're a girl, they're gonna like treat you very bad.
Oh,
Yeah, he said some things.
be honest, I was
not
not
wish to
listening,
repeat.
so...
Maybe I'll have to go back later and listen to
Wait,
it.
I need to... Wait, B?
Oh fuck.
Oh my god!
Ah shit.
Oh no, I died. I tried my... Oh, they got... Who's got the...
Last player standing.
Damn.
hard.
Okay.
Damn. It's a GG, guys.
Oh!
They're gaming. They were gaming.
Attackers win.
We tried our best.
Yo, stop.
We tried our best.
Oh man. You got MVP!
I got MVP!
Hey.
What the fuck did I do?
That shows that guy. That shows that guy.
What the heck? Level 1 Nino got MVP, guys.
I love that. Oh, I want to rub that in his face. I want to rub that in his face.
Small baby Nino.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh my god.
Baby, you did so good.
Oh my god, we did our bestest. And that's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let's stop. Okay. No! I was playing Phoenix. I have no idea what I was doing. I just know that people hate that character, so I went that character.
But you did so good.
Oh my god. You think so?
You
Wait,
were so good, Nino.
You guys got a new icon. How do I change my icon?
It popped up in the bottom right saying that I received that and the galactic title, so I just equipped them both, but I don't know how I got it. I think it's if you get to the battle pass, like once you get enough experience on the battle pass, you get the free
No,
rewards.
from me though. I don't know what premium is. Wait, that's our first loss. We have 50% win rate. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's like normal.
Yes. Oh my god.
They have no idea.
Guys, lock in. Lock in.
No,
Lock in.
Okay.
I just realized that Fate has my heterochromia, but reversed.
She does.
Oh shit.
You're right.
too
It's
bad.
like the opposite colors.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. You were meant to play her.
Which is bad because I suck at it.
No.
It's okay.
You're good at her. What do you mean? I
I
saw
barely
you.
ever use her abilities.
I saw you. I saw you. I saw you.
You saw me.
Yeah.
Always watching.
Yes. Wait, is this guy playing Omen?
Omen's
That's
Yeah,
Omen?
Omen's abs!
Omen's abs!
In your honor, I bet.
Abs!
Okay, there's nobody. Oh fuck! Wait, I was gonna say there's nobody above 100. That's somebody that's 450. What the hell? What?
There are better
Yes.
ways to survive than your
Bot Pepper is 400. Bot Pepper. Are they a bot? Maybe.
me. How will I live with myself?
My goodness.
Hey, I got your present.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, so pretty. Oh my god. Wait.
Whoa, butterfly.
Omen, please, let me gaze
just
upon thy abs. Oh, he's running.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
do they always run?
Because you need to chase after them. Oh, he put a shrug thing.
Also, thank you, Paul and Frankerswood. I appreciate it.
Wait, I think they know we're here. This PP.
Oh, you get charged on your ult. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god! Guys, I did it!
Dr. Pepper.
Wait. Okay, you just gotta plant it. Where? Somewhere. Here, yeah. Oh. Oh shit. Wait, I think she might be going a different way.
They're on top.
Enemy spotted A.
I got her!
You were barely.
I used an ability that I shouldn't have.
Well, it's good. You won. You won
Wait,
it for us.
time to hunt.
Yeah, we hit.
Time to hunt.
We kill. We moida. Okay.
Moida's so good.
Yes.
I got an assist.
Yeah.
Where's
Should
Omen?
we? Should we?
Yeah,
Omen, my
right.
love. I'm looking at him. Oh, but I'm so shy.
I'm so shy.
I'm so shy.
Wait, somebody's coming.
Oh shit. Oh Jesus.
I tripped over our teammate. I literally tripped over
Oh,
our
fuck.
teammate
I can't believe I did that.
The person behind me, but I was trying to back up.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh
Omen!
god.
Oh
no! Oh no!
I saw him die.
Last player.
Oh, this. Whoa, look at this guy. He's just flaunting his. Bot pepper.
Man. He's a cool guy.
Why is Bob Pepper in this lobby though? What, Bob Pepper?
Why was he?
It's
he was just
questionable.
making noise.
Bob Pepper, why? Excuse me, why are you level 450? Mister, why are you that high?
Oh, Omen was standing right next to me. Oh,
This
no, he's standing
time-
behind me. Oh.
I will kill them. I will kill them.
Kill them all.
Yes, ma'am.
Fight harder.
I'm right here with you.
Hi.
Also, was,
Yo, what's up?
What do I do with the black orbs? Ah! Fuck.
Spike down B.
Okay, I saw them. I saw them. I saw them. Oh god.
Oh wait, there.
Oh fuck.
That is a really cool
Oh,
knife. I do
that's
really
a
like.
cool skin. I want to take it.
Oh. Okay, Bob Pepper has really cool skins on their weapons, and I'm jealous.
Wait, you guys have the thing, right? I
Last
forgot.
player standing.
Oh no 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 no!
Spike down B.
You have to go pick it up. It's not
Yeah.
planted.
I know.
There's teleporters?
Yeah. How the fuck? I didn't know you're there. I didn't know what I was doing.
Last round before the switch.
Oh man, we can do it, guys.
Before it's gone.
Spend all your coins.
We can do it. Somehow I
yeah.
know it. I'll get heaven behind my plant. Alright, there we go.
Oh man. Haku Bunny. Haku Bunny. Hi, Plum. Okay. There's always this woman in here. I can ult. Should I ult?
What does your ult do?
Make me.
What's this? Enemy spotted A.
Oh wait, wrong place. Ah! Is it behind me?
Oh fuck!
Behind?
You're so bad at aiming.
Spike down A.
Wait.
Omen's abs, avenge me!
I got them! I got them!
Whoa.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that Omen is my boy in this game. Like my, you know my.
Gotta! I did it! I did it! I did it!
Switching sides.
I did it! I hit them! Hit them where it hurts! It's
Hell
the
yeah.
balls. Where is the best place to hide? What do I...
Where should we go? Where should we go?
I don't know what to go.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go this way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty!
Exactly, my new husbando.
I picked up a pretty thing.
Did you
Jack
pick up
can't even see
yourself?
it. Jack can't see it. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What is it?
Hold up, hold up.
Shit.
Chat, look at this gun. Look at this gun. Wait, hold on.
Oh, I hear somebody coming in A, I think. Yeah.
A?
A.
Yeah, wait,
A
I
is
think.
that way.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Phoenix.
Fuck me.
Hold up, they might be here.
Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. I'm gonna die.
Here's someone. Careful.
I hear them on B.
Okay. They're probably on B
Spike
then.
planted.
There's only two
Oh
of them
man,
left.
I shouldn't have gone in.
Were you
One
dead?
enemy
Oh
remaining.
shit, I shot him at the shoulder, but then I died.
Oh,
I
I think I'm going the wrong way.
I don't have a single kill this round, I'm so bad.
I had a pretty
It's
gun.
okay.
for this
I stole
round,
it.
though, chat.
Stole it. Oh wait, we're gonna have to. Oh, we got it. We got it. Wait,
Let's go.
I got a gun. Are there any pretty
What will it
guns,
be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
ma'am? I don't
Oh,
know.
Paul, that isn't even all my husbandos. There is Raphael from Love in Deep Space, for example. You know, there's a whole or Smaug, you know, the dragon. There's the Brontide. There's
Okay.
the list goes on and on.
Oh.
Oh, are they at A? Okay.
I think
Spike
so.
down A.
Can I get up here? Oh, I can.
Oh shit.
Unfreaking
Unbelievable.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. I'm playing walking sim.
For all Frankozoid, you don't need to give me anything.
Hey, Belle. Hey,
You
Belle.
spend too much
Match
money
point.
on me.
Why the fuck did I kill people?
I'm not tired. Are you?
Reloading.
Woman's abs. I'm sorry. I'll just.
Oh,
quickly-
skin!
Oh, he's
Skin!
noticing me. He's noticing
Skin,
me.
guys! You want it?
Oh, I'm bonding.
I think.
He gave you a gun! Fable, you must take it! Whoa. Oh, shit, wait, we forgot! We forgot to move in!
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
I forgot. Sorry. I was bonding with the
Wait, that was you
Omen.
guys moving, right?
We are behind you.
I feel like they might be. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I hear them, Be careful.
I think they might be at A. Oh yeah, they're at A. They pinged at A.
They're A?
Well, they might also switch back to the.
No, I don't think so.
They killed Omen. Those bastards.
One enemy remaining.
Where were they? Where are they?
The hunt begins.
She's ulting!
Here.
Oh. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Last player
Fuck!
standing.
Oh! I couldn't avenge you.
1v1, Ninu, 1v1.
Oh, fuck, no, she was invisible.
That's
Oh.
crazy. Oh my
She
god.
got it.
Their weak points. If one
I couldn't avenge Omen.
You
I
did,
disappointed
Mel?
him.
This
I
is a
haven't
game
done
you
single
play?
You
fucking
are okay.
kill.
Reloading.
I'm ready.
Wait, do we have to spike or do they? I forgot.
No, they have it. We gotta. Wait. Yeah. I think it might be A again.
Are they going A? Oh.
Yeah.
Multiple enemies A.
Who's next?
Who's next?
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Flawless.
What the fuck? I didn't get to shoot anyone.
I didn't have a single fucking win.
I didn't get I'm so glad who put a few $100s into it. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Belf spent money. When the hell did this bot Pepper stop playing? They didn't play at the beginning at all. And then all of a sudden they started playing. Oh yeah, I forgot. 450. Level 450. 450. I'm ready, by the way. Whenever.
Okay, I'm gonna pee really quick while we're queued.
Oh, I can. Do you want me to wait just in case, or?
I can pee fast.
What's econ? Calculate.
Alright. Well, wait. What does it mean? Does it show a queue or not?
It means yeah.
All right.
First blood. I got one first blood. I got one first blood. What the hell? Is this? Oh, damage. Okay. Are they a bot? I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe.
Match found.
I don't believe. Skip to the juicy part of Shrek though, Fable.
I can't do that to Nova again. It would make her pee faster though, to be fair.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh. Have you seen Shrek's teenage daughter?
I have.
Yeah.
Felicia.
Did you see how
her name?
Is it Felicia?
I think it's Felicia.
No way.
Or something like that, I think.
Level 62 and 65 on our team.
They don't have like 100 something though.
We can't see some people's levels. Why? Can you make it private or what is that?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh,
they paid for it.
We have a job to do.
Oh, what? Oh, this is so pretty. Wait, is this like a new map?
It's cool.
I don't know.
It's like. Oh.
Alright, wait, who's getting the.
I know.
I can get the spike and we can go to B.
This is the new map. Let's see.
Is it a new map?
Cool.
This is not Omen.
No.
Oh man.
Oh.
I miss Omen. I bonded with him. Like, it's the little things that keep you going, you know? When you just bop it together.
You messed up. They come in.
Yeah.
They come in this side, by the way.
Still in sight.
Time to jump.
Oh, I saw them. I saw them. Okay. How do I ping?
Well, it was Z initially for me.
Oh, fuck, window. Oh.
Reloading.
Oh, Nova, do you have heals for me?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Right there. There's a man.
Got it.
Hey, if you have heals still, that would be, I mean, I would.
Oh no, is somebody there?
There's another person here. Ow. And
where the fuck? Wait, where the fuck did they shoot?
Oh fuck.
Wait, oh my, he has a shield? Who is that fucker? What is that thing? Why does he have a shield? Why does he have a shield? If you see a crosshair, like when spectating your teammate, you can type /C to copy their crosshair. Oh, that's Nova's part. Should we go the same way? You want it? I'll get it. Don't worry.
Oh, I can fight it.
I got it.
Let me walk.
Why the fuck did that person attack us from last time?
Multiple enemies.
Oh, shiver me timbers.
Bad luck.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
These boys are cool.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, I can't.
Oh, this guy's shield's gone.
Why was I stuck?
Maybe it's an ability that guy does.
Reload.
Oh, you guys can go by the way.
Player
Oh
standing.
shit.
Oh
my
no, you
God.
can't go anymore.
Cutting
I have
through.
5 assists.
Oh!
I mean, they killed no one.
Oh. Ready.
The nightmare turns in our
Pretty sharp.
favor.
Ka-ching. Should we go A this time, maybe?
We can, yeah. We can.
Do not relent.
It's you and me.
Who's
wait,
that?
Something.
Is that an ult?
Cutting their vision.
Wait, is that yours?
Stopping fire.
Cutting their vision.
Leave.
Nice.
Show me a target.
Whoa. Shield.
Begins.
Alright,
Enemy
guys,
spotted
cover
A.
me, alright?
Oh my god! Got him.
Reloading.
Wait, oh, this is Jules.
Planted.
Here.
Oh, behind us?
Got him.
One enemy
Finally.
remaining.
Oh my god, I hit like nothing there.
My ult is
Oh,
ready.
man.
We did it. Do they have no
But at
cool
least we
skins?
did it.
Last
No pretty
round in the
skins.
half.
No
Buy what
pretty
you need.
skins.
Otherwise, we're going to look very stupid.
So Belle, can you tell me on what I'm supposed to be buying?
Spike's here.
Oh, no bad. Your job. Don't forget your spike.
Oh, I got it.
You spike girl. You're the
Are we
spike
going
girl.
A again?
Well, I feel like they probably expect us to go to A because we work at A, but whatever you guys want to do.
It's a good spot. It's a good spot.
I'll handle this. Enemy spotted. A.
Oh, I killed her. Oh, I didn't kill her. I mean, I blinded her.
I killed her, but only because you
You
blinded
killed
her.
her.
Couldn't have done it without you.
Oh my god, you can revive me, Nova. Wait, actually, I don't
I
need
will.
reviving. I think we're fine. Because you managed to plant it. You just gotta cover it. Oh,
I think someone's coming from here.
yeah. Oh, the boat there.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck.
Do we get those people over here?
They're watching there. They're watching. They're coming back that way. Oh, remember you could put a wall. Oh. No.
Barrier created.
Oh, nice wall. Okay, run away from that.
Oh.
Oh, it exploded. It kaboom. It go kaboom. It's gonna go kaboom, Nova. It's too far. You're too close, Nova. I don't know. Okay, now
Switching
you're fine.
sides.
Oh, that's
Oh.
so scary.
Yeah. Oh, it
Okay, now
didn't.
we
It,
need to
it
get
wouldn't have
rid of
mattered.
this thing.
I don't have a negative kill death ratio, guys. Chat, are you
Oh.
proud? It's zero. It's perfectly zero.
I managed you.
It's okay.
I'm managed.
I'm coming with you, Ninu.
I don't know where to stand though. Should I stand
Oh,
here?
it's okay. You stand on business.
Oh, there's also another place there. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I'm down
dangerous.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something here, but it might. I'm not sure if it's our teammates or not. Might be
No,
our
no, no. I think it's
teammates.
enemy.
Oh, yeah, I think it's enemy. I think they're here. Oh shit! What? Where did they come from?
Behind you.
Okay, Nina, there's some people there.
Ah! Oh, there's no way I was gonna win that. You got it, Nova.
Decoy.
Aim a little higher.
Wait, what's happening in my face?
She's.
What was that?
Voices.
One enemy remaining.
Voices in your head again.
Cutting through.
Ah! Oh my god, that was so nice. Hold at 4 or G, whatever the button is. You're doing it.
This is our home.
You know, you didn't have easy ability on him.
Match point.
I used it on myself.
You used it on yourself? Oh, yeah.
But that one's always it's always ready for every round. I don't have to buy that one.
Oh, hey, that's good.
Can someone get this?
Oh shit, never mind.
You have the money.
I don't have the money for that one.
Let's watch him struggle.
Aw. Oh shit, I did not get a nice gun.
I'm going A.
I hit him.
Oh, they're at B?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Oh fuck! I saw her.
Destabilizing.
Oh, she's on the left. He's on the left. He's on the left.
You're done.
Okay. Oh, she's dead. Okay. Oh, there's one there. Don't die, Nova!
Time to jump.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, she's running around. She's running in circles.
Oh shit! Oh man.
You
got him.
Defenders.
At least we got her.
I'm leaving now.
We did
it.
We did it. I was there. I saw Nova. Shoot.
Have fun at work. Thank you for being here.
Take care. Bye-bye. Oh my god, Yoru. Yoru. Oh my god. Fable's character looks like an edgelord.
Like a what?
Edgelord. I can be like you guys. I could equip this title too. I could be galactic and have the same icon. Yes. I need something. I took part in the game.
You need condoms.
What is that?
Wait, what?
Like the condom icon.
Oh! For Overwatch?
Oh
yeah, exactly.
Yay!
Match found.
Yeah. I mean, can you blame her? Well, what am I supposed to do first? What am I supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to buy?
The tutorial made it seem like you buy defense first always. And
yeah.
And
Well,
then
buy
chat was
stuff,
saying
guns.
Phantom or whatever the fuck the bottom middle one is. I forget what it's called.
Vandal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Ghost Blind.
There's a
I'm
level
level 2.
100 and there's a level 132 on the other team.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Is this fine?
They have a 74. We have nothing.
A deserted island.
We are nothing.
Experiments and even stranger phenomenon.
Litter the sand.
Okay, it's
Scottish.
Scottish.
There's
Scottish?
a Scottish accent.
Yeah,
Scottish accent.
Clove, the garlic.
Wait,
clove
are we
is-
the ones that are supposed to?
Oh wait.
They have the spike. We need to defuse.
Oh, okay. How can you tell?
Because we don't have a spike.
That's so
He's smart.
Oh my god.
It also says defenders on top, by the way. You know,
well,
above by.
So, thank you. That's so, you're both so smart. I don't know what I would do without you.
Oh,
Oh, they're here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here. They're at B.
Oh, they have a
Spike
little
planted.
goober. Oh, I see them. Oh, gosh. What the fuck was she throwing at me? No, Fable! Okay.
Where am I?
Cutting their vision.
I think there's someone
Oh
coming from
fuck!
behind. Be careful.
Oh my god, I'ma die. Oh fuck, what is this shit?
Oh, thank
I'ma
you.
die. I'm scared. Whoa, we gotta go. Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I killed someone, I think.
Reloading.
Okay.
Here.
I'm gonna try and go in. Oh, never mind.
One enemy remaining.
I died.
Last player standing.
I slowed down.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
it's okay. He died too.
Wait, is it a tie round then?
Make their fear
No.
your weapon. Or use a gun.
Fade faded away.
You're right though.
Two. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get my blending thing. Voices in my head again.
I can hear you.
Oh, I hit him.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that was.
Oh, that's fake.
Wait, where did you get shot? Oh god, I don't even know where you guys got shot from.
Cutting through.
B.
I just know that
yeah,
I'm dead.
like... Ah, fuck, damn it.
Spike planted.
This guy's name is Nightwalker. He is an edgelord. What the fuck?
Out of charges.
Potato is best is the one that's like almost level 200.
Yeah. But there's a person called Howler who's level 1 who's got most kills. Wait. I can't watch this guy.
I know. He
Bushido.
keeps on like doing something with his camera.
Yeah, spinning.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
that's cute. Overkill. But she can. Oh, dang. She
aim was
died.
Reyna, time to hunt.
You want me to hunt? What? Hunting
Yeah.
what? Hunting what? Ma'am? What am I hunting, ma'am?
Enemies.
Enemies? What if enemies want to be
Everybody
my
wants to
friend?
be my enemy.
E.
Bushido!
As one.
Oh, you know you can use your walls to wall off the path?
Oh yeah. I gotta remember to do that.
Multiple
Okay.
enemies spotted.
I
B?
think they're at B. Yeah.
Yeah.
I shot somebody.
Oh man.
Spike planted.
I'm
Oh shit.
Oh, wow.
Like I never left.
Oh, man. Oh, wow.
Oh fuck, man! I can't play this fucking game.
Oh, he's so low. What the fuck is that
that?
ability?
What is this?
Oh, we gotta kill him.
Not sure.
What is this?
It's that weapon. It's emoting.
I'm so confused.
What
I
is
thought
it?
it was an ability. I thought it was an ability. Oh, it's a finisher for a weapon skin.
Why was he just standing there like that?
So does that mean somebody on our team has a weapon finisher that made that happen?
Yeah, the skins do that.
Oh man.
Oh, Nova.
I feel like they're.
Wait, are you with me? Or are you on a different side?
I can get to you if you want.
You should wall up a wall. Oh, I hit
Off
him.
right here, you mean? Do you want me to wall off right here?
Oh,
Are they at A?
I found them. Yeah, I killed one.
Time to jump.
It plays music when you inspect it.
Spike planted.
Oh, what the fuck is she doing? Oh, I do like her. Her. Damn.
Where are you?
Who's next?
Mark 2.
Oh, he's been marked there.
Last player standing.
Oh. What?
Ah, fuck.
Oh no. Oh no, geez.
Switching
I'll
sides.
fade away.
Hesitation is for amateurs.
How does the song go, guys? Okay, I'm coming with you. We must protect the asset.
I am the asset.
She's yeah.
You are the assets with the great assets.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Great
I
assets.
like your balls.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Nice balls.
You're so beautiful.
Thank you so much. I thought they were a nice touch.
You're kind of blue though.
I grew them myself.
Oh, abilities you don't use roll over on the next round. Oh.
Ouch! What the fuck is on my face? Okay.
You got blurred.
What's this thing? Do I hit it?
Probably nothing good. Probably something.
Okay, I made them blind, but I made them blind too early. Okay. Okay.
Ah!
Oh, wait. Oh, behind us! Behind you!
Okay. Oh my god! What is that? Pedro, Oh! Yeah, there's somebody right here where I am.
Why can't I?
Enemy remaining.
It's for other people.
Oh, they're dead. Do they have skin? I got the ghost.
You see, they're flawed.
You get the ghost skin. Ghost is highly accurate silence pistol that was precision shot at medium and long range. Really? Why did he take your thing? Why did he take your asset?
He took my asset.
Yeah.
He took my asset.
Look, there's a cat here. Cat radio.
Try not to die.
Oh, it's playing reggae. I wasn't even concentrating.
Oh.
Oh shit! I saw somebody there.
Nat 20.
Wow, she's a D. Oh, behind us. She's a D&D nerd.
Oh, behind us!
What the fuck was that?
That's 3.
I think there's someone coming behind us too.
What the fuck?
That's lurch beside. Yeah, there you go. Fucking
That's
gecko.
3. Yeah.
Did they plant?
Nova, you wanna no? You wanna res me, Nova?
Where are you at?
I didn't know.
Oh, I don't have my res yet.
This guy does not know how to do. This guy does not know how to plant it.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
Okay, he's planting it now. Finally.
Spike planted.
He's gonna go get himself killed. Wait. Okay, I'm not gonna watch him. I can't. Oh, Nova!
Standing.
No! You should have put a wall there.
Sorry, I used my wall.
No. No, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry. They have this goober alien. You have a slave.
Match point.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Cutting through.
We gotta spend all our money. We gotta make it count, guys. This is it. Oh, where are we going? Okay, it's the woman took it. Scottish woman.
Scottish woman.
Yeah. Where are we going? Okay, I guess we're going.
Hi, Albion. We are trying.
Hello, Albion.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Don't worry, I don't know what I'm doing too.
You're still doing better than me.
Oh, fuck off.
I'll find you. Still
What is this red thing?
Reloading.
Ah!
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
damn it!
Insane. My ult ready.
They will cover. The rush.
Oh, fuck off!
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna wait. Is he dead?
I don't think they killed
Last player
Oh! Damn! I shouldn't have done that. Wait. No, it's not you. I you better. Oh, we did it!
Oh my God.
Oh,
This is the guy. This is the guy.
Oh,
who
when
was
you
the finisher.
kill them
Side of this game.
on the head person, that's mean. That's like dancing on their dead corpse.
Anyone need anything?
I mean, which way are we going? Oh, we shouldn't go through the middle, right?
Let's go to the left, maybe?
Have
we been going left?
Yeah, I mean, it worked, but somebody... Okay, well, they seem to be want to go mid. Oh!
Just going wherever you're going, Nova. Oh shit! Oh wait, that's there. Wait, I saw them.
Man! I don't like this. I don't like this.
I see nothing.
Monster on the loose!
Oh, behind.
What is that thing? What is this?
Are you okay? Hide.
Behind.
Oh fuck, this is not good. Okay. Oh, behind, in front of us, behind us.
Spike down mid.
We got ambushed.
Okay, the spike is not planted. It's on the ground.
One enemy remaining. I have the spike.
Be back in a bit. Wanted to check in on your ultra sweaty game. Thank you.
Oh my god. I need healed. Wait. Oh, I shouldn't.
7 HP.
Careful here.
7 HP in a twin. Oh shit! We won.
I'm so proud.
Sudden death.
Sudden death. Yeah, because we managed to pull it off out of our asses. We're doing it. Oh, this guy shouldn't carry it. Please drop it, sir.
It ain't a good hitting.
Who's that good kitten? Who's a good kitten? I'm a good kitten. Okay, where should we go? Which side should we go? They're always here to fight at B. Okay. I'ma go die for honor and glory.
For Queen.
Huzzah!
Time to jump.
Cutting their vision.
Oh wow! Wait, why did he follow me? What?
Oh, fucking damn it!
Why did he follow me like that?
I'm not a cat.
You're not a cat?
I'm just really bad at this game. Chat, I've never played this before in my life.
Defenders win.
Oh my fucking god! Lobby! Excuse me. Did you... Freddy Fazbear? Why Freddy Fazbear? Why? Why Freddy Fazbear? Why Freddy Fazbear? Oh man. Oh, it's like I'm saying omen. Why you do that?
What are these noises? Are they good noises?
Oh, I got new thing. Yes. Recruit, I'm recruit, guys. I level. How do I? Is this the coins that I need to like get characters? Is this it?
My name order.
Oh, I'm no way close. Holy moly! Wow, it must be rough being an American, guys. Basic training. Okay, we did that. We're doing this one.
I tried to do the other one and it won't let me like do it.
What do you mean?
Like when I go to basic train. Oh wait, why did it get checked up? Oh, I see. Wait. Okay, so that. All right, never mind. I kept pressing play game. And...
Pablo?
Are you guys ready?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but are you okay?
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt you guys because you were talking.
We were yapping, but like it's not important.
Yeah, but I didn't want to be like you're talking. I'm like, by the way, guys, do you want me to like I didn't want to.
Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh my god, exactly like that. You sound like Robbie during fucking Nuclear Nightmare.
Oh my god.
What?
Exactly, oh my god.
Roman,
yeah.
oh my god.
You sound just like him now.
Oh no. Oh noisies. Wait, their username is Raise and they got the character Raise?
Apparently. They must like race.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Wait, my bad. I muted myself, so only the Discord audio. Who's a good kitten?
Only the Discord. Wait, they can't hear you on your stream?
Who's a good kitten?
Know that there's
Hey.
Oh no.
Who's a good kitten? Oh, fuck.
Can't
Who's
with
a
that
good
voice.
kitten?
Nino, I can't with that voice.
The fucking laugh sounds so funny during them. It's like whoop 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 whoop.
Oh my god.
Whoa, skin!
Oh.
Look, it's pretty, pretty. Two skins here.
Can't with that voice.
Boy, you can't take me seriously.
Oh, they're hiding
shit,
their
wait.
info.
Oh,
Gotcha.
good. Well, no, I should not play this. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Enemy spotted B. There.
Oh Jesus! Oh my god.
Grenade.
Take flight.
Oh god, what menu did I
down
open? What menu did I open?
Last player standing.
Wait, what
you
the
have a
fuck, guys?
gun.
Why are you dead?
What? We're dead. They were on A. They were on
I
A.
know, like immediately.
What? Guys.
You know, I'm gonna need you to turn the voice changer off. I
They
can't
demand the
focus
fight.
when
like
you're,
this.
Who are we to
I
disagree?
can't
don't like
focus
it.
when you have. I can't focus.
I'm sorry, kitten.
Oh my god.
Also, okay, so this is my bolt, right? Okay. Now I know.
Can I get a drop?
Thanks.
They are mine.
I'm kind. I gave them it.
Here. Enemy spotted B.
B. Ma'am, I'm coming.
I don't have a good gun for this. Ow! Fuck.
Spike
Hey,
down.
I
B.
thought this gun is supposed to reward me for aiming. But now, this game sucks.
Alright, we'll respect you.
It sucks.
Very
It
nice. Very nice.
sucks.
Last player standing.
Damn it.
Who knows?
Well, at least I killed someone.
Why is this gun so fast?
Target out.
Oh! Whoa. She just died. Just by sheriff.
Raise, you always work to lift our spirits. Thank you.
Oh, that's your YouTube meme. Okay, so if I keep going this way, is this way better?
Oh, no one took the spike, so I guess I'm taking it.
It's always Nova's job. Nova?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, what is y'all
I-
doing?
I would take it, but
Y'all acting like bots.
Forgot how I dropped the spike.
No,
Yeah,
we're
like-
literally new players. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I did not open my mouth. The things I wanted to say. The things I wanted to say. I trusted. I have no aim.
Spike carriers down.
Oh my gosh. Well, there you go.
Down B.
Bro, I can't.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Where's the
On your right.
Joke's over. You're dead.
What is you doing, bro? Oh no.
Wait. He said on the right. Where's the right?
Oh.
Oh my god.
You a bot.
Wait.
You a
What are you talking about? What?
Last round in the half.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't
No,
waste
it's
your
okay.
firepower.
You want to take it? Which side should we go? Let's go A.
Okay.
Never give in.
I will try protecting. Okay. Oh fuck. The wrong button. Is it Q? Okay.
Many enemies.
Oh, somebody's down. Oh, I did it again.
Our spike carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
I have
Found them.
This needs voice chat.
Our spike carrier
Yeah.
is dead.
Oh man, I can't do shit.
I wanted to give them a chance.
No more. My ult is ready.
Last player
Oh
standing.
shit. Also, where the hell were they? Watching this makes me want to play Valorant again, but I had the guy in VC and instantly got reminded of the community.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yes.
voice chip muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that might be a good thing.
They just be
I will mute the voice as well. So
30
I think
seconds
we
left.
don't need to. No, I mute my voice.
One enemy remaining.
No, I don't want. No, how do I do? Oh, voice chat. Here we go.
Twice the number.
Party.
Switching sides.
The game is not that hard.
Okay, there we go. I turned it off.
Fine. You're
The game is not hard, but yet you have died, sir.
better. Nice work.
You went even there. If it's not that hard, maybe you could give us some tips. Tips, mean. Instead of saying bullshit.
He's giving me PTSD. Yeah.
Oh no.
And I'm already like I'm just knowing that there's someone.
Oh.
Okay, don't worry about it, Faber. We muted him.
Don't think about it. Where the hell do I shoot?
I hear something over here.
Revealing area.
I'm not sure. Yeah, they're at B. They're at B.
They're at B.
They're at B.
Snuffed out.
Reloading.
There is a way down here, but it might be dangerous.
Marked 4.
Oh, wait, somebody
Spike
smoked them.
planted.
Wee parkour. Okay. Oh no! No, cover. Oh fuck! I shot him in the face. Never mind.
Last player standing.
Also, what is this guy doing? He says the game is easy. He's not with his team. I believe this is a team game.
Headshot.
Bro's
Match
just trying to
point.
get kills.
I can hold an area
but
pretty
not
well
actually
myself.
play the game.
Make sure to cover the angles I
Pretty
can't.
much.
He's just prioritizing kills instead of actually winning.
Yeah, he wants to show off, probably.
Yeah. I got my sheriff. Okay.
We'll bring it back.
Can someone get this?
Oh, I want one.
Oh, the shop's gone.
It's okay.
I did it again. Is this?
Scanning ahead.
Alright, they're not. I don't think they're on A. I think they're going B.
Yeah.
Destroyed.
Oh.
Finished.
Hold up. So I do this.
Deploying drone.
Is somebody shooting my ass?
Enemy spotted.
Oh wow, I did. You got this, Nova.
Enemy spotted B. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Spike down B.
The hunt begins.
Uh-oh. I'll take it.
There.
Oh shit.
You're wrong, mate. They're not there.
The bigger they are,
He's just hanging bang. Is that how you play the
Stay
game?
taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
I don't think this is how you play like red. I think. Isn't he a duelist? Don't duelists just like go in and sacrifice themselves for the rest of the team?
Thanks.
Isn't that their job? No.
Where are they?
Wait, if I hide here, and then can I throw my
Deploying drone.
Oh, is that right there, me?
Fuck.
Oh, wait. Wait, you have a rest for her?
I don't have a res.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Oh.
On target.
Yeah. I got that one. Give me a gun. Oh, so pretty.
Enemy spotted B.
Ah!
Oh.
Okay, he was behind me.
Get out of here. My ult's ready.
Shock dart.
Here comes the party.
I think I'm going the wrong.
One
Oh.
enemy remaining.
Oh, fuck me! What the fuck?
Ultimate is ready.
They fucked up. Wow.
Attackers win.
They actually suck. They suck.
Oh man.
Did you leave the voice, Nova?
I did.
Okay,
Did
good,
you?
good. Yeah. You know, it's quick play. Let me remind you, it's quick play. Oh, I thought I had a nightlight on. Thank you much. I so want to listen to my music, guys, but you know what? I am gonna do it. I'm gonna listen to my music, guys. And then there's gonna be like footsteps in the music. And I'm gonna be looking around. I'm like, huh.
Match found.
Yeah. Need to hosting Valorant tournament when? I do hate myself, but not to that extent. Why would I do that? If you said like Marvel Rivals, perhaps. Let me go Jevin.
Go. Let's go.
Let me go Tracer.
I'm already Tracer.
What about Bastion?
Wait, we have 2 people named after Omen in this.
Oh, wow.
Wait.
Omen's vibrator.
Hello, Omen lover.
The 200.
They are level 200.
No, it looks like we're playing together.
It does, and they're level 200.
Dead, preferably dead.
Oh, wait. They have like Valorant. Isn't Valorant known for like?
Oh, that looks bad now.
Classic naming going on here. Yeah. Wait. What is this? Cloud?
Vibes for short. Vibes. We already picked a nickname for them. What did you get that? If they hate us now, that would be quite discouraging.
Wait, what map is this? Oh no, I shouldn't go here. I'm coming with you guys. I'm here with you guys. Oh wait, for your sound? Let me sacrifice myself for the team.
How about you just don't die?
Blocking sight.
Oh my god. Do you have heals? Oh, shit. No! No! Don't die! Thank you. Don't die. There's 3 people there. There's 3 people. Maybe we shouldn't go here.
Hey Nova.
Yeah. Oh.
Could you catch me up a little bit, maybe? Possibly?
No, I used it. I took it.
40 seconds.
I took it.
Okay.
Guys, I think maybe we should go a different way. Rotate.
Yeah, maybe.
No, Nova, you rotate. Oh. What the fuck is that? Oh, I died. We should.
What? I shot him.
We should have rotated. We should have rotated. What, you're playing wannabe Tracer? Yes, and I failed. Wait, whose shield is that? Is that our shield? Their shield?
We're spooning.
Whoa.
Ugh, Deadlock's wires are obnoxious. Shoot them for me, yeah?
Oh, there we go. I had the client lowered in volume, not the actual game. That explains why it was so loud.
I'm still here. I'm still here. Oh,
Vibes, I'm following you.
Oh, I took my sheriff.
Time to work.
Oh, they have such a pretty gun. That is so pretty. Ah.
Nova's looking at pretty guns and then.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! I got killed, but I got demolished. Do you have
What is this black? What are the black orbs that are around?
Oh, you need to pick them up. You charge your ult.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
You got some.
Oh wait, no, actually.
Oh shit!
Ah.
One enemy remaining.
They got a gun. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Oh, me.
Time for them to leave.
Meow 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 meow.
Was that an A, by the way?
I think it was A.
Okay. I can hover! Oh my god, did you see that?
I did see that.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, I hear them.
Rocking smokes.
I can do the same, bitch.
Is it Q? Oh, behind us? Wait, no. Wait, where the... No, that was you guys.
Sorry.
You gay? Wait.
What's that thing? That ball thing?
I took it. I yoinked it. Maybe we should...
Reloading.
Go, there. Oh, wait. I thought for a second that was...
Yeah, I was checking if... I mean, wherever you want to go, I mean, I
got one basic!
My ult's ready.
Are they coming from behind or from the front?
Behind.
Or both. I think they might be coming from both sides.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god! Wait. Maybe I'm supposed to be. Wait, how do I dash? Oh shit!
No charges left.
Oh, wait. We won! We did it! I did something. I hate
Last round
people.
before the switch.
I hate
We
people.
cannot keep our goods.
I
after
hate
this.
them.
Spend all.
I hate them.
Yay.
Do you need to buy anything?
I don't need to buy anything.
Okay. Sure, you can go B. I'ma go kill. I'ma do my duty. Can I stay up here and just shoot them?
I haven't bonded with Vibrator and it makes me very sad.
Don't just go for a blender instead. What the fuck do I? Hey, behind you, by the way, behind you, where I died.
Let's see where you died.
I can't look at this person's.
Spike down B.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, she's a spooter.
Last player standing.
Oh, whoa. Damn.
Switching sides.
Hey, I was being Tracer, okay?
Reina.
I had fun.
Take from the
I had fun. I had fun being
Makes me
Tracer.
wonder.
I was being a good Tracer. Oh, skin.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Skin. You want it? Here you go. Take it. Take it.
Oh, you
Take
can
it.
have it if you want.
I'll take your gun because you touched it.
Oh, wow. Ambion! Thank you so much for the resub.
Oh my god.
Please,
It's
Wait,
2 years.
where should I
mental health. We'll play this game.
What the hell? What? I know nothing about this place, by the way. Wait, where the fuck am I?
Tell me if they're at A. I'm kind of. Okay.
Did I just do a spray? Oh, they're all over here.
A?
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spike down A.
Wait.
Ah.
Is this by their butt? Am I going? I'm going behind them. They will not know what hit them.
Spike down
I'm so
A.
ready to watch this.
Wait, where the fuck are they? Are you... How do I jump? How do I jump?
Last player
Oh,
standing.
fuck!
Oh no, that's too much pressure, dude.
How do I jump?
Oh,
I did it.
table clutch!
I would like to say I was there. I was there. My body was there.
I'm so proud.
Thank you. Would like to thank my mom and my dad.
Yeah.
And Chuck E. Cheese mouse.
Oh wait, can I get a sniper gun? Oh, I got a sniper gun. I need a sniper gun. I need a sniper gun. Okay, so where's the long? Okay. Yeah. Alright. Here. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's a toggle. Yeah, I see nobody here. Okay, they're not going this way. I think they're going the other way.
They're at A.
Yeah.
They're at A? Okay.
Spike down A.
Is this... Oh? Wow. I looked at the tree. I looked at the tree. I died.
You did?
Yeah, I'm dead. Oh shit, GG, Dino has a sniper gun. Let me explain. Is this a sniper gun that they have?
Spike planted.
What is
Oh, they went to A.
They.
Oh wait, I see someone there. Oh god. I'm stuck.
That's the person that killed me. They're on the right side. Oh!
My ult's ready.
Wow, this person has played a lot. Wait, is this Belf by any chance? Belf joined the game and changed his name to Almond Vibrator. In your honor.
Damn. I am honored, Belf. I am speechless, honestly, for multiple reasons.
You guys gonna have to grab it. Oh.
Welcome to the family double-headed battle cattle.
Double-headed battle cattle. Oh, shiver me timbers. Oh no.
Wait, I got her though. Wait, no I didn't. Wait, no I killed
The
myself.
explosion got it. Welcome in.
We are fighters.
Okay. I will go through here. Oh, okay, it's not special. It looked special for a second. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm going here. I went the long way. See anyone?
There's
No.
people on A.
Okay, I think they're going A. Oh wait, no.
I touched them! I touched them!
There's
Okay.
I put clouds. Oh, there's not. Behind you! Be careful.
It's me.
Oh, fuck me!
Oh my god, they took out 3 VTubers with 1 hit!
Oh man.
Oh no! Oh no!
That was crazy.
Planted.
Wait,
Oh,
what's this
God.
person doing? Who are they calling?
What? How do you call? Why would you call people?
I don't know, they have the telephone.
My territory! My room!
Oh no.
Standing.
Distance until death.
Oh, that's her ult. Oh, she could. Oh, wow, that's a scam.
What?
Hashtag 3 VTubers, 1 bullet.
Match point.
We can change this, guys. I believe. Should I go snipey gun, guys, and then go this way. Go to. Whee! Oh, I like to hover. Oh my god, it's a toggle, I forgot. Come! Okay.
Oh, are they there?
Yeah, I saw one. Aim. Okay, he's gonna keep shooting this side.
God damn it.
Oh fuck! Oh shit! Nova.
Spike planted.
You got the.
Oh, the heals? Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm coming to you. Wait, how do? Oh gosh. Okay, wait. I'm going up here.
Wait. Nina,
Oh, you're
Nina.
down. Oh wait. Okay. Hi.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get to you.
I went the wrong way. Thank you.
There you go.
All right. I will try to not disappoint.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Where should we go?
1 enemy remaining.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Joke's over. You're dead. We just gotta. He's ulting. Oh, skin.
Well, that's just grand.
Wait. Oh, we're defusing.
Clutch.
Oh, we did it.
Attackers win.
Oh wait, we didn't. Okay, it looked the same. It sounded the same. It was probably the same.
Oh man.
One day, I will understand this game. But that day, I don't think it's today.
Yeah, same.
Welcome
my
to the
God.
family. This underscore is underscore Matthew underscore D.
Matthew D.
Vid.
Thank you. Hello.
That sounds good. Thank you for playing with us, Pablo.
Thank you,
Hopefully you'll be here
Pablo.
when we have a
We're gonna miss
party
you.
tomorrow.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. I hope you don't understand.
Match found.
Oh, wait, is Fable still in the game? She's
No, this is her LG.
What?
Right? You said that
What?
you were doing one more, and then you were.
Oh, you did one more?
Yeah.
Yay! He's doing one more. We got him. Okay.
What we said?
Last
LG,
win.
like,
That means this one it is. I am a wandering trader trading this good for singing. Wait. Wait. What do you mean by that? I'm quite confused. So can I sing to you? Yes. Sing. Sing. Let me hear it. Where are you singing though? Where can I check it out? Wait. What happened to the game?
Match found.
Oh, it
on Discord? Well, okay.
I don't know if I feel comfy with the random person joining the call, but
No, not alcohol.
They have no idea how heartless
Wow, are you saying I was not fast enough? Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna go Phoenix and make everybody's day horrible.
Just take a seat. I got this.
A nude peasant. Not a peasant yet. It's okay to be a peasant, you know.
I'm a peasant.
Yeah.
Danger to what's that? So I can sing after this game?
No.
Do you have like a YouTuber or something? So I can see it? You have any videos?
So, Sage.
Uses a root kit as an
Mr. Tenacity
that bans people for having
Can you sing
legitimate
for us, please?
programming
Oh,
tools simply
you want a little
installed
tune,
to
huh?
be really?
Alright, here goes. Meow, meow, nya. I'm a little godling here to play, causing chaos in every way. With a work and a wee wee wee
I got
wee,
the
I'll
spike.
pounce
I
on
don't want
Valorant
the
and
spike.
steal the Kiwis.
It's too much responsibility.
That's enough serenading from me.
It's fine though.
Keep your head in the game and let's keep rolling with the fun.
But what, sir? Think of that.
Oh, we just knife
Drink
each other. I'm
water.
not sure if that's a good
Okay.
sign.
I think that was bonding.
Oh shit! I completely forgot.
Is this bonding?
I forgot I was in the game. Sorry. My bad.
Bottom feeders.
Wait.
Fuck.
Guys, I missed. I'm.
Alright, I did my
I'm
thing.
gonna go yeet myself into bed.
One enemy
Omen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Omen.
You can do it. Oh, nice. Oh my god,
Oh, we
that's
did
a cool trade.
Reloading. Deep breaths, everyone.
I'm so glad I could contribute to that. Okay, this flashbang, this is fireball, and fireball explodes after a set amount of time upon hitting the ground, creating the fire zone heals me? Oh my god, wait. Okay, so does this flame of a wall also hit me?
Watching here. Watching here. Watching here.
Is that also...
You guys just knifing the wall?
I forgot
there's
to buy a
someone.
proper gun. Wait.
My ult's ready.
Oh fuck! I blinded you guys! I'm sorry! I'm sorry. Oh, you... Alright, wouldn't it be funny if I do it again?
Flash. Reloading.
Hey, nobody there?
Here.
Okay.
Sleep.
You see...
Healing you.
Wait.
Oh no!
Ah!
One enemy remaining.
That was. I shouldn't have lived.
Oh! I found him!
Going up!
Does this heal me? Ma'am! Oh, I'm getting healed! I killed him! Oh my god, do you like me tree? Do you like my tree? Do you like my tree? It's my tree.
Yeah.
It's my tree.
Shit's humble.
That was your tree?
Yes, it's my tree. I got this gun. Look at this gun. This gun, give me tree.
Need a drop.
What?
Thanks.
Oh, what direction?
Wait, what is this? Guardian. I need one gun.
Gun here.
Oh no, look at my tree. Look at my tree. Look at tree gun.
Watch this.
Wait. Oh!
Wait, what is this purple stuff on me?
Enemy spotted.
Oh, I killed one! I got my oh my god, don't forget to take my tree gun, okay? It's the white one.
Can't use this.
No, not that one. Not that one. There's another one. No, it's not that one. Wait, that's not my body?
Okay, wait.
Where'd my booty go? Oh.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh, that was actually nice.
Last player
Ah!
standing.
No! Oh no!
no!
Able to saw you! Oh, just hide in that cover.
I'll find you.
Oh! I'm chill.
So
Yeah, there's a lot of peeps there. There's a lot of peeps. No, Fable, there's a lot of peeps. I believe in you.
30 seconds left.
Just.
I have the spike.
Okay. Oh!
Oh, god damn it.
Oh! No panic. No
I knew
panic.
that someone was on the right.
Vandal and not using it. Wait, I have
Last
Vandal.
round in the half.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
I mean, this is my first time playing. Okay.
We don't even know what this game is. We don't even know the name of this game. So, yeah. We don't know what this game is.
I'll show you, scary omen.
Meow.
Oh, I have a spray. What?
Oh, I hear somebody. Wait.
Begins.
I flashed myself again. I'm sorry.
Are they at A or...
I just put it at B.
Okay, that's good. I think they're at A. There's the enemy.
Oh, they died. Okay, I'm not gonna fight that. Wait, they'll come here, right? Wait.
Yeah, they got it.
I'm going in.
Ah, they have a snipey boy.
I got one of them. Okay, there's only
last player standing.
Guys,
well, Nidu told me to pick up the white gun.
Why did you guys leave me?
I planted it at B.
Okay.
Clutch.
Wait.
Ooh,
wait.
That's going on a highlight reel for sure.
Wait,
She
what?
killed herself? They killed themselves? What
Switching
happened?
sides.
So
what the fuck?
We fight
Kill
once again.
themselves. Wait, how? Bomb went off. Oh, okay. Wait.
Crouch makes it better.
If you hold shift, you don't make noise.
Yeah.
Crouching makes it easier for you to be snapped in the head. Because you become wide. You don't want to be wide. I'm gonna go hide here. Yeah, look, I thought I thought we won.
I think we did win that last one.
Can't use that.
Oh,
I heard something here.
they're here. They're here. Fuck off! I'm gonna die. I think. I died. Yeah. Oh. Whoa! That's so cool. Hey.
Oh man, I don't even know where to go.
Bottom feeders. Oh, bottom feeders need healing, Nova. They're looking at you. Oh my god. They better say thank you for that.
At least I killed someone.
Spike down B.
Oh. Oh, there's only one person there. Oh, you can do it. Oh, you did it. You guys did it. Take skin gun. Oh.
Match point.
Didn't make it.
They're starting to panic.
I can feel their pulse quickening from here.
Get your cool gun.
Ooh.
What gun should I get if I can't afford the good ones?
I want a good gun, but I'm in the same. Let's go for I don't know.
Is Avian eating?
I'll go for
Brazilian deadlift for lunch?
I went for sheriff.
BBL. Yeah, I don't know.
BBL?
Well, you do you, Abigail.
Bye bye, ladies.
Maybe?
Bye-bye.
Maybe?
Oh no, they died.
Spike down B.
I did not buy anything.
Wait! Oh my god!
One enemy remaining.
Did you kill Keith?
Well, she did.
I can't.
Enemy spotted B.
Careful now.
Oh wait, sorry, my bad.
Oh,
my mouse hit the keyboard, you know.
Spike planted.
Wait.
Oh, they went to A then, right?
Oh, they got him. Okay, we just need to uninstall the thingy.
Be back later is BBL. Oh.
Oh.
I got a. Oh my god, this is so pretty.
Defenders win.
Oh, so pretty. Hell yeah. I didn't know that. Stable. Wow. Stable, we won.
We won.
Stable?
Yeah, we did.
We won. Stable, we did it. Does
We
that mean
really
we can enter the leagues?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we're about ready.
I think we're ready, guys. I think
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
ready.
What, you want to play competitive Valorant?
No.
Oh my goodness.
I really don't.
Nova, if people get so weird and cringy and sad and lame in quick play, could you imagine what it's like in comp?
I don't want to.
I think that's a wise thing to say. It's not a good thing. I don't think I've never actually played competitive Valorant.
Well, our voice chat's off. We could try.
We can.
You guys have fun with that.
We're gonna miss you.
And
we will miss you.
Gods, no, don't suffer like that. We're gonna miss. We're gonna miss you.
Bye, Shout out Fable, guys.
Don't forget to Amazon Prime.
Don't give me some Prime.
I can't see it. Do you think that if I jump blindly,
Barrack's Fable was smaller because she was a
Oh my
PNG.
god, I miss
She
Lethal
wasn't-
Company. Oh no! Oh, she did it!
She didn't make that. Okay, make your way over there. Make your way over there and then back.
It's you making your jump. It's a clip of you making your jump in Lethal Company. Oh my god! And then she pushed you off. She pushed you off. Wow! Wow! I did not see that coming.
Oof, big oof.
Unbelievable. Wait, am I the leader or you the leader?
Oh wait, let me look.
Oh, hey Nova. Hey Nova.
How
Where's my
I think you're the
$20?
leader. Wait, why are you not my friend?
Oh shit. We're not friends? Oh my god. Oh. Wait, did I get you?
Ollie.
Okay, yeah, we're friends,
We're friends! Hell yeah. Defuse Spike as team. Okay.
Do you want to do Swift play or do you want to try competitive?
Nova, what could go wrong?
Oh, I love that mindset, Ninu. I really... All party members must be level 20 to play in
20?
No, damn it! Fine,
Wow.
we'll get there. We'll get there then. Fine.
What's gonna help us like get our EXP for? Oh, doing these things. Okay, I gotta defuse spikes. Okay. Wait, no, wait. This is this piece as a team. It doesn't mean me only. Who should be the next hero I unlock? Only 17 more levels to go. Let's go. Yeah. Samurai, let's go.
They have no idea.
One red panda. Gosh, guys, I want to play Cyberpunk again. I have to play the DLC anyways, so I should, right? I have a sandwich on my face.
Right, I am off Sky to bed, Sky.
Thank you,
I hope you all have fantastic games and wonderful rest of the stream. Nighty night.
Thank you. Thank you for patting me with the bread. Do you see the bread, Nova?
Oh, now I see the bread. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Who's an idiot sandwich? Me. Thank you, Tenacity. You sleep well. I will catch you tomorrow. You take care of yourselves and be good to yourself. Stop killing my people. Oh, yes. Was it Tenacity and Palico were killing orcs? It says orcs must die.
Oh, I've played that.
I've never played it.
I've never played that
I've
game.
never played it. I didn't even know it was multiplayer.
I did. I used to play it. I think that one of the lady, like, there's two characters,
It's a
and one of
lady?
them is just a lady that flirts with the orcs, and that's the one that I did.
I will work
Oh.
with you. I don't have to like it.
You'll work with me?
Oh.
What a relief.
Oh my god. Hello. Hello.
You have such pretty eyes.
It's 180. 180 degrees. Wait, why do I have it? Wait. How do you go?
How do? Oh,
I gave it to you.
Betrayed me yet again. I just said I was flirting with your people.
Yeah, does that mean Nova is elf? Nova, are you an elf?
I don't know how they. What? Am I?
Smoke's down.
When you know, I. Ah! Oh, teammate flashed us. Wow, he's worse than me. Wait. Oh my god.
Watch your eyes.
Oh my god! Oh, teammate bad. Teammate bad.
For you.
Okay, okay. Wow, I hit. Wow. Okay, they're low by the way up there. Oh, there's two people up there. Con man has been conned.
Spike down, B.
Our teammate is bad. Our Phoenix is bad. Ma'am, I saw him. I saw him. Why does he have pretty skins?
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Pictures on the wall. And reminds me. It's the song. It's from Attack on Titan.
Ah.
Have you seen Attack on Titan?
No.
Oh my god, it's so pretty skins.
Who will heal their healer?
Oh, I love me. Oh.
Oh my god, he did it again.
Caution.
Oh, I hit it on the head.
Still in sight.
Ah!
Target down. My ultimate's ready.
Oh my god. No, but I need your help. I'm scared. I died.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Stim beacon down.
I believe in you. Oh, it's called stem bacon. Got no power.
Oh.
No way.
Oh my god, I cannot see. Where's your body?
Oh, my body's gone. Don't worry about it.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes!
Whoa, he finally did it. You're the only one, buddy. Oh my god, he's gonna stand there.
You thought you could come against I.
You gonna explode? Oh my god, he lived. He lived. Someplace to be at peace. Suddenly. Should have died. You were one tapped. Who?
Break them.
Okay. Oh my god, there's a cute duck. No. Oh my god! Why do teammates? Why do teammates? Why do teammates do that? I hate them.
Your duty is not over.
Fuck me. Hell yeah. Oh, Karim. Outside.
Oh my god.
Spike down B.
I got blinded by our teammate and instantly died.
Yeah. That's happened to me 3 times so far in this game.
Oh, also my thingy died, so let's go.
Oh,
my died, so I'm gonna close B6 Studio.
Oh, okay. Is your phone dead?
One enemy remaining.
No, that's crazy. No lightning speed thingy.
Well, I have the quick charger thingy that I could plug it into, but I don't have a thing to like rest it on while it's plugged in.
Yeah,
Like,
you need the iPhone stand thingy.
Fully smoked.
I need a charger that like, or a phone holder that has a charger port thingy.
Last round before the switch.
Phone?
Where is my lover?
I don't need to add another phone. Are you meaning like a... True, my setup is so scuffed.
You should know how scuffed Nova's setup is. I thought I was scuffed. No, actually, I did see Nova's setup. The setup is really nice.
Ah, thank you.
Please, don't tell me there's Phoenix next to me. Phoenix is next to me.
Still in sight.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Enemy spotted B.
Going up.
Where is my lover? I don't have no power.
Stim beacon down.
You will not kill my allies.
Reload him.
Enemy spotted
That's
B.
done.
Oh,
Put down.
Oh wait, do I?
On the spike.
yeah, you have this. You have it. You gotta plan it.
One enemy remaining.
Only one person leave. Oh, I got nightlight on.
Let's go.
Switching sides.
switching sides. I don't want to go next to Phoenix. I don't like him. Oh fuck, he's this way. I can't. I'm going to Conman. Conman can't blind me, right?
We're not planting, right?
No, we're defending. Wait. Oh. Remember that moving while shooting makes your accuracy horrible. You know, yeah, that's why I don't like standing. Oh, I hear somebody.
Who's that?
Phoenix! It's like this guy hears me.
Multiple enemies B.
Oh.
I'm going behind them, don't worry. Guys, don't.
Healers down.
Did you draw today? I drew yesterday some, but we have to
Oh yeah, we have to draw today.
Last player standing.
Bro! I hit! Did I not hit in the head?
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Wow.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Spikes here.
Match point.
Who else is having a great time? Just me? Need a drop. I'm gutted.
Can someone get this?
I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Skin! Ugh, but I got this gun now.
They want to die. Let them.
Flashbang.
Enemy spotted B. Many enemies B. Unavoidable.
Oh, fuck.
I hear Nissy.
Spike planted.
Ah! The fuck!
Oh, you had a pretty gun.
I had a pretty... Wait, I did?
Or, wait.
Oh, his Phoenix guy's got a bunny on his gun.
I need that gun.
So this is what you... Oh my god!
Ready.
Last
Oh my god, the reload animation!
The bunny comes out of the gun to reload. Oh, my heart.
All good.
Oh no!
No, did he have that bunny gun?
Shoot
You
the
have
bad
a pretty
guys.
flame.
How's that for a plan?
But it's not the bunny. It's... Oh. Yeah. For a second I thought I could enter the store. I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go where Phoenix is. I like Phoenix.
Oh my god.
Oh, I can ult.
Fuck. Ah. You should do pretty well.
Wait, are they all on B?
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Bubba.
Oh!
Wow, he shot me in the head. It's okay. Scam! Scam! I I don't like. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, dang, he almost got him. What did? What did you do yesterday, Nova?
I just played around with all of the brushes because I've never drawn on an iPad before. So I wasn't really drawing much. I was mostly just doodling.
Oh.
And figuring out how to use Procreate.
But now you know how to use it.
I
that wouldn't be a
kind of
lesson.
do. I need to figure out some more. Like, I don't know how to, like, color fill and things.
Oh.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Wait, I gotta plug in, right? Wait.
Multiple enemies, A.
You kidding?
You had your fun. My turn.
They're all A.
Enemy spot.
Don't die on me.
Cutting their vision.
Oh gosh.
Still in sight.
Oh, they're all in there! Whoa! Okay. They were all. Oh, this guy's got nice skin. Hey, no, if they don't plant, then it's gonna be fine. What the? Wait, this is. What the fuck was that? Was he? Is he cheating? Yes. Oh. What? No, wait, what? That was weird.
Sudden death.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
What can happen? Man, it's like he was half a second lagged. Oh. Oh yeah, well, I suppose I am playing on the American. Yeah, I'm playing on the American server, so perhaps. Wait, is that why I'm not hitting? Is that why I'm not killing them? Okay, I can feel better about myself then. Nova did saucy art. Did you, Nova?
I did not. I just
their
was doing lines and circles.
You know, I was. What was that?
Enemy spotted B.
Is it me you're looking for? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot gun spread. Showing you one patient. Wait, what?
Standing.
What?
One enemy remaining.
What was that?
Attackers win.
Oh man.
I have some questions for that.
Yeah, my phone died. I need to add like a phone stand to my throne.
Yes. I need to go toilet.
Okay.
Okay, RB.
Yes, I've been well at least. They've been going. For sure it's been going. I definitely don't like this game as much as other games, but my IRL friends have been wanting to play this game for a while, and I promised them I would try it. So today I was practicing it with Fable and Nino. But overall, you know, I think it'll be good for helping me get good game sense or whatever. Buddies, what the fuck?
No. I'm sorry. I hate to cut it for you, but no, it doesn't change. It hasn't changed for me.
Oh no.
It doesn't change, Nova.
Oh, do you
It
want to go
stays
again?
seat. Yeah, I'm ready. We can go again.
Oh man. Bam bam. Oh, you took off your tree, or waterfall thingy.
Yeah, I got a new one. You got a new one too, right?
Oh, I did get that one. I did.
Yeah, it's Counter-Strike but worse. I've never played Counter-Strike.
I haven't either.
Have you played Counter-Strike?
I have not.
No,
they took my.
you
They took that thingy.
I can't believe it. Oh.
Alright, let's just find
Tracer?
out what this lady
You're
does.
gonna play Tracer?
I have no idea what her abilities are.
I'm gonna play this guy and make everybody blind. Nino bringing the brutal truth. Yes, I should totally do like game reviews. Guys, Valorant is a tragic game. Community shit. You know, it's like you could play for a little bit.
We interrupt our program
then-
to bring you this important message.
I love you.
Now
you
back
too.
to our show.
And then, yeah, it's just, meh.
Oh, I'm hungry. Anyone hungry? Lunch on brimstone after this.
It's,
What is it? Wait, what are my abilities? Into the air. I use the wind to propel.
no. Pew, 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 pew. It's awful. It's awful. I should buy these.
Okay. What's this?
When the night falls.
Spike's here.
He said, what? No. What?
Enemy spotted.
I died.
Oh no!
It's okay. Not for I like how we all fell.
Oh goodness, look at that clean line of our team. Just
Wait. Think about you.
Embarrass them.
Yeah, can I tell you a dangerous thing?
Still in sight.
Going up.
Okay. Let's not go that way then. There's a wall there? Wait, are we still going that way? Oh, I don't know.
I'm planting a seed.
You're planting? You plant the seed that you plant.
It's not the crop or whatever that comes from tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you, you know. Alright. I'm gonna night falls. Okay, you in a good place?
Like away from it?
Oh yeah, just stay here then. Remember to walk slowly. Wait.
Lost? Wait.
Oh, they defused it! Ah! Wait, I didn't even see that. I didn't even hear it. Wait, what?
That is so awkward. That's so
I did not hear it.
Goddamn.
Okay, I guess we also need visual cues to it. I didn't know.
That's why you stayed near it. I was going to.
When the night falls. When night falls.
Flash.
hunt begins.
Going up.
Oh.
That's
Spike down A.
Oh, but
Yeah,
I was gonna
come in.
say that I've been thinking that I wanted to try League of Legends.
You want to play League of Legends?
I don't know. I've been having this
Do you?
urge.
Oh,
It's
One
terrible.
enemy remaining. My ult ready.
we won.
Poor thing. I know. I wanted to try
Wait,
it.
no,
I haven't
Last
played it since
round
I was
in the
like
half.
little.
Cannot keep our
That's
goods after this.
Are
Spend
you
all.
okay?
No,
I don't know.
no.
I don't know.
No, don't.
It's all
Love
good.
yourself.
It's also weird.
Love yourself.
You have self-respect. No.
Yes, have some self-respect.
Oh, I don't have any self-respect.
No, that's worse. You can only stoop to this low, Nova.
Don't listen to
Not beyond that. You can't. You can't, okay?
Enemy spotted C.
Oh my goodness.
Spike down C.
Gotcha. I got the spike.
Wait, you got it?
I'm dead.
My
Okay.
ult is ready.
Enemy in attacker spawn.
Reloading.
Oh, what the fuck? Where the fuck did she come from? Behind us.
Never left.
What the hell? It's the he stroke talking Nova. Don't listen to it. Yes. You know what? I agree with you.
Last player standing. One
Wait,
enemy
what?
remaining.
Down.
I don't think you want to be there.
No
Bubba.
charges left. Your duty is not
Okay.
over.
Back where I belong.
Perhaps you want to plant the seed. They left it. Oh, they're probably just watching
Last
it.
player standing.
Oh my god. Bad aim. Oh my god. Okay.
This is
I'll
what
eat my
I
words.
trained for.
Garfield cart? What the fuck is Garfield cart?
Gorefield? I want the Gorefield.
No,
I
have
saw
not been using these
Gorefield.
abilities.
No, I want Gorefield.
Garfield.
Gorefield. Okay, where do I want to hide? Yeah, I don't want to be here. Or maybe I'll just stay here.
This fight is
Are you carrying your squad already? Members? Who you kidding?
Garfield. Why can't I?
Spike down A.
Oh, fuck off!
Oh man.
Ah, damn. He's low. Wow. Love Nuts and this other person are in the same team.
Ooh.
Wow, they must be Valorant e-daters.
Maybe we don't know.
No, that's the only people that play Nova.
I see.
We were a trio,
Spike planted.
and now
We are a
people just
duo.
left us. Yeah.
Well, you know, I am honored
Reloading.
that to be your duo.
Thank you, ma'am.
My ult ready. Don't insult me.
Wait, you stuck
Take the seed.
No charges left.
Take the seed. Why did Fable abandon this?
Let them try to get through.
She's going to sleep, I think. You can see baby. Clearly. Maybe. I'll take like this. How does this work? Oh, okay. Oh,
Get
oh,
on
might be
there.
nice. Wait, might be. No, I'm going. Oh shit! Baby.
Going up.
Wait, be careful.
How do I open the door?
Watch your eyes.
One down.
I don't,
Please.
Bro, I don't know how to open a door. I don't know how to open a door.
Hit
bro.
it, hit it.
Just hit it.
Last player standing.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the low! Yeah. Oh. Ah! Remember, you have. Oh fuck! Yeah, you're not winning that fight. I'm sorry.
Bro, no, it's okay. I didn't know how to open a fucking door.
You could shoot it on melee. Best to melee so they don't like hear. It's not too loud.
That's so fair. That's so fair. Oh man. It's not my finest moment. Someone defeated my door? Yeah, actually.
Nova defeated by door. It's okay, Nova.
Roll for initiative. We do have a D&D nerd in the party.
I know D&D stuff.
D&D's nuts.
Oh. I fucking blinded myself. I blinded myself. Wow.
Planted.
I didn't know that shit could ricochet. I didn't know that. Well, thanks. Now I know. Oh, thanks. What the fuck? Why are they holding a stick? Is this like a pole thing where they do the jumping thing? Will it make them jump faster?
One enemy remaining.
Whoa, that was nice.
Refreshing.
Get it, ma'am. Oh, they had the nice gun. It's on C. Oh, you might want to run. Run back, run out of, run away, Nova.
Wait, didn't we want to kill the person?
If you know the bomb is about to detonate,
Downside to being immortal.
then
Can't
best
play
to
dead.
run away.
But if you
So
kill
you
the person before it detonates, then don't you win?
No, because you need to like. So it depends. If you kill them before the detonation, then it cancels. But otherwise, you just either remove the detonation. Yeah. Basically, what Frankozoid is about to say.
Gotcha. So basically, if it's like really fast ticking, then I should just give up.
Yeah. Okay, is that B?
Spike planted.
It sounded like B. Oh god.
Okay, how do I press it? Oh, F. Open your door.
She opened the door.
Last player standing.
I should have ulted. Wait, why do they scope in?
Attackers win.
Scope in takes too much time. Yeah, it depends. It's so dumb.
Oofers.
Love nuts. They love nuts. They stole your character.
Yeah, I know. I had to play somebody that I had no idea what their abilities were.
That was so rude of them.
Chat, who would I enjoy playing?
Do you have another
Yeah, I haven't used my free redeem
but you haven't used it? Let me look at all the agents. Yeah.
Gecko
Wish there was
has
like
cute little guys.
Killjoy? The turret girl?
Oh, Gecko, I was saying.
Oh,
Has the cute
Gecko.
little guys. But I want to be a hot lady too.
There are a lot of hot women. Gecko has pets. Harbor has water. Iso has shield. Kaio, I don't know, he's just a robot. Killjoy has a turret. Neon, she runs. Omen apparently has abs. Raze has bombs. Sky has birds. I have no idea who this guy is. He's a new guy.
Which
He's a Tejo. Nobody even plays him. I've not seen anyone play this guy.
Fabla!
Fabla! Viper has nice ass. You said you wanted woman.
I do like hot women.
Who's this Waylay? Oh man. That's too much information. Yoru actually looks really interesting. His kit looks interesting with the dimension shift. Maybe you want to try Reina. I like playing her. If you get a kill, there's like orbs on the ground, and you can use it to make yourself a little bit. Is it intangible, or you can heal yourself from it, and you can blind people. Oh yeah, Phoenix is free, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Or Clover. Clover looked fun. But she's Scottish. Hello. Hi, Rayleigh. Rayleigh.
Hi. How's it
Hello.
going, Rael? Welcome. I'm just learning this game today, and I'm trying to figure out what character to spend my free token on.
Yeah. Cypher can be fun. He's got cameras and tripwires. Deadlock, I don't know who she is. Fade, you've seen Fable play. Yeah. Wow. It's crazy how, like, you guys have, like, heroes locked. Or is in the, like...
You don't?
No. I have, like, a lot of heroes unlocked.
The Nova Pulse?
Nova?
The Nova Pulse?
Oi, the fuck is wrong with Scots? Actually, they are wild.
I like Raze. I see.
They're not that bad. Raze is Sombra's voice actor.
Oh.
Yeah.
This seems complex.
I can even like... Oh wait, do I get some stuff for... How do I unlock it?
Very complex.
Oh,
I
unlocked.
respect the galaxy theme though. I'm tempted just because it's a galaxy theme, but this seems like it's gonna be way too complex for me.
Which one?
Astra.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember last time I played it, I think it was with Ravi, and it's like, yeah, don't play her. She's too difficult. Just outright, don't bother. Wait, they have the water thing as well, like Overwatch. Is he like nerf? No nerf guns though? No nerf guns? Wow, that's crazy. This is real money, right? Is that one that's Lucy themed? What, Lucy from Cyberpunk Edge Runner? I don't know. What's this? Big eyes. This is fine. This is also fine spray. Thought it's gonna be animated for some reason.
Okay, I'm noticing that there are classes like Initiator, Duelist, and Sentinel. What
Yeah.
would you recommend for me?
Oh. Okay, all I know is duelists are like DPS that need to go in and just die. Initiators, I suppose they like mix the space with their abilities. And the other ones are controllers. I don't know. Control the situation. Sentinels, healers, maybe? I don't know.
Accelerando.
Accelerando? There's no Lucio here. Oh, we're done. Gosh, guys, I need to play Yakuza. I gotta play Yakuza, guys. I gotta play it.
I don't know how much more Valorant I can do.
You wanna play something else?
I'm tempted to play Mobile Webble. Or maybe just end.
We can play Mob Arrival. I would take Mob Arrival over this game.
Okay, let's do that.
Yes. It didn't sign out. I signed out initially. Why Yakuza though? Which one? Oh, which one? You know, what if I just like played all of them? What if I just played all of them? Vanguard.
Get us wiggle next to each other, guys.
Yo, wait, Vanguard. Go away, Vanguard. Okay. Marble Rival. Yeah, this game is honestly not fun to watch, in my opinion. Yeah. It's... You like Marble Rival better? Is Marble Rival better? Marble Rival better to watch? A lot of people play a game developed by the same people who made... I think it'll be good. It makes the money. Makes some money. Star. 9 out of 10, they answer yes. Oh. Could you guys imagine if I actually played League of Legends? Could you guys imagine me as a League of Legends player?
Imagine.
Imagine.
Alright, YouTube. Goodbye, YouTube. I'm restarting this so that I can just listen to music. Goodbye, YouTube.
YouTube, goodbye. Make sure you like and subscribe and hit the notification bell button. Make sure you also check Twitch. She's live on Twitch right now.
Yeah. Oh my god, imagine. I'm gonna keep being live on Twitch. Alright, bye guys. Maybe.
Oh my god, what are these? Kissy mouth. Wait, what is this? Bundles. What? Why? They're like, money. What? Why? Oh, gosh. Kind of do want this one, guys. What do you guys think of this low-key one? Do you guys like this blue one, or do you guys like the normal green one?
Low-key? What?
Yeah. His swimming thingy.
Oh yeah, I got that already.
Do you got the blue one?
Oh, the blue one? No, I got whatever the one that came with the Psylocke bundle was.
Yeah, I got that one as well. I kind of want the blue one, guys. I kind of want the blue one. Could I afford it? Should I get it? Refresh, guys, refresh. If you don't see Twitch. Yeah. Did Nova just go live? Nova just went live, guys.
I did.
I think I want this one, guys. I think I want it. 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 Yeah, I think I want it. I think I like it.
Oh wait, this is gonna take me a sec. It is intentional. No, it was intentional. I don't know how to just end YouTube, so I just ended stream and restarted it with Twitch only.
Guys, we're zooming into his chest. Damn. You want that bulge? Stop it! Contain yourself! Valve, contain yourself. Does he just not look really pretty? You're almost home? Heck yeah, Frankazoid. Let's go! Ooh. Okay, wait, hold on, look at it. Yeah, I think it, like the blue one just suits him. I mean, he is God of Green. Green looks nice, but I like the blue one. Oh, his statue is... his statue is also blue. Oh, the green one's actually nice as well, but I mean... I don't know, there's something about this one. There's something about this one.
Bye, Frank. Thanks for being here.
See you in a bit. Yeah. Oh, wait. Are you a marble rabbit? Oh, yeah, you are. I invited you. Hi. Oh, we can do quick play. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll try and work on my rank.
Yes. Guys, is music loud? Is it good? Enjoy the rivaling? Yes, sir. Mods, you guys got the category? Thank you. Look at all these hearts I gave. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm still in this thing.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Wait.
I need to practice Phoenix.
You're planning on practicing Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got MVP with her on one game.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
I'm glad you did. I'm gonna damage boost you.
Okay, and I also have Galaxy Tights, so I've decided that I want to get good at her.
Oh hell yeah, you got the Galaxy skin.
Life energy is my eternal guide. And the
Oh
source
yeah, we
of
don't
my
have a
powers.
tank. We have 4 DPS.
Life
I go.
energy is a powerful. I'm Luna
Yes,
Snow.
I could.
30 seconds.
Oh! Wait.
Ready? I'm Luna's life energy is a.
Go back to Mantis.
People often mistake empathy for
Oh, you have
weakness.
the purple one.
I'm watching you. Make one move I don't like, and I'm dropping you on the spot.
Oh wait, I thought you were playing Groot.
Oh, I could play. I could try. I've never played Groot.
You try him. And then your
Want me to
wall.
try Groot?
Yeah, I can do a team up with you.
The battle starts in
And then,
5.
and then your wall heals you, but even heals you more.
Okay, I don't know how, what any of these
I
attacks
believe
are.
in you. That's all that matters.
And we must correct him.
Alright guys, Loki, Mantis have a
Focus on the battle.
I will unleash
have a like a thing.
A shame they fight against
Nova,
us.
Nova, your wall, your healing wall. Nova, your healing wall.
Is it that one? Is it that one?
Uh,
oh yeah, I don't know what the healing walls are.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Yeah, this one. The one with the flowers.
Mission area is
One with the flowers. That one doesn't.
Back slaps and bear hugs.
Back slaps and bear hugs. Oh no, this. Oh wait, hold up. Is it? Is it throw? Yeah, I think. Wait, is it? I don't know. No, I don't think it is that one.
Oh wait, I see it. Okay, it's
See
that
it?
one.
That one, yeah, that
it,
one with
I
the
got
flowers.
it.
And then when you're kind of close to it, look, it heals you.
Their loyalty.
He's good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am healed. Let me help.
Start singing.
You needed some help, didn't you?
Yeah. Where's this? Where's our monkey? Oh no. Oh, I got somebody.
Your pain.
You're doing it, Nova. You're doing it. Oh, you're doing it.
Help is here.
You're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. It's a wall that also heals Nova. Yes, this one. It heals me. Because I give her the thing. It's so and it's also pretty.
Yeah. I'm ready to heal. Let me help.
Almost bowed out.
It's very beautiful.
I'm good to go.
Oh, I have no idea what his attacks are.
You do a lot of damage.
Me to be helpful.
Buy damage boost.
Wouldn't mess with you. Help is here. My life energy flows stronger.
Oh, he killed himself. Oh, there's a woman there.
Who will help?
She's fun. Oh, we did it. By the way, look at your ace.
What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what his moves are.
It's your calling, Nova. It's your calling.
Such an emotional
You
time.
didn't know,
I like
but
it.
it was your calling. It's your calling.
Do I have any emotes? You got a flower.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yes, I
Get
like
ready.
it. Oh, you got the flower.
I need
Oh
flower.
my god. Oh
Loki,
my
you want to-
god.
why do you
Yes,
lie?
I want flower.
Well, dear,
Thank you. You're so nice. I damage boost you and I heal you.
Natural anger. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nova group main.
Capture the mission area.
Oh, you know when you put up your wall, if you press the same button again, you can do it like sideways, like you're making a stairs.
Like what?
Like you can make it slanted.
What the hell are those things anymore?
Oh,
Deleted itself.
yeah. But you know what? That was actually a good place.
Bless the evil knots.
Looks like the mission area is satisfaction now.
You'll be okay.
I need assistance.
Oh, yeah, we're fine.
Who needs healing? We are undefeatable.
I heal everyone. You're gonna be fine.
Your powers are mine!
Oh. Everyone's living. You know what? You're doing well. That's all that matters. Wait, is there a woman?
I'm so glad to hear it. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Hawkthorne.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Hi.
We were trying Valorant for the first time and that didn't really go
It was a
great,
mistake.
so-
It was a mistake. I mean, I knew it was a mistake.
Please capture half of the mission area.
No.
Keep going.
And I went with it.
That's for sure.
But it's
that was
okay.
very kind
The
of you.
things I would do for you. No, Woman! 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 Woman!
You don't have to fight alone.
Put some pep in my step.
Oh no. As imagine my neighbors just hearing.
What the fuck did I do? Shit.
Help, friends. I am healed.
I'm doing this my
Oh
way!
no! Better no! Oh no! No, you're fine. You're fine. You're doing it. Oh my god!
I can't die.
Oh no! No! She'll break.
Visual beasts Midgard has.
You're gonna be fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We are
Yeah, I'm ulting. You have your ult? No.
I was going to use it, but then they canceled it on me because they're.
Oh fuck!
Can the Psylocke damage go towards my walls?
I think so.
How am I
Oh,
so
she's
high?
so low.
Oh, who did I kill? Who am I killing?
Better now. Your neighbors have definitely heard weirder things from you. No. What, you're wrong. What do you mean?
Guys, I got Ace as a Groot. I've never played Groot in my entire life.
Groot main right here.
It's so funny.
I mean, what's the... Look at her!
It's me!
It's Noah!
I hope you're having a good day, Hawkthorn.
Yeah, you better be having a good day.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I am the leader. I'm wearing the pants. I'm wearing the pants here. Wait, are you wearing the pants?
I think... I don't
No,
know. I think it's
I am.
you.
Yeah, it's me. So,
I
oh
wish I
wow.
could play ranked with you.
I would. I would love that. Guys, did her ass get bigger? Why did her butt get bigger? It did get bigger, right? Is it me? No, her ass got bigger.
What are you talking about?
Luna's ass.
Oh.
It definitely got bigger.
Wait, you're hearing an echo?
Wait,
Is
I
anybody
don't
else in
hear-
my chat hearing an echo? What's echoing? The music or Ninu or me or the game?
Pick your hero.
Oh, maybe you have like
I'm not judging.
double taps open.
Yeah, do you have 2 of my stream open?
One of them jams.
Oh, I can show off the new Cloak and Dagger skin.
Oh my god, show me. I want to show you my Deadpool. I want to show you my Deadpool. Probably pep cat. What does big words? What does it mean? Oh.
Okay. Wait. Look at
Get ready.
Oh my god. Oh wait, I'm looking at your
I
ass.
told
Yo,
you.
oh
I
my.
think to myself,
Wait,
as
stay
long as
right
Spider-Man
there.
is still around,
Give me a
everything will be
minute.
alright.
Guys,
What
look.
do you need a minute for?
This means a lot to a lot of people.
My bad, 30 seconds.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
Oh.
capture the mission area.
Oh my god, he was showing his butt.
Time for pageantry is now over, it seems.
Meh.
Hi there.
Let's pop back up under the any healing is good healing.
Oh! Live! Oh, she died. No! Women! It's always the women. No problem.
Double kill.
It's always the
Mission
women.
area is yours.
Why?
They're just
What?
intimidating. Intimidating creatures, Nina.
All I do is just say hi, but instead, I guess. Ma'am. Oh, I forgot. I can do that button too. Wait. X. There you go. Oh my god. I pressed the wrong button again. Kill him. Kill. Give me any spine. Give me a meow 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 meow. Oh my god. Oh my god. I live. Oh, he live. Maybe we can. Oh, we can't. Oh fuck! Don't do that. Don't copy me. Oh my god! I got you. Oh. Behind is bad guy. Oh no! Wait. Guys. I have a cool idea.
No, I'm not listening to any more of your cool ideas as long as you put it down.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Nova?
No.
You don't like my cool idea?
I don't get a really good feeling about this idea, and you know.
You don't like my cool idea? You like my cool idea. You like my cool idea.
Let's try it.
Yes, I have someone.
Oh no.
He's coming. Oh, I died. Second class.
Shielded from harm.
No, why am I second class citizen? Is that fireworks?
You might be hearing my keyboard mashing.
Oh, no. There's like massive fireworks going off in my area. Honestly, I think there might be a firework factory here. And then some idiot is just like, I don't know, lighting a box and he just watching from the sideline. Totally me, by the way. I would totally do that. This is how I get fired.
Oh man. I would love to see what would happen if you worked at a firework factory.
Oh, I would set it alight. This
Valorant looks different. Okay, Abby. I gotta tell you, we did not quite enjoy Valorant as much as I had hoped. But it's okay because I said I was gonna play around. Cryptic! Happy birthday, Cryptic!
Happy birthday!
It's Cryptic Moon's birthday! Everyone make him embarrassed.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Happy birthday to you!
Oh man. Wait, no!
Oh no. Oh no. What happened?
I was in my ultimate.
Happy respawn Remembrance Day!
Isn't it initial spawn? I don't think people have figured out how to respawn yet.
Wait, how do you respawn? By
like
dying?
IRL? No. That's just dying. That's not
in-game!
respawning.
In-game, Nova! Wow!
Oh my god.
Wow! That's a real dark turn. What the hell?
Push me to my mental limits.
I was talking about in-game.
I feel attacked. I'm getting grinded on from all angles. What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
The battle starts in
Look at my head. You like it?
3, 2, 1.
See, my brain goes in here.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Welcome to wonder how Kenobi plays the Dark Force.
Thank you. I have great head. My head has brain. And the brain... Did I... 2?
No.
Who's turning 2?
Cryptic turned 52!
Everybody safe! Everybody safe! I claimed the woman! I claimed the woman! I claimed the woman! Oh no. Mom!
Like, am I seeing things, chat, or do you see like a weird, like double dagger? Whenever.
Nova's hot.
I feel like sometimes I see with the skin.
Wait, is it the skin?
Maybe? I don't know.
Problem solved!
Problem solved. Oh no, ma'am. Ma'am, stop it. Thank you. Thank you.
Hurricane.
No, but live. Oh no. Oh my god.
I don't have my.
Oh my god. Get it. Live. Oh my god.
And I avoided him. Let's go.
Hell
Lord
yeah.
Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, I saw it. I was part of it.
My lightning struck too recently.
Here, I'll put
Look.
Psylocke in this company.
Much of this can be brought crashing down.
He let me eat his ass, guys. Should I eat her again? I'll eat her. I have not ate her.
They came on right then.
This is real
Claim the
firepower.
woman. I'm so happy for her. Wait.
I did not claim the woman.
Nova's sunburned so bad. She's seeing double. Yeah, I think that's how that works.
You get a web and you get a web and you get a web.
I have not drank
I
it.
live.
I had enough alcohol this weekend.
You are nothing.
Women. Oh, women dead. Women dead.
Follow them.
Nom, 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 nom.
Sorry, fresh
Hi,
out of
Jay.
I accidentally nom 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 in chat. In the woods. Nom 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 nom.
If anyone's redeemed hydrate.
They don't want us to drink hot water. They redeemed the sound of water, but not actual oil.
Wow.
Could you believe it? I'm gonna.
Hey, thanks.
Nom, nom, nom.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm eating that ass.
Wait, she puts a masquerade mask on whenever you do
We've
the
been fighting
emote?
crime since we were teenagers.
Look, if you do get one. I didn't
Wait, where the
realize
fuck does it
adds
come
a-
from?
I don't know. Are
Oh,
you
wait,
seeing
is it the dance one? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that's a
Oh.
masquerade. But like, I didn't realize they added a mask.
Yo. Look at that ass.
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
Drink that water.
Bro,
Now
bro,
they
bro.
making me drink water.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Did you see the butt?
I saw everybody trying to grind on Dagger.
I was trying to eat a Venom's bud. I mean Venmo. Sorry. Venmo. You and what army? Oh, I found the thing.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is
Mr. Venmo! Mr. Venmo! No.
Oh my gosh, thank you guys.
No. Drink oil there. Oh no, there's a bad woman there. Oh, I'm eating. You want me to eat you? No! No!
Dark child.
No. They're looking for me.
This is real firepower.
Guys, I'm still on the planes. I think that I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm live. I died.
control lost.
Why is that? Guys, is that something? Is it like Guy Fawkes? It's not Guy Fawkes. That's November, right? Why is there so much fireworks going off?
Don't step on lava.
I swear, if it's like a firework factory, like they must be losing on money, losing out on money. Women! 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 Women!
Control seized. Captured the mission area.
Nova?
Keep going.
Hi.
Hi.
Woman! 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 I mean your bubble. Live! Oh my god.
Wait.
Are you ulting? Wait, I can stand up here? Yeah, you safe. I didn't even know I could actually stand up here. I'm gonna fight from here. Wait, who the? Oh, Venmo died. You tried to bully me.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, we gotta get this. Okay, go on. We can kill her. We can kill her. Yes. We're superior.
Hell yeah.
Cut my life into pieces. Wait.
Why can't I fucking... I was so focused on killing the respawner that
I got them! I got him! I got 2 people. Oh.
I'm so proud.
Should I kill myself? Oh, I killed them. Wait. Wait, what happened? Wait, is everybody dead?
Over here.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
Dead. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Spider net, watch out.
Just know I'm up here. Oh, fuck.
You get a web and you get a web and you get a web.
Wow. Wait, are there like so many like bad bots? Are there so many bad bots today? They're out in force today. Is there like a term that we need to ban? Guys, there's a robot lady. You can fight me, it's okay. Oh wait, we have to touch it. Oh, I perished. Nah, they're getting caught. Oh.
You are nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it's fun to press the ban hammer. I like it too. Oh no, we can do it. We gotta touch it. Oh no. Oh no.
Say hi. Make sure your BG wishes have fun. Thank you so much. Have a good birthday.
Have fun. Make sure you eat ice cream.
Yes, I want ice cream. That sounds so good. Ooh, wait. You know, I might have just talked myself into going and getting candy. Would you approve of me leaving to get candy really quickly?
Yes, go get candy.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. I will look at Loki's balls. You joking? Have you got any? Yes, I do. I have a lot of mochi left. I do, but it's like it's in the freezer. Okay, if I get it out, I can let it out, rest out for a bit. Hold on, let me get it. I'll just pick a random one. I think this one is a chocolate flavor one. Ugh. Yummy. Yes. Delicious. Okay, but remind me, okay? Who this guy? Venmo. I didn't know Venmo was blonde. Oh shit, I can get these. Wait, can I get it, what do you call it? Bulge skin? Coming soon, Venom. This, oh, whoa. Okay, that actually looks really cool. That looks actually really cool. I want to see it. Such a tease. Okay, let's see. When
I'm back with candy.
You go candy?
Yeah.
I changed this one. There's no one playing tank.
Velvet cake? Is it red velvet cake? Or
is it red velvet?
Is velvet different than red velvet?
Red velvet cake, red velvet cake is red velvet cake. And red velvet cake is red velvet cake. Red velvet.
What's he doing?
Oh, sorry. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was confused.
Lizard.
Yeah, it was that one. I was like, what is happening?
Lizard.
I approve. I don't know what that's from, but I approve.
Yo, that's like my brain, but like on like random words.
You'll need a top-notch
It's
team
my
to win
penis in
this one.
God. Who is it that I was practicing as? Hanzo.
Once an Avenger,
I wanna get better at Hanzo.
always an Avenger.
Okay, you go woman. Yes. Okay.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
I will go this one. Lizard. Apart from the post-credit scene from the Disney movie at Elio. Isn't that like old?
We didn't ask to be
30
heroes,
seconds
but
before
we
you attack.
always
Get
answer the
ready.
call.
Be well, Frank Castle. The Phoenix is watching you.
So, is that supposed to scare me or something?
Oh wait.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I just saw the chat. Oh my god. I wait. Oh my god. Live Nova live. Nova please. Oh my god. I slammed my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis in the car door.
Yeah, you guys are really bad. You guys shouldn't be. Live Nova, live.
Force burst.
Live. You slam your penis in the car. Oh.
Clear the way.
You slam your penis in the car door. Oh my god. Go back here. Sorry.
Force burst.
Behind there's a bad thing behind there's a. Okay, it's gone.
Clear the way.
Ma'am, can you do it? You okay, ma'am? Come to my ult.
I'm
Oh! Okay, my thing's gone. My ult's gone. Glycerine.
Psionic
Oh.
Magic Ankh? I sent your toys back to
Oh, use my shield. Oh.
Feel the pull!
Oh no.
Oh, are you leaving? You get it? Ma'am,
A little help, please.
make it sweet.
I am Phoenix! We've got trouble. That's much better.
Oh shit! Okay, big. Wait, who the hell is this?
Oh, never mind. I did not get you.
Wait. Oh fuck. Glycerine.
Clear the way!
Wait, oh shit! Woman. Oh.
From Ultron's influence.
We need to get the sweet. Ah!
I was fine. Thank you.
Force burst!
Your powers are mine!
I'm down. Oh.
Feel the pull! Anyone willing to help?
Oh, hey, Staffy.
Staffy!
Come on. Wait, what? What?
Staffy? Discord will
Is
be
something happening in my Discord?
Feeling fantastic.
A feast for my
Vortex
crew!
field! Clear the way!
Let's just spam that. Oh, thank you.
There's a fake Loki's your way.
Thank you, Staffy.
Staffy.
I require some aid.
Hello, Staffy. How you doing, Staffy? Oh my god, I died. I perished.
Monsters of the deep.
Down, down,
Disappear so easily.
No.
I appreciate you looking out for my Discord server.
Get that
Staffy's
vehicle
so
moving
lovely.
again.
Why
Only
Staffy's
60
so
seconds
nice?
left.
It seems the king of the sea.
Oh my, yeah, there's not so nice man over there.
No way I'm letting Morocco fall. Not on my... Psionic burst!
Okay, I have my ult.
Thanks for the boost.
You can do it. Here you go. Stay with me. No, we're going. Please, no.
Oh no, he took it from me!
Morocco
man.
is in big trouble if we don't start moving.
Oh.
The final 10 seconds.
That was close.
Us against the world.
The moon haunts you.
Oh fuck.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh boy. Okay.
We've got trouble.
I'm trying. That's too late.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I mean, it's not like you're anything, baka. Daffy, Babla, Nova.
Does Staffy want to play Rivals with us?
Staffy, do you want to play? Are you playing, Staffy? Staffy, is you in the game? Is you on? Kinda.
GOW. God of War?
God of War. Oh
GOW?
yeah, she's playing God of War. Yes, God of War is good. It's good. Yeah. Look, her ass got bigger. Her ass got bigger though. Her ass got bigger.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Who's a good kitten? You're being tormented, aren't you?
Sadly. It's all your fault.
Wait, how's it Staffy's fault?
No, it's all Ninu's fault.
No, it's Staffy's fault. It's not my fault.
Team to win this one.
Once an Avenger,
No, my fault.
always an Avenger.
No.
You're the one with the voice changer.
No. You. Don't I sound very handsome? Don't I sound very handsome?
What was that?
Why don't I sound very handsome? Wow, this is awful. Do I have a lip?
I refuse to engage in such conversation.
You don't like talking to strong men?
Avengers taught me how much they meant to me.
You don't like talking to strong men like me?
Archer, I hope you don't plan to miss today.
Hey, Nova.
Why would I plan to miss?
Hey, Nino. It's so good to hear your voice.
Never mind.
Ramen. Wait, what is that alert?
The battle starts in
Ramen.
4, 3,
Did I do that today?
2, 1.
Yesterday.
Capture the mission.
Women.
Greetings.
The things they do to me.
I haven't turned full post out yet. There it is.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's ours. He had to point this.
Like, why did you wait that long?
I don't know. Maybe because he was like smaller that way. Ooh, somebody's low. Wait, is there somebody here? There is. It's the Panther. No, but did he get you? I will punish him. I will punish him.
He killed me. He killed me.
I will kill him.
Avenge me.
I win.
Needed that boost.
One of our opponents.
There, wait, hold on.
I can feel you. Come to me.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Gosh, I'm gonna go. Women. Like, no, we're not playing ranked. We're playing quick play. Wow,
It's me again.
dude. How?
Rise, my
How?
friends.
Sometimes. Oh, that's not ours.
Second chance is over.
Oh.
Wait, get in my ult.
Oh, fuck. He's low, though. He's low. Oh, he's dead. Are you still alive?
Almost too late.
I think I'm the boss side, personally.
Wait.
I am still alive as of right now.
Oh my god.
Ow.
Wait,
I really don't.
No,
I
don't die.
don't know how.
Wait,
I
does
don't
that mean
understand
Ragnarok is coming?
how.
Cause you're a skilled player, Nova.
Oh god.
Wait. Please don't die, tank. Don't die, tank.
I'm trying to keep him on the leg. Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Rank for you. I'm gold.
Move all you want.
I'm gold.
I'm so dead. I got Panther.
I want to play rank.
Never miss.
Robbie made her stop using her other account.
Hey, at least my quiver's refilled.
We need. You're not that far off. What rank are you?
I'm gold 1.
Yeah, see, you're not far off, Nova. You're not far off.
I know, but I want to play games with you, but I also want those games to be
Needed that
ranked.
boost.
This is quick play, yeah.
Yeah, this is quick play. Wait, who's in there?
I am ready to put on a show.
Face us with victory.
Oh.
I just want to see me die because I thought it was hard enough.
Oh gosh.
Rise, my friends.
He's low. Oh.
This spot doesn't feel good. Welcome to the darkness dimension.
Nowhere to hide.
Second chance is over.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay.
Needed that boost.
Yeah, baby, get in my crosshair, baby. Okay. You wanna heal, and I'll push it. You can heal them.
Okay.
Yeah, she's so close. She's so close, guys. She's close. You just gotta. Have you been playing much competitive? You've been. Have you been waiting for me to drop?
Not waiting.
I'm close to. I'm close to dropping a new this.
I guess I don't really have faith in myself. I think that's the problem.
Wow.
Us against the world.
Oh my god! I almost killed her, kinda.
Needed that boost.
I never miss. Usually you have to leave the target.
Oh fuck! I should have looked back.
The darkness.
You only plays Overwatch? No.
I mean, I haven't played Overwatch.
I haven't too. I don't know when the battle pass is ending.
Yeah, that's why I've been playing Overwatch, because it doesn't have like it has a time limit unlike my rivals.
Yeah.
Can't catch me.
Who wants you come to my crosshair? Walk into my. Oh. Oh.
Needed that boost.
Sometimes. Or a dagger.
I think this guy's gonna ult. Got him. Wait, where's she going?
Punching a hole.
Put a target on him.
This time I need. We gotta go under the planet's slimy surface. Great.
I blocked it.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Mister.
That's what the doctor ordered.
I think I got a good idea of the game from the one time playing today.
Yeah, such a fun game.
I am ready.
It's okay. I only play for like a couple of days and then I uninstall it.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. That essence.
Grace us with victory.
I am ready to put on a show.
Can I kill? This apparently does a lot of damage, but I haven't seen it do a lot of damage.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Oh, crikey! Wait, is that your ult, Feather? Wait, who the hell did I kill?
That was the other one. Oh god.
Yo. Man, wait. I got it. Ah, I don't have him. I'm sorry. Wait. Yeah, but no. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna ult it.
I never miss. Move all you want. I'll just aim where you were.
Needed that boost.
Oh fuck! I wanna get this. Oh. Why stop being so skinny? Oh fuck!
I require some aid.
You are nothing.
Oh gosh! Did he eat somebody? Oh my god, you saved it. We got him! We killed him!
Another epic victory!
We killed him, Nova! Whoa. Ichigo Glazer is not got Ichigo. Ichigo like Uchiha Ichigo. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm the leader. Apparently you can press space to skip. Oh my god, I think I get. Oh! I was looking at the thing that I just got, but no. No.
But no.
But no. But no.
I always think of Poseidon.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh my god, yes! But no. Ew.
No.
Once an Avenger, always an Avenger.
It's Gnome's fault. They should have went tank. Point the finger at Gnome. Okay, whoever dies first. Did you eat your Oh my god, no I didn't!
Go eat it.
I'm eating it now.
I think I was chosen to do some good in the world.
I cut it. I cut it now.
Stay strong.
I got it, yes. I opened package. I opened it, the little thingy.
Wow, you look tough.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it now, guys. Yes, it's ice cream mochi.
I don't listen to music.
Oh my god, it's so tender to the touch.
Place for that. Let's go.
Oh shit.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Oh, whoa.
3, 2, 1.
When you're surrounded by gods and cosmic
Yes.
wizards,
Okay.
you gotta keep your
Monkey.
head.
Delicious.
See, I feel like I would get mochi more if I didn't have sensitive teeth.
You have sensitive teeth.
Better stop that vehicle.
Needed that boost.
Oh, they're playing Squirrel Golf.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Man. Yeah, you can get non-ice cream version.
It's me again.
I want to play Squirrel Golf. Ooh, but I have team up here.
There's still a chance to stop
I was gonna say I could.
Now that's cold.
No, you go Squirrel. You go Squirrel. I'm not changing. Rah, 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 rah. Pick me.
Now might be a good time to
Damn.
stop them.
Pick me. Squirrel Ball. Oh, it's gone. Damn. Show ass. Show ass. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? I'm using the wrong thing.
This is real firepower!
Oh.
That's a Western thing. Oh.
Needed that boost.
Bruh. I don't know who's keeping me alive, but what a legend.
Hey, thanks.
Oh, wait.
You're welcome.
There's still a chance to stop
Killing
them.
accuracy.
Hands are here. Us against
Oh
the
my
world.
god.
Some help. I like the cold. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Wait. Bruh, are you kidding me? What a gangbang that I did not ask for.
Enjoy the amplifier.
Nice. Hey, at least my quiver's refilled.
I don't get why some heroes only have like two melee things, where some have more than that. Oh, are you guys dead?
Accuracy.
No, no. He like stunned us, but then Luna froze.
Heads up, hostile. Hey, nice view from up here. I've heard the dark.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
We should probably move away from it.
To me!
Yeah.
That one hurts.
Oh. Yeah, I don't want to be here.
I'll patch you up. Needed that boost.
Oh no, man. No, I want to come back. Oh fuck. Oh man.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Double kill.
Hey, at least my quiver's refilled.
Oh, you know what? I've had my ult since last year.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Sonic.
Don't give them another inch. Or
A thousand gods!
I like the cold.
Never miss. This is
Oh, we didn't even contest that. Yeah, I had my ult since last year. I'm holding up for Marvel Rivals too. Yeah, that's me. Meow. Meow. Oh my god, I forgot again. I'm the leader. Yes, ma'am. The mocho is delicious. Mocho is delicious.
Very good.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Domination. Oh, you like domination.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
No, Code Red. No. No, you want to play her? Too late, you should have picked faster.
Gotta be quicker than that.
Oh yes, I love it. Too
We
slow.
don't ask to be heroes, but we always
30
answer
seconds
the
before
call.
you attack. Get ready.
Do better.
So, any chance you've talked to Kitty Pryde recently, Gene?
I've been traveling the space alone for some time.
Bummer. Was just wondering if she remembered me.
Take a deep breath, Peter. Amongst all life in the universe, you're
The battle starts in 5, 4,
What
3,
the fuck?
2,
Are they upset?
capture the missionary.
Why are they actually upset?
I hope this is important. Reed and I had a
Code
date night
Red, the
planned.
person that's playing Thor, is upset that I picked Invis Woman before them.
I know, it makes no sense.
That's actually crazy.
Feel the pull.
Actually crazy.
A little help, please.
Oh my god.
Psionic surge. You needed a time. The mission area is yours to capture now. Double KO.
Clearly, you
The
need
mission area is yours.
Oh, she low. Oh, got it.
I knew that would work.
So many job shit, guys. So many job shit. So many sad and quick play. That's crazy.
Feel the pull.
Can't believe you've done this.
Away.
I am barely wounded.
Clear the way.
forgetting about the
A little help, please. You captured more than half.
Ah, she actually got me. I thought I was gonna bait her.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Nova,
Yeah.
you're already loading your character.
What? No, I'm not.
No, that's just what they said. I'm just repeating it.
Oh my god. Oh my
Force burst.
How could you? How could you?
Clear the way. There you are. Oh yeah, Phoenix! Disappear!
Asgard's might!
No worries.
Oh.
I got your back. Psionic first.
Haley.
Control seized.
We did it! Awesome!
Fit as a fiddle.
Vortex field. Clear the way.
'Twas but a scratch.
Here is almost done. I am ready to put on a show. Force burst. Psionic burst. A little help, please. We've got trouble. Control is ours. Hold on to it. Vortex field. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Psionic surge. I got you covered. Is it really clobbering time already?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nova, you're loaded the character.
Feeling fantastic.
Oh my god. That can be happy. What package did you get?
Who wants to see something fantastic?
The wrath of Asgard.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Whoa! Look at you, little guy! Oh, you are even cuter than Rocket! And apparently just as feisty, too.
If we find him in the next game, I'm gonna go in this again. Because I know, but they get mad first, and I like to taunt them with it.
Got it?
Also, Abby can send a picture of it
I've
in
seen
the
some
IRL
weird
pics.
stuff in my day, but this
It's a
is
plushie
odd.
that I've wanted for over 10 years. Oh my god, I want to know.
Yeah, send it in the IRL pics.
Vortex field.
There's about you.
Feeling fantastic. A little help, please. Psionic surge.
Oh, don't die. Okay, come to my help. Oh, I want to be there.
We did it!
Clear the way. No worries. I've got your
Yeah,
back.
we did it.
Double KO.
We did it.
Never even saw me coming.
Is that StarCraft 2 collector's thing? Oh shit! Is that one of the aliens?
Feel the pull.
The fire thing is on this level now too? What the fuck?
Wait, I thought it always was.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Oh, I can see again. Oh, you fell. Oh, okay. Both our tanks are dead.
Psionic burst.
Nova! Yeah,
Defense
yeah.
is the key.
Captured more than half of the mission area.
Wait.
Keep going.
Oh.
It's over here.
Oh no. I don't think I can save you guys from this woman. No! Oh my god, I put a shield on you.
Psionic burst.
I got her.
Hi, Jade. Welcome in.
Hello.
We are undefeatable.
I mean, bitch slapped. I got bitch slapped.
Yours.
I suppose that helps.
And I got kicked in the butt.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Why is life so cruel?
I have hydrated. Right, there we go.
Beautiful, Jeff.
Show me. Oh my god. Show me the collection, sir.
No worries, I've got your back. Psionic burst.
Yes, Spider-Man.
Nothing's getting through now.
Here you go. Nova.
What?
Your lord. Your lord. Your lord, Nova. Let others play. Let others play.
This is the man who hates you.
Lord Nova. That's actually a new thing I've seen. I can't believe it that people get mad over that. Oh wait, you ready to go again?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope we queue with them again.
Oh man. Alright, well, their name was Code Red 1.
Yeah. Is it them again? Is it? No! No. Oh. No. Oh. What a shame.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Square girl.
Kick nuts and kick butts.
Wait, John Cheese, not John Cena. I used to have the dice sitting right next to me, but they put away now. Oh no. Show me all the collections that you guys have.
Yeah.
Wait, what? I look now. Me Doom.
What are you thinking?
Fresh was just watching Star Trek, and I didn't get
Well,
to see
so I have a genetic anomaly,
30
but
seconds
I'm not
before you
a-
attack.
Get ready, and please don't ask me what the difference is, because I don't know.
enchanted
And on the farm he
sword
had a
suits you
new
My blade was far superior.
with a he here and a he
better than the
there.
sword of Dracula?
Here a he, there a he, everywhere he. Old MacDonald had a farm.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
All stars in Overwatch Stadium after so much grinding. Yeah, how long did that take you, huh? Oh wait.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my god! Why do they have like
so
monkeys?
bad.
They have actual monkeys. Oh my god! How is this fun?
You hit All-Star in Overwatch? Congratulations! Oh my goodness.
I want to know how long it took and which role and
I think he's usually tagged with Reinhardt.
Oh, dang.
Time to go nuts.
Oh, I didn't even realize we had a portal.
Hey, in the competitive, have you seen anyone like ban Reinhardt? If you did, that's me. Oh my god, can he stop? Oh, no skill hero, by the way.
Extermination!
Where do you think you're going?
Take my nuts! Yeah. What a good lad. Good lad. Who's a little good boy. Oh, somebody stuck my nuts.
I am Phoenix! Time to go nuts.
Oh my god. I am so good.
Oh yeah.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. I stunned him and then he just got healed. You know what I call that? Bollocks. Bollocks. Utter bollocks.
Man, I love how British you are.
I'll just go up. Oh shit! Oh, John Cheeks popped off with his ult. What the hell? Oh, there's a thing here. There's
Answer.
Oh, he's dead. Oh my god. John Cheeks?
Reinhardt's just a little guy. Oh my god.
What? Oh, yeah, I do that. I just do it to annoy people.
I'm upset sitting in the
Oh, lightsaber. Oh, this guy here.
1,000 gods! Extermination!
Oh.
What the frick is happening?
Extermination is happening.
Time to go nuts.
Me stop.
The picture from this.
Wait, how? Ain't no way.
I feel like myself.
Also, Reinhardt is not a little guy. He's big and he's German. Nothing wrong with either of them. I wanted to go this guy. Wait, hold up. Do I have team up with any of you guys?
Moving again.
Like any other flying thing? No. Okay, I'll just.
Oh, I went the wrong
Going to get this all sorted out.
I meant to go the other way. Just thinking. Yeah, I can see it.
Wait, should I just go hella?
We are undefeatable!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what the fuck? I just tapped out.
Get that people moving again!
Powering up.
Extermination!
Oh fuck. Okay, this thing spawned.
Rockets, fire!
Oh, I didn't know that actually. Hey guys, look, I'm hitting something.
Hostile ahead.
Oh. 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 Oh shit! No.
Oh,
I am not letting that. Oh no, he did not. He did not. He did not. He did. Sir, do you know? Oh, okay. Wow. I don't like playing this character. I have zero knowledge of this character. Totally. I'm only dying because I don't know how to play this character. Oh shit, Nova.
Just who I was looking for.
Dang.
Everybody needs a little spark assist.
Wait, is that there's a wall? The poop is falling out.
The what? What? I can't get into this. What is this text chat?
I killed one person! Fuck. Mother! This was a mistake. Okay. Since, I think we need a tank, right? Okay. The only tank I can remotely play is this. Oh wait, we don't need a tank. We have a tank.
You are in the presence
What
of
an
royalty.
angel.
It would be wise to show some respect.
Protect your king.
You should have known
I
better.
kill.
Hell yeah.
Oceans, protect me.
We are undefeatable!
Brother. No! No! No skill hero. No skill heroes! Oh my god, he has to do nothing.
Cleanse this place.
Look, look, he does nothing. He gets killed. He does nothing. Just, oh my god, I bet he is rolling his face on the keyboard.
What? I'm so. Did you explain?
Panther. Panther. Panther.
Again.
It's always Panther, Nova.
Yeah.
Wash our foes away. 1,000 cards.
Oh fuck.
Only 60 seconds left.
Ah! He's low, he's low.
Scary, scary man, scary man, scary.
I'm coming, I'm helping. You can kill him, Oh fuck, I can't kill that guy.
A shield fit for a king.
Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me right now? Oh. I'm in pain. I hate Panther.
That's a tide. Namor always
I hate
rises
Panther.
again.
Down to 30 seconds.
Hey Nova.
Yeah, what's up?
You know there's this hero called Panther?
Attack them.
I killed him.
We gotta keep pushing forward.
I just wanted to express my hatred towards him.
Will not break.
The final 10 seconds.
Ain't no way. Oh.
Protect your king. Down them.
Oh.
We are undefeatable.
What the fuck? How? Oh my god, I am asleep.
My life energy flows stronger. Help, friends.
Okay, wow. I did not know that Mantis is the only hero that can actually like survive that. That's like
all those
bullshit.
crises I quietly put out.
Yeah.
You have no
I'm gonna try and portal.
I'm opening a portal.
I made a portal. Nope. Okay, wow. Portal sucks. No, we haven't lost in a while, it's fine.
Yeah, I wanted to complain at them so that they were all.
Wait, you can still type. Good night, Lampy. 1 a.m. I can't believe it. You can still type at them, Nova.
Oh, I just did.
Oh, you did. Good
I'm
way.
doing
Wait,
nap, baby.
Yeah, babies. Also, who plays stupid Panther in Quick Play? What loser does that? What loser even plays Panther? Not me.
Wait, you've played Panther before, though.
I touched him. That's it.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Them deaf. Uh-oh. Them deaf. Ninu plays stupid Panther. No, are you paying me? Pay me and I will do it. I am not. I am not. So much nap tap. Wait, why did it not work? Let me refresh.
Panther.
Fuck off. For 100 bits, I will play him for a minute.
Oh my god.
God damn. Hey, they're making me throw the game, guys. Yeah, absolutely fine. I will play for 1 freaking minute. Nino gives stupid Panther
Don't be
vibes.
afraid of it. Be aware of it.
No, I'm not stupid Panther. What did he even say? Beware? Beware of what?
5,
Oh, yuck.
3, 2, 1.
Stupid character. How do I? There we go. See, I did it. 1 minute, guys. Start a timer.
Belle, if you're in charge.
He's the one that redeemed it.
Yeah, he's in charge of the timer then.
Look, I got. Oh my god. See, stupid. Oh my god, I died. Never mind. I got a kill. I got first blood. In fact, I'm ace. I'm not doing this anymore. Is this a minute over?
My soul shall not rest
Stupid
yet.
minute over yet?
Capture the mission area.
I hate my life choices. Sometimes I wish I didn't open my mouth.
They are coming from behind.
What the fuck is he doing? Oh, woman, 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 women, 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 women. Woman, it's over. I am never doing this again. I'm never doing this again. This is a mistake. Fuck that shit. Nope. Nope. I am going back to women with thighs.
Sad when people don't listen to animals.
What? Me going on a mental breakdown? Best part.
I think you can do more of my love. Oh god.
I appreciate you.
Oh! Are you kidding me? Mr. Blade, I have my ult. My blade arc is done. I am never doing that shit. You stupid. You just dash.
You out here shouting my internal dialogue.
Women, women. Are you fucking with me right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look how stupid it is. Look how stupid. What the fuck is that?
We're back, right, tippy toe?
Oh my god. It's infuriating.
I'm not even spectating you, and I'm just laughing so hard thinking.
It's stupid Panther, Nova. It's stupid Panther.
I know.
He just like tickles my balls and then just leaves and then comes back from the back and tickles again and then I die. What the hell, man? That better not be. That better not be the Panther with that fucking stupid emote.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't want it. I don't want it, man. What counts as Panther? What counts as Panther? Don't kill me. You let me do my thing.
Be able to understand animals.
That's the ninja ball tickler.
Yeah, all you have to do is
Really
listen.
quick play. We
They
could probably have
really
some
hate
join.
you.
If anyone wants to join the party.
The battle starts in 5.
Yeah, as long as you don't play Panther, the ball tickler.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay.
I was born
My cat wanted to go on my map.
Oh, that's acceptable. Oh, like Panther. I could write a whole essay.
Check out this big airport.
Stupid Panther. I got the bitch. Fuck off. You know what? I'm satisfied. I got Panther. Bro, half his shots is not even hitting me. How does it magically connect to my body? What? Whoa, that's me. Was that a Panther? It's a stupid Panther. Look what he's doing. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he moving like this? What the fuck is he? A monkey? Oh my god! I stunned him, but no, you just die. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate you. I hope you just.
Entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that
I hope
happen
you're
again.
unable to shit.
Goodbye for now.
I hope you just get stuck. And you just die. Woman, come here. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Goodbye. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Is this stupid panther again? Oh my god, it is.
You're not going anywhere. That's 3.
Yeah, no skill hero. Be gone. Be gone.
Nothing can harm me now.
Oh, I killed myself. Good night, Ronak. Sleep well. Bro, why would you wish that on someone? Oh, you would wish that on a panther player.
Goodbye for now.
You know, wasn't there a king that died of constipation? This panther player could be the second person to die of constipation. I found him! You could! I'm gonna ult you. Oh, you monkey, come here. Where are you, Phantom? Where are you? Oh, I see you. I am literally just gonna chase him. I don't care. Where are you? Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is he? Where is he? Oh. Where is Panther? Wait, I hear his ass.
On ground.
Tremble before fast.
He's one. You monkey! What? Why is he allowed to do this shit? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Like, actually? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
We just have our venom working.
Oh my god.
Control lost.
Also, hi Zinch. We're having
Reborn
a
from
great
the
time,
chaos.
as you can hear from Ninu's monologue.
I'm having the best day of my life with Panther players. They make me so happy. They make me feel alive.
They make me feel dead inside and outside.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Let me heal you. Damn it.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Wow, why is our... Oh my god. No, contain yourself, Ninu. Contain yourself. Contain yourself. It's only quick play. I don't have to get mad.
Why would I?
Yeah, what?
The team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh my god, the things I want to say, I'm not gonna say.
Feeling stronger already.
Oh, where's the health pack in here?
Now,
Oh, hi.
disappearing act.
This guy is just dancing for them.
I know our venom.
Yeah. You bitch, die.
Chaos control.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, nice.
I am ready to put on a show.
Die. Luna. We're gonna get Luna. Gotta focus in. Oh, man.
I didn't have my shield.
Oh, I'm so gone.
Feeling stronger already. Still got 4 in a row. It's the grand finale.
Oh my god.
Five fucking V7.
Well, you can expect to win them all.
5v7. Dude, what? 172?
Venom really just twerked the entire game.
Oh my god, I can't even type. What is this game? Oh my god. Bro, it's 5v7. He was playing for the enemy team. What do you mean? He was playing for the enemy team. It's okay. It's okay.
Do you need
No, I'm fine. I'm always fine. I'm just vibing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just like being vocal of my hatred for Panther.
No, I understand.
I just want everybody to know how much I hate Panther.
I'm not judging.
Domination? Why can we not get domination today?
Oh wait, you're right, Abby, and I forgot. I invited chat. I invited chat.
Oh shit! Sorry, Abion. I will remember next round.
Next round.
You see, if you have expressed your hatred for Panther as well, I would have noticed.
Yeah.
I think it's your fault, Abion. I'm joking. I'm joking. I jest.
30 seconds.
If this was the same Venom, I would have left the game. I would have left the game. Oh, Nova.
Indeed.
Yo ass. Nice.
You like it?
Yes. I went through it. Damn.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
You said your castle?
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Hell yeah.
Got it?
I will try my best to heal as much. Wait, I'll just put my thing on Emma. Hey Belf, you know you could play too, right? But you're a baby. You don't even know how to play. Oh, he died. He's gone. Oh, okay. I should have kept my thing on her. Oh, fucking hell, she dead. We can kill him. He's one. Nice. We can kill him. Hell yeah. Let's kill him too. He's gonna die. The healer can die. This guy can die. Nice. Let's go. We're superior. I see Hella these nuts. Dumbass. What are you thinking? You can fight me. Oh. Bye. Why did he leave the little circle, sir? You know what I just learned, Nova? You know Moon Knight, his circle thing. It's a stupid Panther! Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna ult. He can die. He can bitches. He can heal himself. Moon Knight circle thing with cloak and dagger. He can actually heal himself.
Behold the god of thunder! This is real firepower!
He's low. Oh, I will get him. Are you kidding? Are you for real?
Assemble!
This guy's trying his bestest to get me. Oh, what a doll. We're doing hardcore group Iron Man. This is not Iron Man. This is Ultron. Oh man. Oh, you know what? I thought of trying that game out. RuneScape. I've never played it.
I feel like I've played it.
The
like
old school runes. The old one? I've never played it.
I don't remember.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You know what I played, guys? when I was a small kid on my little iPad. There was this like a Roblox like game.
Telekinesis can shift matter down to a single molecule.
Yeah, there's this like this. There's like Roblox.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
On my little iPad.
All you need to do is capture the first area. Got it?
No, I was not an iPad kid. I was not. I was just, I don't know, mentally deficient. I wasn't ready for this world. Ah, she dead.
Us against the world.
He can.
Tremble before fast!
How the fuck can he hit me from? Are you trying? Oh. Oh, what? Are you trying? Oh, okay. Look, I saw the ulti. I'm standing still. Where's stupid panther?
I'm hulking.
Where's stupid panther? Nova. Where's panther? I must kill. That was a nice piece, by the way.
I'm almost Lord Luna.
Oh shit. Nova, you're Lord. Lord, you don't stop playing a hero.
Yeah, if someone else was playing the Nova role, I would be so mad. Like they're already Lord.
No way. No way, Nova. No way, Nova. I can't believe it.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh.
This is real fire
Why so hard? It got so far. Not in the end. Oh, hi, Iron Man.
I'm
Me stuff. Yeah, let's get this one, shall we?
Glory is almost yours. Double KO.
Ultron virus reinforcement. I'm
Oh, thank you. Okay. Abion? Mr. Abion?
We are adding Abion, and if Cryptic the birthday boy is also here, we can add him too.
Yes.
Another epic victory.
The birthday boy wants to play.
Where's the end of the game? Supernova.
Supernova. That's not what a supernova would sound like.
Oh well, it's a song.
Oh, the Muse. Muse?
No, it's something else. It's something else.
Oh. Okay, we got Albion. Is there anyone else? Staffy? Staffy not here.
Stafari.
That's very oh look. Nova. Seems like you're out of place.
What, me?
Where's your shiny border effect?
Oh, come on, why you gotta rub it in my face? I'm playing quick play with you because you won't play on your other account.
God.
It's not fair.
Top-notch team to win this one.
But the thing is true though.
I am beyond my
Like
creator.
smurfing.
I am beyond everyone.
Even if it's not intentional.
Yeah.
But I believe in you.
But I can't get care.
Do you know how many hours I put in Overwatch? And now I don't even play it much. Guys, should I go back to Overwatch? Should I become an Overwatch girl again?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Should I become an Overwatch girl?
Abby, you're playing Panther.
Do you hate yourself? You wanna talk about it, Abion? You are worth more than that. Yes, you should play Psylocke. Come back to Overwatch. You should become Overwatch girl, Overwatch girl, and then get so annoyed. Get so annoyed. Who the? Oh. Women. They kill me. They don't even blow me a kiss, but they just kill me.
Oh man. I hate when that happens, dude.
Oh man. Lost hair tie. Oh. Oh, I feel that. What a name. Maybe I'll play Overwatch as a one again. Oh.
You play Stinky Stadium. I don't know.
I haven't really played much of Stadium. You know what? I do like Stadium.
Octar is the person who plays Stadium and it's always shiny and you play Stadium.
Yeah, I do like Stadium. Hey, Abion, see, Abion, I told you, Abion, it's a mistake. Stop it. Help yourself. Help yourself to help me, help you.
This is real
Oh.
Why is Quick Play so sweaty today?
You didn't know, it's actually sweaty every single day. Let me change to a different support. I'm going Jeff.
Well, she's freaking out to Jeff. That's how you know. That's how you know chat is serious.
Wait, no. I'm just here pressing left click. Can we get someone other than Ultron? Whoa. No, you didn't say please.
I'm good to go.
I don't think I'm the problem. Ma'am, I don't think I'm the problem. I'm playing quick player with Calm. With the homies. Oh, really? Oh. Hey, behind you guys. There's a woman. Oh, did we kill her? Oh, she's dead. I forgot. My bad. It was a trick. It was a trick. The only thing I don't like about Stadium is like inability to not change heroes to counter enemy. No. Oh!
See that? That chat. Oh my god. They almost got me in the hole, but I slid back too far.
Oh, Boba, please. Get your filthy hand. Wait, what the fuck is he? Wait, let's destroy this. Guys, I have a cool idea.
This is real firepower.
I spat around. Oh my god, please spam it more. my god! Yeah! Choke her! Choke! Oh! Woman! 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 Women! 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 I just want your fish! Please! Please! Thank you! They say there's plenty of fish in the sea, but I'm just one fish. Wait, women are the special. Oh my god. Oh my god. Woman. Look. She failed. Oh my god. Thank you guys.
Keep moving.
Yo, I'm hearing voices and he goes. Hello. Yo. Oh, run! Run for your lives! Run for your lives! Oh, she's low. Oh no.
She was so low.
Women! You might want to hide. Ma'am.
Whoa, who played like 1,000 slurps on your channel?
Beat her up! Yeah, we did it. Hey, Nova. I have a cool idea.
I'm nervous because you have your own.
No. No! I got a woman! I'm gonna put her in this corner. I killed a woman. I had fun with it. Oh no. Please stop!
God, does that work?
Women! Oh, this is so fast! Oh, my mouse decided to just go sideways.
Oh no.
Yeah, instead of going left, it went right. Behind! Oh my god!
How did Magic kill all of us?
Didn't even use the serpent.
Double KO. The final 10 seconds.
Holy.
Oh shit, we gotta touch. Oh, it's so far.
Well, we can't expect to win them all.
Oh, it was a size.
I think I know why we lost. They just had more women in that
didn't
team.
do your cool plan. Oh.
Oh no, wait, we had more women. No, wait, hold up. We only had 3 women and a half.
I thought you were gonna say it was because we didn't do your cool idea.
You know what? Yeah, also that. We would have won. Who is half squirrel girl? She's fairy, right? She's half squirrel. Emma is half rock. That's also true. Oh wait. And then they would make one together. One woman together. Half plus half makes one.
Is she at sentient rock?
Rock is? Rock is just an animal.
What?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
What?
This is a random button. You know what?
I will bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost.
Oh my god. Oh! You wanna go Luna? Albion? Albion! Go Luna! Fuck that thing! Go Luna! Go Luna! I'm giving you a team up. I am so kind, I'm giving you a team up. That's dope.
Perfection is unattainable,
See, look.
but that should
nice
not stop
team up.
us from trying to achieve it.
Now you're very strong, you can kill things.
30 seconds before you get
And
ready.
you know Luna? Do you know Warlock then?
It's quick thing.
Okay, it's your time to learn. Time to learn Luna. Luna good. You just shoot for head.
I'm impressed you can hear it.
Shoot for head. It's easy. And you have team up.
Remember your snowflake. Remember to put snowflake.
Yeah. Put snowflake on maybe this flying thing.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah. Cause I ain't gonna look up.
Has its price, and my debt is deep.
What does that mean? Wait. Always shoot for head out. I'm still single. Oh.
See that?
We on a string. Oh my god! Women!
Thanks so much. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture
You are
now.
safe now, my friend.
I'ma get it, don't worry guys! She's one. Hell yeah. Wait!
Quantum magic.
Mission area is yours.
Hey! It's a fly! Mosquito!
Healing power.
You got it? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know. That explains
I
nothing.
require some aid. The cosmos heals you.
That's better.
Oh!
You're ahead of us.
Your souls unite.
Stayed underwater, fellas.
Healing power.
Good medicine.
You mean you have stream of friends? Stinky.
Keep going.
Oh shit!
Nobody can
Oh.
stand up against a full-strength Scarlet Witch.
Oh! Wait, what?
Quantum
Do I get somebody behind us? Wait! Oh! There's a filthy thing here!
Cosmos heals you.
Mosquito. Ooh, that was a nice start, by the way.
Some assistance, please. You are not alone.
No, I mean, you did the stun. You're built as, fire woman.
Yeah.
Bright like a star.
Okay, I forgot that it's done.
Yeah.
Quantum magic.
Oh, he's coming!
Ah, the aid I require.
Are you guys still alive, by the way?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Quantum magic.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna ult. Res! Y'all res!
Quantum magic. I feel better already.
Lasers. See, Albion, you're fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
In a world consumed by darkness, I will gladly be the light.
This is stressful. Yeah. Some people only see others in think.
This is so stressful.
30 30 seconds before you attack. Get
I've been
ready.
enjoying Luna though, now that I sort of got the hang of it.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dudes with no way of truly knowing.
And I don't have Bikini to help with the mentals. Oh, that's kind of embarrassing. Why don't you have that skin?
I can assure you, we most certainly would not.
Why?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Unbelievable.
1.
Portal? Okay.
All you need to
He's
do
gonna
is
portal
capture
us.
the mission area.
Abby,
Got
how
it?
did your cooking stream go, by the way?
I saw it. I watched it. It was so delicious. It makes me hungry thinking of it. Oh, I thought he was gonna. I thought he was gonna portal us
Right there.
off the map.
Need some help.
Healing power.
That is exactly what I would do.
Thanks so much.
You are not alone.
I think he's got nose. He's gonna press the Q button. What's his name? Spoon me.
Quantum magic.
Another hit for stronger already.
Oh, Nova! Come back, Nova. Oh, you all think? Wait.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. By the eye.
Oh, nice.
Nobody can stand up.
Okay, where's Stinky Poop Head?
The cosmos heals you. The cosmos heals you.
Good medicine.
We are in this together.
We're in this together.
I require some aid.
That's better. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. No escaping us now.
The cosmos heals you.
Nosies. That's very silly of them to do that.
I was worried.
The cosmos heals you.
Oh man.
A foe has revealed themselves.
I am strengthened.
I am at your service.
Oh shit! She's one. Oh fuck!
The area is almost yours.
Oh my god.
The cosmos heals you.
He's one. Nice. Get this. Oh fuck. You know.
Healing power.
Oh, this is. Oh. Guys, you're coming back. Come back, guys. Come back.
The cosmos heals
Come back,
you.
guys. Come back. Come back. We did it. We won in the video game. We won in real life.
We did win in real life. Because I got you a girlfriend.
Oh my god, you're so kind. What the hell, man? What the hell, man? You did fine. You did fine, Abion. Okay, hold up. Let's look at his stats.
No, it's okay, Abby. It's literally, I have done so much worse with
I looked at your stats. Just so you know. I did it cause I'm caring. Oh yeah. You forgot. I'm a leader. I wear the pin. You know, those are my private numbers. How cute you. Where's the fun and bling fair? Where's the fun and bling fair? Where's the fun and bling fair?
Pick your hero. Or
Where's the fun
villain.
and bling
I'm
fair?
not judging.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who I wanna? Oh lord, I wanna lord. Yeah.
Mnimnyev.
Mnimnyev. Mnimnyev. Mnimnyev. Mnimnyev. Mnimnyev. Oh, I do have the Jeff model right on. Mnimnyev.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Guys, do you guys see Deadpool's butt?
Always knew it would be you and me at the end
Whoa.
of the world, Genie.
You wanna see? Look at this cool one. Look at my cool spray. You wanna play Notes and Classes?
The universe seems
Wait,
to
is
be
that what you call it?
disagreeing with that
No.
notion.
Notes and Crosses?
Let's show it just how long
Yeah.
it is. Old
Yeah.
friend.
What do you call it then?
Not tic-tac-toe?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I mean,
Got it?
I've heard tic-tac-toe, but I think it's British. It's Notes and Crosses. Oh my! Can't jump for 10 seconds. Oh my god!
Hey, I learned.
I'm not allowed to
Today
jump
I
for 10
learned.
seconds.
Back in the cave. Enemy is here.
Oh my god! I can't believe that you still have those. Is it 10 seconds over?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Okay, I'm missing literally all of my shots.
Guys.
Why does Hulk look like he has some disease?
I got abused. Thanks for not letting me jump. Now I can jump. Look at my toes. Look at my toes. I have legs.
Here they come.
Oh, that person's gonna die. They're not gonna die. Oh, that guy's gonna auto think.
I am Asgard's might.
Look who that is. It's a monkey. I got the monkey. Where's Iron? Oh, he's main. What does tic-tac-toe even mean?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
A tick?
Like, noughts and crosses actually mean something. Like, noughts as in zeros, the circle, and crosses. I can eat the Jeff.
Oh, here's the Deadpool.
I did. No. You're too far for me. Wow. Whoa.
Oh
Did
god,
you
oh god, the
see
Jeff's
that
following
guy?
me. The Jeff's following me.
No. I'm coming. Oh no. Did you kill him?
I should not have lived that, bro. I should not have lived that.
Oh shit. Oh my god, look at my dead ass body right there. Oh. That is... Wow. That's animal abuse right there.
It's always so sad seeing Jeff's body.
Let's do some damage here.
Jeff dying.
I'm
Watching his body collapse.
Just a dead Jeff is like the worst. Ah! Man! Man! Man!
Yeah,
Man! Man!
You can kill him. He was fine. Man! Not woman! 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 Oh! Oh my god, no!
I am Phoenix! Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Maximum.
Oh, wow. Holy moly.
Beholds the god of thunder!
They can't normally.
Thanks, Janie.
Ma'am.
Meow.
Meow.
Why'd you put back in the chat?
Oh, to turn my VTuber back to Ninu. Because I was Jeff.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm struggling.
Yuck.
Before we had powers, we had each other.
Yuck.
That bond
30
is
seconds
unbreakable.
before you attack. Get ready.
Dad. 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 Dad.
I think you mean daddy.
Daddy.
Bad guy is a bad guy. No real difference between any of them.
Look at him.
He really
Daddy.
got that dad bod.
The battle starts in 5.
I prefer father. You're still listening.
I prefer father.
Just capture the mission area. Got it?
My time to shine. I don't think I could handle the pressure of the
Hawthorne,
dark
why don't you
force.
play Mobile Wyborn? You can play with us.
Hawk,
You
could
can
join us.
play
It's
with
free
us.
play. Free to play. It's like Overwatch.
It's like Overwatch, but Overwatch is better. Overwatch has better characters.
Nobody
Monkey! Oh my god.
Like, it's
I do have.
nobody to queue with.
Can't play!
Fighter play.
Don't play. We're playing quick plays.
The mission area is yours.
Are you shy? Are you scared? Are you a tiny baby?
Raise a toast in celebration.
You a small tiny baby? This guy, nah. I am saying it now. I will not fall. I will not succumb. Oh, Nova.
I know. Did you see that? Did you see that?
I did see that. I watched it. Did he live?
I do have it installed, but I'm terrified of switching people. We don't have to be on voice chat. We don't. I think that it's just the girls on voice chat today, but we're letting chat.
I found one of our. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
God, it's my SpongeBob song.
All you would hear is woman, 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 woman.
Lights out.
Oh, panther! Oh my god, panther, panther, panther. What is that animal? There's an animal there.
Oh, it's the
raccoon. Yeah, he's got a sting there.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! This is real fire!
He's gonna. He's a hooker. 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 He's gonna hook me. I don't want it. I don't want it. Please don't. You want it. I don't want it. Please don't. Wow. Wow. I can't believe you guys died to that.
Just too bright.
But I'm ugly and I'm proud. But Hawthorne, if you want to add me on Rivals, it's the same name as.
Oh yes, I'm terrified of British people. Wow. You're just terrified of noughts and crosses? Noughts and crosses?
fair-
You've never heard of it?
Nino was born in the Netherlands, okay? So.
Yeah, I'm not even British.
But she grew up in the UK. So that's why she sounds so terrifying.
No, I'm just normal.
No, I love you.
Oh, well, thank you. I just have normal English accent.
She
Every
says
time
not.
Nunu says notes, I get chills. Notes and crosses. Notes and crosses, it scares you.
Frosty grab his
Before we had
Just
powers,
wait
we
till
had
she
each
says
other.
daughter.
That bond is
What do you mean? What's wrong with the way I say it? What? Happy Tuesday.
Daughter?
Daughter? Daughter?
30 seconds.
Daughter?
Get
Daughter. That's how you...
Daughter.
That's how you pronounce it. It's like sword. People saying sword. It's sword. Sword. There's a W there. Please.
Wait, say what Abian typed.
Say toad in a hole. Toad in a hole? What about it? Toad
that
in a
didn't
hole.
sound that weird. Wait, I thought that Avian was gonna make you say something that had toad in a hole.
Toad in a hole? Oh, toad in a hole? No, toad in a hole. Stop. Now I can't unhear it. Hole. Hole. Hole.
You owe me one.
Oh my god. Oh my god, sir. Daddy. Daddy. Oh. Ah! You're fine, you're fine, Yeah, that's also fine. Go chase him. Go get him.
Oh man, I didn't even...
But it goes... oh!
Just embrace the light.
It goes everywhere, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I would have liked to get rid of the dagger.
You live though, huh? You live.
My time to shine.
Yo, dumbass.
No escaping us now.
Mr. Dumbass.
I was worried.
Mr. Dumbass. Mr. Dumbass. Door. Door.
Hey, what the fuck?
Tandy needs help. Lights out.
My time to shine. Just embrace the light.
As good as new. Judge, jury,
Executioner. Wait, where is that? Is that top bottom? Wait, is that ours? Oh.
Us against the world.
Oh, look who's here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I almost fell off. Oh, oh. Pickle my pickle.
Suffer in the
Oh,
dark.
come here.
Helping from the shadows.
My time to shine.
He dead. He died.
Almost yours. There they are.
Hey, noughts and crosses.
Noughts?
Noughts and crosses.
Lights out.
Noughts and crosses. Wait.
Maximum
Mister. Oh my god. Oh my god. You for real? You wow. You found it. Was it worth it?
Did he solo ult you?
Yeah. What the fucking idiot.
Sent friend request, let's go!
Oh, he's playing. He's playing. Wow. Let me see that ass.
No, I don't know what that means. Preferably DPS. Okay.
Pick my character.
Scarlet Witch is basically Moira. What else? He plays Overwatch. How
you play Reinhardt? You want DPS? That's Reinhardt, like.
Then like Punisher, right?
Punisher is soldier. Punisher is soldier. But Punisher is good. Punisher is good. Good hero to play.
Yorkshire pudding with sausage.
Play Bucky.
Good.
Yorkshire pudding with sausage. Yeah, it's just
delicious?
pastry with sausage.
Wait, that's not
Sausage. Soldier, Soldier,
blanket?
Cassidy are my DPS mains. Cassidy would be Bucky.
Star-Lord? Nope, never mind.
Bucky. Punisher is Soldier. Sojourn is more like.
Okay, ASMR enjoy. You and I were on the same page.
Yeah. Play Bucky. Bucky's cool. Are you in the game? You in the game? Oh my god, look, you're level 10! He's level 10! He's level 10!
Also, we have 2 open spots if anyone else in chat wants to join.
Yeah.
I know I was
Isn't
gonna do this
Star-Lord
on
be a
Friday,
better
but
soldier?
now we're doing it twice.
I find Star-Lord...
I'm not judging.
I don't think he does as much damage. Star-Lord is more like Tracer.
Hold F1 to see your abilities.
Yeah.
Abby, you want to tank for us?
Is it? This is domination. Sorry, I will. I mean. No, I changed my mind. I don't want to. Tanks just infuriates me.
It's okay, you just have to hold F1 to see your abilities. You do great.
Yeah. You pull people. You pull people, but you can pull multiple people. You can pull multiple people.
Do you have a problem with me I should know about, Emma?
Yeah. Also, look how big my head is. That's where my brain goes. My brain goes there. First time tank, sorry in advance. Right. This is my first game since like 1 week after this game came out. Oh.
2, 1.
Okay, it's fine.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah, you just press W. You just shoot people.
Yeah,
you pull
it's just
people.
Quick play, so no pressure. It's okay. Yeah. I'm playing a character that I don't normally play. So I'm just practicing her.
Yeah. Like as long as I don't have Panther, we're fine. You know.
Yeah.
Like Gucci.
Oh god, they're playing a lot of flyers.
Yeah, but we have Bucky. We have Bucky. Bucky's gonna carry us. I believe in Bucky. Oh my god. Oh my god. Avion. Oh my god. Oh. You pulled it. You pulled him. Nice. Oh, she's one. Nice. Oh. I perish. It rattles around like a rock in a barrel. Wait, what does?
Hawk is already doing better than me.
Wait, what rattles?
Your brain. I think is what he's saying.
Oh. Wait, I have a brain?
You just said that your big head for your big brain.
Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, see, I told you. Oh, that's a nice pull.
Oh, wait, that's a
oh my god.
Oh, I'm so stupid. I didn't.
That was a nice pull. Oh, run. Yeah. Guys, I have a great plan.
No, don't listen to her. Don't listen to her.
Fantastic.
I have a great. You want when you go? Okay, Hulk wants to go. My plan.
No. No,
who's
hot?
Wait. When I was gonna lob you off, but someone else was in there. Oh, you can hit them again. What?
Oh yeah.
Dude, Hulk is lying. He said he hasn't played this game. He did again. Oh my god. What is that? Is that Moonlight? Do they have a hack tour? There's a Unk is gone. Yeah, beat him up! Oh no. Oh my god! Why would they beat a little fish? Oh, I thought I was getting there. What the fuck? Oh, what a rascal.
The moon!
The moon haunts you. Perish. Be gone.
Area's almost yours.
I keep on hitting the window because I think.
Wow. I can't. Neek. Guys, I have a great plan.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I took a woman. I have a woman.
I'm so proud of you.
I did the hack tour. You know, cool.
The moon haunts you.
Hi.
This is real firepower.
I'm gonna play with them here. I mean, behind them. Are you guys fine over there?
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh. Have you considered not being dead?
I considered it, but I don't know. I feel like I need some more to be offered. You know?
This song takes priceless. I must. That was fine.
Feeling fantastic.
Shields up!
Oh!
Us against the world!
Who's playing all in this? Wait, is that you?
No.
Oh. Nova. Nova kid. No! He said supernova. Oh, there's a scary... There's this scary guy up there. Oh no. You're fine. You're fine. Keep flying, boy. Yeah.
You already killed Fly Boy.
Yeah.
Look it. Hawk got more kills than me.
Hawk is lying. He was lying. He was lying. He was lying. This is his alt account. This is his alt account. His other account is Hawk Thorn 1. This is his fourth. This is his fourth account. Clearly, it has a 4 on it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wow. You guys were woman mad. Oh shit! I did not know. I did not know she was a woman. I did not know. Did you know the blade was a woman?
Yeah, I just realized what angle I stopped on too, because I was just laughing. I'm sorry, chat. You had to,
The battle
get that
starts in
angle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sus.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I didn't know this it was a woman. It's a... Oh my god, guys. It's giant woman. Giant woman. All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman. Giant woman. Oh, no!
Looks like the mission
I
area
died.
is yours to capture.
The moon haunts you.
Double KO.
All I wanna do, see you turn into giant woman. Giant woman.
Battlefield ready again.
Did you know you can use scrolly button to change the gun to shotgun as that man, the man that you're playing, Punisher? There you go. Guys, I have a plan. I have a great plan. I've got this.
You better get the enemies. You better get the enemies, my love.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I have a woman. I have a woman with me.
Oh god.
My balls! My balls! My name's Vampire Space Gamer. How you doing? My balls. My balls. I couldn't reach my balls to heal myself. Oh, Mister, live! I'm reloading. Live! No, hey, he dead. You should check this out. Mister, have you considered dying?
paid the
This thing is a woman, guys. This thing.
Oh my God. What? Oh, this giant sword.
Giant woman. Giant woman. You want kill? You want kill?
Battlefield ready again.
Oh, what happened to her? Oh, she got kicked. Oh, that was so sad. That was so miserable.
What do you mean?
Oh! Stop dying! Stop taking damage!
I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. You can take damage now.
Okay.
Whoa. Ah!
I'm hulking.
Oh! This man!
No. That.
I have an idea, guys. I have an idea. No! I didn't get to eat my teammates!
Oh my god. You had killed all of us when we almost got point. Shaking my damn head.
Cannot eat rock. Cannot eat rock class. Yeah, I'm going hungry today. I'm starving. Oh,
Abby's gonna
never.
step on us.
Oh,
Yes!
wow. Oh, damn. Damn, more please.
The hits. The hits.
Damn.
That outfit.
Damn. Mommy. God damn. Go again? Yes.
Yeah. I did it. I did thumbs up, everybody.
Damn.
I
don't dare turn that into
someone.
Pick your hero.
Why not?
What do you mean? What do you
You
mean?
the way you sound. How close am I to being a Lord Jeff? My name Jeff. My name Jeff. My name Jeff. Oh my god, that person's name is Nino. Nino. Nino Rojo, something like that. I'm very close
I
to
think
being a
they're trying to do Spanish there. Yeah, Niño. It's Niño Rojo.
You want to play Notes and Quashies? I like Notes and Quashies.
Red child. Oh, I have time.
Okay, I will put my knee. I'm middle.
That's one way of putting it. More people have
Wait, you want to play it, Nova?
Okay,
Okay.
I could erase all the damage that they have done
I'll put it here.
in an instant.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not looking to add anyone else to the guest list.
Wait, where did you put
The
it?
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
Wait,
it?
I put the wrong thing.
That's okay.
Hey.
We shall be reborn anew.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody wins. Nobody wins.
Abby was just waiting for us.
Stop waiting for us. We were playing. It was important. Oh no. Hack to it. Hog got hacked to it. Hey! Man, low.
You got him.
Oh, I lived.
Oh god.
Oh! No.
30 FPS? What? Well, oh, wait a second. Are we on a European server?
No. I'm on 80 thing. But you guys are suffering.
Apparently.
Oh my god. No, I don't think this is. Wait, Nova, what's your thing?
My thing? I don't know. Where do I check that?
Oh no. Okay, maybe. No. I mean, you know what? I know. I didn't know. Oh my god. Wait, is that my chat or is that Nova's chat? That message. Bail?
I don't see it. Is there like...
There's a... Oh, okay, then it's my chat. They've got a new... They have a new command, Belle. Oh, dang. Look. Oh, the world is so cruel. This world is so cruel. We can kill it. We can kill it. I have a plan, guys. I have a big plan. I have a big plan. Dang. Oh, shit. I killed one of them. Okay. Oh, fuck. No! Kill woman! Kill woman! We did it! We did it, guys! Oh! Mr. America! Mr. America is here! Mr. America! Oh! Oh! Hockey, don't die! Wait, it's not skin. Never mind. It's not daddy. Yeah, he doesn't have the skin. Yeah. I'm disappointed too. Oh, no! Oh, no, they didn't. Oh!
Keep going.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Guys, I'm on the point. Don't worry about this. I don't have this. I think I have. No, I don't have this anymore. Thank you. Yeah, I can't believe it. Wait, what is the secret word that they're using now? My name. I don't know how to check what server it's on. But I thought I only had American server selected. For you Americans.
You're so kind.
For you Americans. Mister.
30 seconds before you attack.
Then go into your settings and limit your FPS.
It's my FPS. Oh, okay. You have a poopy computer then. Guys. You know where my brain goes? It goes right in here.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like this.
No.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I smart.
2, 1.
I just built my new PC. Oh, that's concerning. That's concerning. That's concerning. Oh. Gatito! Oh my god, hi! How you doing? I'm good. Gatito is so cool. Oh no! There's a scary man with a shield, and he's American. Oh my god!
Not the Americans.
It's the Americans, isn't it? It's always the Americans. I'm gonna do. You can kill him. You can do it.
I got rid of all the Loki things.
Guys, I have an idea. I have a plan.
I am free.
I got yeeted. I got yeeted. I got pushed. I got pushed.
Oh god. My health.
I'm not there. They pushed me off. They pushed me off. You picked me up.
Hawk, if you ever need tech advice, you can go to my Discord server and join, and then use the tech stuff channel, and all the people, including Abby, are super duper smart with technology. Oh. I'm not.
You can ask him the nerd. Oh, you're dead. You are so dead in there. I saw him get gangbanged. No, but don't die.
I'm trying my best.
I saw him die. Wait, is that Hansel? They have Hansel?
Yeah, they do.
Oh my god, stop, stop, stop,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
stop. Oh no.
Phoenix is supposed to be like mid-range. I can't, I'm struggling.
Stand down! Your powers are mine!
It's
Oh.
fighter time!
But she's ulting. Wait.
Never miss!
Disappear!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
It's fighter
Oh no! Handel's ulting! Handel's ulting! Oh no, who's still alive? Oh god. You are in such a predicament. Wait. Oh! Me stop! Me! Oh, Poppy's dead.
The moon haunts you!
Oh! No! Okay, I can out, but I'm gonna die to this. Oh my god, wait! Oh! I died, I killed myself. I killed myself. I fell. I didn't know it. Oh no!
Oh no,
Oh no!
Maybe he's restarting his computer.
Oh no! My dude, he has the skin. Oh wait, it's Loki. Never mind. I don't know what our floor guy was doing. His name is Nino. I'm gonna mess around in the setting and see what I can figure out. Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe we can go over. Just let me know when you're ready to play.
We can't add you back.
Yeah. You didn't even add me as a friend. Could you believe it?
Oh, I added him though.
I don't think Hulk wants to be my friend.
Oh, he doesn't want to because he's afraid of British people.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
and
if you're on his friends list, he
Pick your
constantly
hero.
has to know that there's a
villain.
British
I'm
person
not
out there in the
judging.
world.
Oh my god, they stole your hero.
Once an Avenger,
Oh my god.
always an Avenger.
I can be Hansel. I can be Hansel. Oh blimey, fish and chips. Bugger. Wow. Bugger. Oh crikey. I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm back. My name's Neil.
Every fight I say to myself, I might go down, but I'll go down swinging.
Oh no. Our
I don't know, man, but
Groot
it
is
sure
thin.
won't happen if people like us don't make it happen.
You know what?
Yeah,
That's
Groot is
exactly
dead.
what I need to hear.
Sir, please refrain from using bugger. Wait, you don't like that word?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, like annoying.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I thought it meant something like inappropriate.
No. So like, so annoying. You can say, oh bugger.
Heads up, another ox. So sue me. I like smashing ox.
Enemy in front of us.
A nice deep freeze.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Oh baby! Oh yeah! Women! What? Oh wait, I forgot.
Accuracy.
Oh! Stay down. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm not dead.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. No more onk.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Wait. Yeah?
I like the cold.
Oh!
no.
Unk. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Why is there a panther? I swear there is a hatred. I think I have fixed it. So after this game. Okay, sir. Oh, wait. Try and join us. Somebody left. Somebody disconnected.
Oh yeah, try to join my game. Wait, actually, I might have a privacy setting on.
Their team's captured.
Oh wow, Nova doesn't want to have friends.
No, I just have a lot of people I don't know on my friends.
Oh my god, I swear to God. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my Panther, stupid Panther. Can I play the game? Do you have a life?
Hey, at least my quiver's refilled.
Oh my god, like, wow, so sad.
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show who is in control.
Dumbass. Wait, no, bitch, no.
A nice deep
No.
For now.
It's the grand finale.
Come on, let's go in, guys.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Be right there. Us get the
The moon haunts you.
Goodbye. For now.
I think Panther might be back.
Tremble before blast.
Oh, you fucking monkey! Yeah, I'm on him. I got. Wow, never mind. I'm about to die to this. Gosh. Do you know how much I hate Panther players? Can I?
How much?
So much. I'm gonna write an essay on it.
A twit longer?
No. 2 levers in 1 game, damn. Wait, really?
I have made my share of mistakes.
Yeah, they saw Panther.
But I am
I don't blame
every
them.
day to make amends.
Grow up.
30 seconds
Okay,
before you attack.
okay. I can go Penny.
What I do
And then
may
I
seem
can...
dangerous, but I've never felt safer than when I'm a spider.
Gosh. Probably because they weren't getting healed after living on the one side. That's sad.
The battle starts in 5.
They don't know he's quick play.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Gosh, I just hate Panther so much. I just hate Panther.
Really needs its chi balance.
Guys, do you know how much I hate Panther?
This is gonna hurt.
Very much.
You're welcome.
Systems restoring. Spider nest updated. Time for some fireworks.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I swear to God, I will.
It's
Damn, I got my ult already. Are you kidding me? Your mother is great. It's that I'm gonna fuck them. I'm fucking their mother.
Oh my god, that took such a turn.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Since when? Battlefield. I'm gonna shit on your face.
Ready for another go, Spider?
Fucking Panther's back.
You're up, little one.
Alright, I put some mines. I'm gonna put some mines around. Are you kidding me right now?
Extra strength awesomeness. Mine's in place.
Hey, Dee, enjoy the
amplifier.
We are undefeatable. Keep going.
Is he still there?
Against the world.
He's not even a woman and he scares me.
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. Powering up. It's
bitch!
spider time!
Fucking dead. I'm actually dead. Stupid. Just die already. Women! Oh my god. Okay.
Needed that, thanks.
I guess you just don't die.
Can't count us out yet. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh! Can I just get attached
Mine's in place. I'm counting on you.
to a
friends.
damn wall? Okay. Oh man, we have to fight another round again. We're gonna fight another round again. This stupid panther. You know what, guys? Somebody's getting castrated tonight.
Spider for himself.
And it's that panther.
Born to pilot it.
It's that panther.
Oh no.
Are you saying you want more panther plays, Nova?
30 seconds before
I'm
you
not
attack.
saying
Get
that.
ready.
Exactly.
It's a little extreme. I just
Extreme? No,
It's more than just
no,
a suit
it's
of
not
armor.
extreme.
Spider's my partner.
You know what's extreme?
Tree.
What?
That tree is a flora colossus, and his name is
Extermination.
Now that we've all been popping out, let's get back to action.
3, 2,
Like the Holocaust. That's extreme.
Bro, you're not the mission area.
Alright. We gotta take her mic privilege and play for like 2 minutes, guys. We gotta take her mic.
Hi, is it your bedtime mug? Do you need me to say your bedtime?
God damn it.
Hey, look. I have a squirrel girl now.
Not okay.
What do you mean not okay? Hey, I only said somebody getting castrated. I think I cancelled this out. Oh, Panther's stupid panther dead. Oh my god.
This is gonna hurt.
Fuck you off. Oh, fuck, that's not okay. Oh no, shit.
I'm counting on you.
I can't say a word. I'll wear this pants. You want a hug? 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 It did nothing whatsoever.
Systems restoring.
You captured more than half of the
Yeah, where's that stupid panther? Huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought, dumbass. Dead.
Oh, they took it off. They took it away. No
Yeah.
longer a panther.
Yeah, what are you gonna do now, huh? Dumbass.
Mine's in place.
Tandy needs help.
Oh wait, this phone doesn't kill me as much?
This is gonna hurt.
Wait, who's touching? Who's touching? It's a woman. Oh, women.
You've got mines in place. And that's how we do it in Tokyo.
Stop touching people without consent. Okay, he didn't touch it.
Got off.
Oh, Ug's going to sleep. Ug is going to sleep. Wait, we have to sing it to him. We have to. Ug, go to sleep. Go to sleep. I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit on your face. You will sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. And I'll shit very quietly and we'll be asleep. I hope that helps you fall asleep. Oh. Good night, Ugg. Good night, Ugg.
I don't know. Did you hear it?
Who's ASMR enjoyer?
They're in chat. I invited them as well.
ASMR enjoyer, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my god.
Else is here that
Tee. Belf, you know what? You know you can join us, Belf. Or are you a tiny baby? Belf is scared. Oh, Belf is a tiny
You'll
baby.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
Belf is
Eat nuts
small.
and kick butts.
I haven't. I'm playing with a friend. Wait, you're playing? Wait. You play? What are you playing? Are you playing with like I don't know?
That he was playing old school RuneScape.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, are you playing with?
I remembered, guys.
I don't remember. I don't remember my name.
You don't remember your name?
My name, remember my name?
If you knew squirrels were 30 seconds before you attack, get ready.
Really like them.
Cause you think you're cooler than me. You remember my name? You think you're cooler than me. Your shit walk all over the place.
The battle starts in 5.
And you don't close your eyes when you wee wee. Yeah. How it is.
Incredible.
You like it? Oh, what the fuck is this? He's dead. Oh no, he's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
He's shielded. Oh.
What? Oh, there's
I got the unk for you. I got somebody. I hit a woman with my nut. Wait.
Guys, it's the nerd song about the nerd boys I love.
Oh. Wait, is that a widow?
You're halfway there. Keep going. Now that's
Women!
Impressive.
Thank you.
Bonk if you destroyed it all.
I need healing.
She would forget her name. It wasn't if it wasn't written on her underwear. Oh, joke's on you. Wait, joke's on me. I don't wear underwear. Wait, I mean I do. I'm just currently not wearing one. Oh fuck. Guys, like, what's the point of wearing anything like that if I'm wearing an oversized t-shirt? I have all my t-shirts are just oversized. My hoodie, oversized. What did you say?
I was like, what are you implying?
Wait, Nova Styles? Guys, I'm wearing Nova Styles. Oh, disgusting panther, guys, disgusting panther. I can't reach him.
Ultron is such a jerk. I appreciate you. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Mister. Oh, okay. Is somebody behind there? There's a woman. Women. Oh, watch out for this guy. Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? You can't. Okay. Wow. Rest with no underwear. Oh my god. Whoa. I got the unk. I got the uncle. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, can I stand up here? Oh. Hey. Oh, fuck off! Stop bullying me! No. They fiddled my stick, and it wasn't nice. It wasn't nice.
Right, tippy toe.
Oh, should I?
Maximum pulse.
Where's the Spooderman behind? There's the Spooderman guy. This stinky Spooderman. Oh wow, I hit somebody and I don't know who it was.
I totally still love you, Tony.
Wait, what's his name? Dogging out.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Monkey. His name is Monkey D. Fuga. Wow.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Spider-Man is out to
Done
get
with
me.
this fight yet.
Oh.
How you like the skin? I love it. Thank you so much, Cryptic.
Wait,
We have it on
Cryptic
the
get
spot
you
in
the
the party
skin?
if you want to play with us on your birthday.
We have one more spot. Oh wait. Oh no.
Oh no, they're one of those Spider-Man.
Oh, the Spider-Man that only just does like environmentals.
Ah, that's terrible. I'm sorry, ASMR.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry for you.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
The moon haunts you.
Oh, okay. You know what, sir? You know what? Also, I can also hear voices, okay? I can do that. I can also hear voices. I can sound like Tukunukum.
Rise and fall.
I'm not doing so good. Playing DVD. No.
Assemble!
Thank you so much for gifting me this.
Did you drop something?
Oh, wow.
A gift from Khonshu.
Not what I meant to do, but now I know that's faster.
Hey, he might deflect my unkies.
Us against the world.
I see, what's his stinking name?
An object of
Hey.
Rise and fall.
Rise, my friends!
Again!
Oh shit!
The moon haunts you.
Dumbass. I'm so low you. I'm pushing the payload.
This is why I hate technology.
I would
you
play
very
voice
much.
again with people who knew what they're doing because I don't know what I'm doing in that game, so I would not play it by myself or be
Valorant?
No, voice crew.
Oh, voice crew. Oh yes. Yeah, I don't mind playing again, but it's like a game that you would not play alone. Yeah, I'd play with like people that I know.
I have found more
Thank you very much.
Meow.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Needed that, thanks. Thank you very much. The moon haunts you. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Oh. Oh fuck! Oh my ass!
Double KO.
Also, Belle, did you enjoy it? Yeah. Oh yeah. Good. Yeah, it's. I think it's like one of those games that. Also, you know what I would like for them to have in that game?
You belong to me.
Extermination. All right, that feels better. There, ahead.
Okay.
Powers are mine. The moon.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah.
I've come back from far worse than thank you very much.
Oh. He wants to pull people. Okay, good. He failed.
Vengeance is served.
Thank you very much.
I didn't put that on there, did I?
No, I did.
Double KO. So close.
A gift from Khonshu.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Was getting kind of worried.
You got it right.
Yeah. Spider-Man.
I will ult after I ult this one. Oh!
The moon haunts.
They're not gonna touch. We did it! We're better than them. Oh, look at him go!
Appian dance is so good.
Skills. Skills. Look, I avoided everyone. Go again.
You avoid. You will.
Just dancing
Oh, you
with my.
upvoted. I thought you said you avoided. I'm so deaf. I can't.
I avoided.
You'll need a top
90 FPS is tough. What?
You put Appian in a vertical mouth.
What is?
Can you hear us? Yes. I think so.
Wait, what? Maybe it's like how? If you got new PC, then why you do that? Why you do that?
Yeah.
What am I feeling like? What am I feeling like? What am I feeling like? I'm gonna look at my ass.
It's easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, here we
Get ready.
Looks great.
You like it?
If we use our ice powers together,
Hell
we can
yeah.
stop our enemies cold.
Ice powers? What the heck are you talking about, kid?
You are the Winter Soldier, aren't you?
I think something may have gotten lost in translation.
Maybe you're not like using your right, the right drive kind of thing.
4,
you know?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I swear, if this outfit gets ruined, there will be hell to pay.
Oh yeah, this map is not gonna be very nice to you, by the way. If you're having 30 FPS.
Yeah, this is like the worst map if you're having frame rate problems.
Yeah. Oh my god!
I was worried.
Me squirrel girl.
I'll get you next time. Be strong together. How? You're frozen. A nice deep freeze.
One down.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I didn't realize they had a widow.
Do they have a widow?
Yeah, they do. I just got headshot by her.
Plasma.
Oh! Whoa! How the fuck you got? Wow! They got destroyed. Oh my god! I'll try.
I was worried. Be strong together. Every little bit helps.
Okay. I mean, finally got my ult.
I am
Okay,
ready to
I'm ulting. Oh shit. Oh man.
This is real firepower!
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Where the fuck is this widow? Where the fuck is
I don't know where she's going.
I'm back in the fight.
I don't know where she is.
I'm going to be Mr. Fishy.
Wait. Can I do something? Can I do something stupid, guys? Can I try something stupid? Okay, I'm gonna just put a teleporter.
Problem. Even for the Sorcerer Supreme.
This is a teleporter.
I can't aim these for shit.
Alright, guys, I put a teleporter. Wait, I'm the only one. Why am I'm the only one going through here? Okay. No! You perished. Oh no. Okay, let's get out of here. I changed my mind. No. Bye. I don't want to be this terrier anymore. Oh wait, actually maybe I should. Hold up.
Oh shit, I did not mean to put it right there.
Okay, Widow is somewhere
This feels
there.
empty, yet somehow dangerous.
I spotted a sniper!
Who's there?
I have tagged a foe. Hunt them. I am strengthened for battle.
Oh my god. Oh, I died.
I summon the seas! Drown them is my way! My strength
Mortal pain is no match for the Sorcerer Supreme.
Bro, I don't know. These Widows are suspicious.
Only 60 seconds left.
Where is she? She's still there. She's gone there.
Powerful spells require.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the Widow, guys.
Patience.
Watch me go. Oh,
I am strengthened for battle.
never mind. I changed my mind. Please leave me alone. I died.
Don't look up.
Every little bit helps.
Wait.
Mortal
There might be a
pain is
chance
no
she's
match
actually
for the
cheating.
Sorcerer Supreme.
Hi.
30 seconds.
Why would she shoot?
Maybe lower level to feel good about themselves. Oh, she's here.
I have tagged a foe.
This is real
Oh fuck.
firepower!
Ma'am. Oh wow, I died.
10 seconds.
I perished. I ma'am. Oh.
Hands are shaking
Oh.
again. Focus.
Yeah, we're not touching with that one.
Well, you can't expect a little.
It's okay. She was sus, guys. She was sus. I would like to think so.
What's the stats on that?
I don't think she died. But in fact, only one of the person died 3 times. Oh yeah. Check your thingy.
Hard work. Check what thing?
Hawk. Checking his NVIDIA control thing. Check. Have you checked, sir? Is it set properly, sir? Is it set properly? Wait, let me see what I... What pretty things did I get? Oh my god, wait, did I get this? Did I get these? Oh, I've reached my limit?
It does that.
What is this? Oh. Whoa, woman blade in a woman. Oh, look at this. Cool. Alright, ready to queue? Ready to queue? Did you ever say GP using... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You guys ready? Are you ready? Yes? Okay.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Domination. Guys.
Are you ready?
I think this is the round.
You're playing Panther?
Ghost not.
Oh my
I
god.
wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
I was, but then you were like, you're playing Panther?
You know, it's just because you had some strong words about Panther earlier. You know?
I do.
Trudy's
I
going
do.
to get this all sorted out.
I still do.
All I have to do is build her.
Be your best self.
Oh my god, this is... Oh. You have the Chaos
my
Emeralds.
30 seconds
Yeah, that's
before
my
you attack.
favorite group.
Get
right
ready.
now.
Oh. It's got the Chaos Emerald.
And all
Wow.
will be dead.
Wow. Oh my god, wait. Sorry, I want to be Hanzo.
wanted to be Iron Man.
Oh, but I give Ultron boost. Now I want to be Hanzo. I want to be Hanzo. Wait, Nova, what should I be?
Hanzo.
Hanzo!
In 5,
Hand,
4,
Hando. 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 I mean Hando.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
I'm Hanzo.
It took more
Was
than an
it
arrow to bring this guy
2080?
down.
Super. Oh. I need familiar with that one.
Needed that boost.
Wait, how the fuck did they get up there so fast? Oh, Nova, they fucking have a stupid... They have stupid shit, Nova. They have...
Oh no.
He's low, he's low, he's low. He's low, he's low.
No, he's not.
Who is low?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
He's gonna try and... Behind you. No, don't die, Nova.
The mission area.
Nova, no! Nova, no! Come to me, Nova! Nova, don't die, don't die. Are you dead? Okay. Oh man, I guess I'll die. I guess I'll die, Nova.
Still breathing, still fighting.
Why? Every time I want to play Hanzo, I always see a panther.
I like the cold. Can someone exterminate?
Just what the doctor ordered.
Wait, oh fuck! Woman behind! I didn't even...
I was wondering why my health was
Yeah, you know what? She was right behind me. I didn't even register her. Okay. It's okay. I traded. Wow.
Still breathing.
How does her
fighting.
shots count? Okay, let me know when you see her, okay?
So she was behind us and I didn't even realize. She was just going at me.
Making the cut.
Oh, please.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Please, women. Please. Oh, fuck that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh. Wow, she actually got me from... Okay.
It's the grand finale.
Which one is the fake one? Which one's the real one?
They've almost got it. Spider mode.
Punch in the hole. Chilling accuracy. Problem solved.
Hanzo, not Hanzo. Panther was one. Oh, he's still one. He's still one. He's still one.
I got him.
Oh, you got some juice?
Control seized.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Needed that boost.
Time to save it.
Now that's cold.
Hey, she's going behind someone.
I have suffered severe damage.
Why did she?
Evil robot down.
Sayonara.
Sorry, no escaping us now.
Wait, I'm coming. Is he there?
Oh, I got Panther.
Hell yeah, that bitch dead.
We are
Put him to sleep, Nova. Oh no, 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 please. Why did I have to die? Why is this world so cool?
Let's try this again.
Oh, we're still holding it. I'm gonna press my Q when I get there.
You captured more than half.
Tremble before fast.
Never miss.
Oh, fuck. Wait, I even ulted. Demi! Hi! How are you still alive?
Hey.
It's only been 6 hours.
Demi says me so different, as if I didn't go live at the same time.
No, it's because I live in the UK, Nova.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Nino,
you're right.
why
You're
are
right.
you
My
still awake?
30 seconds before you
Nino, why are you still awake?
You right.
Nino, why so...
No one
Oh, I want to
escapes
get the
hell.
hot skin for Hela.
Should Asgard not be
I want to get the hot skin.
That is the real question.
I want to. Do you give Nino strength? No, no, it makes me miserable.
Come to America?
I don't want to go to America. I want to get shot.
4, 3.
I'll get shot, Nova.
Technically, you're right, Abian, and very factually, you were wrong, Ninu.
You would say you're right. You're factually right, Ninu. Oh no. You're gonna get shot.
No, you're not. You know I've lived in dangerous American cities, and I am fine.
Oh my god. This women.
Oh, Demi, yeah, you can add us. We're the same names. We're playing with chat right now. So
Wait, Demi.
join the party.
You played this mob rival game?
Use these.
Oh fuck. Are you sure about this? I can beat. I will.
Systems restarting. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, you also in America. I get shot in America.
You will not get shot. I will protect you.
Nova, you know the shit I say. But I say for the lulz.
Resistance is futile.
I think there's an easy fix for that.
What? Like, don't say it? But what if I were to say, oh wait, can I go through here? Oh wait, oh god. Oh my god, my ass got wiped. Tesna goes like, ooh ah, ding dang, one more minute. Ah, ding dang, one more minute. Ah, ding dang, one more minute. Ding dang, one more minute. Yes, sir. I shall hydrate.
Shall I throw a scala in our honor?
No. Do you guys know how much I hate that song?
A brief taste of hell.
You hate that song?
I hate that song.
I thought you loved that song.
No.
Why is it your sound like
Oh
my goodness.
No, just okay. Wait, hold up. I saw a woman. I heard a woman.
I want your soul.
Okay, wait, where is she? What the fuck? Okay, I can ult. I ulted. Bro, are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Maximum.
Oh fuck. So fucked. So fucked. So fucked. Nanini's favorite song is... No, it's not. I hate it because it was my alarm for a while.
Goddess is ever truly gone.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna
What are you gonna do?
I don't know.
Are you ready again, Hawk, or how's it going?
When you have been powerless, having power means something.
Wait. Oh my god! Tesla, stop! Contain yourself. King. Wow. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Tesla. Holy shit, you mad lad. Are you just trying to traumatize me? I would like to blame this on Tesla for playing Witch Doctor.
How dare you give me like 50 subscriptions at once? How dare?
What the hell, man? What legend? What legend? No! Stop! 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 Demi, you have mobile rivals?
Yeah, we can add you right now, Demi, if you want.
No, Demi, don't you dare. Hawk, are you ready?
Back and ready? Let's go!
Yeah. Okay.
You're in a quick match. Get out of your quick match. There
I have accepted your friendship. Demi, come play.
Demi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Demi.
Look ass. Look ass. I thought you said you had mobile rival and you're gonna play with us. We have a spot for you.
We have one extra spot. You have been flagged as a deserter. It's okay.
Look
it's okay. If it just happened one time, then they forget it. They forget it.
How? Whoa, wait. I didn't even look at her boobs. Whoa, what's going on? Maybe just one game? He said just one game?
Oh my god.
You don't need the phone.
Who needs a phone?
Yeah. I'm joining.
Alright, either add me or Nino. I have my username on the stream.
Yeah, mine is just Nino VT. And hers is Novalia.
Imagine.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh, I got more of this. Hey guys, I think I could just get. I think I can get the Loki blue skin. Cause it's pretty.
Oh.
Wait, is the weird sale thingy that they had gone? Wait, fuck. Neo wrong button. Where is it? Where's Loki? Okay, I'm gonna just go.
Candy? Oh, me too, Belle. What kind of candy do you have?
I want the blue one.
Not the shaders. Oh, bro, we might have to do a game without him if his shaders are loading.
Frieza! Loki? Hi, Frieza! Oh my god, how you doing?
Same as you.
Yeah, look at this skin. Look at... Wait. Wow, that's a... Whoa, wait. I'm embarrassed for him.
What do you mean?
Loki.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. I'm not looking at anything. Okay, we can kill. I'm not looking at anything. I didn't look. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Poggin at new Deadlock global update.
Pick your hero.
Oh, I haven't touched Deadlock since when it first came out. Domination! I hate domination. Domination.
I am Loki, god of mischief and
guys,
the king
you know what? I think blue
Asgard.
skin is good. Blue skin is much better. I think blue skin looks nice on him.
I'm also using a skin recolor.
Yeah. Ooh. You have ass to display for us. It has changed quite a lot since then. I remember that they've changed the lanes from 5 to 3, I think.
Get ready.
Maybe I'll try it out. Maybe I'll oh my god, this big ass frog.
Oh my god, you know I can't stop staring at your outfit.
You like it?
Hi Hawk.
You look at my abs. Look at my abs. And look at my bulge.
I'm looking at everything. Don't worry.
You're looking at everything. You're looking at my dick. Look at my dick, guys. I have a big pee-pee. I can't even look at my own pee-pee. I can't even look at my own ass. Wow.
Once you have Marvel Rivals open, click your profile picture and then press the little friend plus icon and type in either my name or Nina's name. They're both the same.
Oh my god, wait, it's the song. Belf is the song. Hard to believe. Oh.
Render me assistance. The more the merrier. Who dares disturb the sacred archive of Asgard?
Let me down. Thank you for letting me down again.
Time to vanish.
Oh my god, you perished. Hey, do you understand my hatred for this guy? Do you understand it? Oh fuck. Sorry, I took the health back.
It's okay.
But that's okay. I'm a healer. I heal you.
I knew I was good either way.
I died. I know. Oh my god. Gosh, like that. The music video for it. So sad. Lash is gay. Wait, Lash is okay. To be honest, he did give me gay vibes, but like, Lash is from Deadlock. Oh. Wait until I tell Alice. That's a favorite character to play.
Oh no. It's a good thing then, right? That they figured out their sexuality.
You bitch! Fucking dead. Dead. He's dead. He's perished. Look at his body. Look at his body. Fucking dead. Dead. You don't understand. You don't understand. I didn't know. Nino, are you Nino? I'm Nino VT. You know. Right now.
We are undefeatable!
I outnumber you.
Maximum
pulse! Rightfully mine.
Oh my god, are you...
Watch me
I opened and he didn't go through.
Tremble before fast!
I have located. I've been located. Can I send links here? I don't think links will go through.
I have
Wait,
many
it
faces.
did go through. Wait. This screenshot with Lash and new character selection screen. Okay, hold up. Let me.
to fight alone.
Or that will work.
I am ready to put on a show.
I know. You know, sometimes magic. This is magic. It's okay.
Render me assistance.
This monkey.
I outnumber
This monkey. Oh my god. Woman. Nova.
Thank you.
Oh my god. I'm reloading. Yes, nice. Okay, let me see.
Oh, I did kill people.
Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me. No. Oh, that's awful. Wait, really? They changed it to this?
I am accused
I don't like it.
loving chaos. It is true.
Let me look at it. Okay.
So
Is punching people? Wait a minute. Who's this new character?
30 seconds before you
Who's
attack.
this new
Get
character?
ready.
Wait, why do they have Velma?
A shuffling of the galactic
Panther gets
guard,
banned
if you
literally
will.
every costume, I swear.
Could be part of it.
I will remain loyal
Wait,
to my
am I
friends.
gay?
Loyalty.
Why do women
is a
look hot?
powerful bond, and also a terrible weakness.
I'm pan.
Starts in 5.
Oh, right, sorry.
That's okay. He's thinking Panther. He's jumping me. I know. You understand my pain now, sir?
There will be hell to pay.
Yeah. Lash always gave me the gay vibe, but I was like, I'm in.
Oh, I found Panther.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
You have my gratitude.
Okay.
You're quite welcome.
He's not dead. Is he? Oh. Oh.
Panther.
Oh. Wait.
Oh man,
Wait,
Nina
wait,
was meant
wait,
to play
wait a
him,
minute.
huh, Abian?
Wait, they're shooting my clone.
I outnumber
Look at me.
you.
Look. I can't look at my own clone. Are you kidding me?
We are undefeatable!
My friends.
Oh man.
Rude. They slept me in my ultimate.
Maximum
Vanish.
Guys, you did. What am I gonna do, guys? Shall I just like sit here and wait?
I got Panther.
You got Panther? Wait. I swear to God, if you diddle my pickle, I will not like it.
Waypoint.
Oh.
I have many faces.
Your powers are mine!
Guys, I'm holding. Oh, this close. Okay.
Oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god.
Okay,
Thank
he's
God
dead.
for the cloak ultimate.
You're welcome. Double. Triple. Give me it. Give me it. Give me it.
You are restored.
Heck you, cat.
The more the merrier.
Oh, is it Panther?
Oh. Oh, look who's here. Don't let him touch you. Don't let him touch you. He's got the lurgy. Oh my God, Abion, you legend. I saw that. He deserved that. Hey, there's a woman here. Oh, what the fuck? I was busy reloading and then you just cancelled out.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Oh, wait.
Blessing.
Why? Isn't you trying to oogle herself? Oogle Soviet. I am.
I always come back.
Look, guys.
Maximum pulse!
If you had the big PP, wouldn't you do that to yourself? Wouldn't you just like look in the mirror? Wait, isn't that what Drake did?
No, my brain! You know, do we need to get you some like anti-coffee or anything?
No. No.
Don't lie to me. I invented every
I will calm
trick.
thyself.
Anti-coffee. So tea.
So tea.
No, tea.
Tea has caffeine.
in it.
I can't help
Mostly,
being.
at least.
Sometimes I just can't help being too hyper.
Get ready.
It's okay. It is okay.
Nothing could put me down.
Great sadness in you.
The collector took me from my world.
Oh, is Groot pushing
with no
me?
way to return.
We will get you back home.
No, Groot is doing some weird stuff. Do you like my boat? Do you see it?
I can't stop looking at the Loki skin. Wild.
Let me go. No mantis.
Guardians of the Galaxy value all life.
Damn, so sad. Tea leaf? No, we will not talk about black coffee. Not black coffee, black tea. Being normal tea. Because my brain was dead, okay? It's Spider-Man.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
Ma'am.
TJ, hi. Welcome in. How's it going?
Hello. Destroy! No, there's a filthy thing! It's a mosquito! Nova, kill him! Oh no, there's something in there!
We are
I'll ulti!
This is natural anger.
Oh, he's almost low. He's nice. Woman!
Where the fuck did that close go?
He's one! Kill him! Yeah!
Gonna do some damage.
Hostile ahead.
I can't believe that you won't say hi to me.
I am healed.
TJ Dram.
Oh, you're right.
Wait, who? Oh my god! Oh, no, please! No! Ma'am!
Help is here. We are undefeated.
Maximum!
Oh, no! Oh my god, that pillar.
Against the world.
They have a panther. I cannot help.
Team, they are chin up. You captured more than half of the
Nova,
missionaries.
he's coming.
Keep going. Control lost.
Oh, I missed Nova. I'm on. Wait, what happened?
What a difference.
Closing in. Oh!
Tremble before Bath!
My anger is healthy.
I ult. Everybody is alive. Panther. My hatred for him. He must die. He's one. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Oh man.
So much. Yeah, you're so much.
I got their healers.
I know. Oh, I'm so dead to this. Oh, I'm back. I'm back, baby.
Someone scratch my back.
As if I'm another unsuspecting foe.
Let me help.
Oh, he won. Nice.
Control seized.
I will. Whoa! Wait, I got him. I heard it. I heard it connected.
He's so low, but he didn't die.
He didn't perish, huh? That's a nice hiding spot.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, live! Oh,
We are
Lamb! Oh, I'm melting! No, I'm not melting! I'm gonna ult after this is gone.
We are undefeated.
Oh my god. Fucking hell.
Made me angry. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I need assistance.
Okay.
Tremble before...
You needed some help, didn't you?
Woman! Dead. Yeah! Wait! Demi, how dare you? Demi, how dare you? How could you?
So Panther, I mean, you know.
Another epic victory. Big
Did Demi add us?
Yes, Demi has. Oh wait, we gotta be stomped on.
Steffi got us.
Oh my god. Damn, beautiful. 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 Ooh, wait. I'm kinda 1,000 away. 1,000 away. 1,000. Step harder, mommy. I'll be on step harder. He's in. He's in. You're level 39. Oh my god, I didn't know this was your type of game.
This is like the main thing that I stream.
No, I mean you. Yeah, you. I know. I meant Demi. I thought Demi like playing. I don't know, like Roblox. Thought Demi was like
Demi
baby
stream
Roblox.
I thought he made music. It's like from Nova and Fable. They eat too. Not
I don't play that. You don't play Roblox.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I wonder if I can find out the game that I played when I was a small baby on the iPad. No, I was not a small baby. I was normal. I was normal. I got Luna, please.
Like the moon.
Oh hell yeah! I play big boy games. Oh, really? Name 3 big boy games you play. I'm strong and a danger to others. I think you're a danger to yourself.
I always love my power. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I think you struggle. You struggle getting up the stairs, don't you? Don't you? In fact, you. Oh shit! Wait, that's cool.
And a pretty penny as
well. See, you're a baby. You don't even know how to drink oil. Liquid.
I hopped on. Are you gonna push me?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Nico, I give you a snowflake. Wait, Nova, I give you a snowflake. I changed my mind.
Sorry.
I gave you a snowflake, Nova.
You gave me.
Wait. Can you stand still for a second? Oh damn it!
Well, I feel objectified.
What can I say? Don't look hot. Guys, I need help. I need help. This is what I get for objectifying women.
Someone needs a snowball in the face.
I did the sound effect for you. Oh man. Wolverine bullied me. I got kidnapped.
Wait, is there another VTuber on the other team?
What is there?
I thought I saw a VT. Our people need him.
No, I disowned them.
You disowned the VTubers?
Yeah. Wait, who the fuck is up there? Is that even real? You're fine. Oh my god, I forgot. I have this.
1,000 gods!
Oh my god. Damn cringe. Demi named his god and the others to make that sentence technically true. Wait, the other garden? Wait, that flew out of my head. I mean, out of my head, over my head. Wait.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I know what I'm doing wrong.
Like that.
Oh my.
Look who's here.
Oh, I hear things.
Battlefield ready again.
Oh, kill him. Yeah. He deserved it. Mister, stop taking too much damage, okay? I put snowflake on you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm ulting. No, Demi, why you dead? Dude, why? Oh!
No, get rid of the little Orbeez. Get rid of the Orbeez.
I can't, I'm ulting, Nova.
It's okay, I'm sorry. I should have
Oh, you can do it. Make a wish come true.
Baby, all I want for
Christmas is
fucking hell!
Not Panther. Oh, you go cancel. No! What? I saw Demi's corpse run. He fell. Oh no. I saw you fall. It was horrible.
Cosmic rays didn't make their way on today.
Oh no. Wait,
Oh fuck, I didn't even see the time, my bad.
Where that
happened?
Belong. Yeah, I saw your ult got wrecked and then you died.
Multiverse is in danger. Family still comes
He
first.
just died.
Okay.
Demi, don't die. Don't do that, okay?
I'm bringing out the squirrel.
Hell yeah.
30 seconds before
They
you
stole
attack.
it from me.
Get ready.
Yeah, you got slammed and you died. I don't know which is worse. It reminds me of that time when when I tore my ligament on my thumb. I tore my ligament in my thumb in a basketball match. And then I used to go to a sports. Not anymore. I don't even go outside. I used to. I went to a sports secondary school, so I did basketball, and then I tore my ligaments, and because we didn't have a substitute, I kept continuing, and then busted my other hand, and then Mama was like, did you at least win? We didn't fucking win. And she was like, wow. You took all that damage and for nothing. Oh my god. Oh, I died.
Sorry, your mom is not nice to you.
Yeah, it was like you took all that damage. That's not all the damage.
Thought you wouldn't see me again.
I just tried to
for nothing.
Well,
Then
if you tore a ligament in your thumb and I was in the crowd, my first question would be, are you okay? Do you need
Aww.
to see better?
Aww. Well, it was like, wait, it was like when we were at the hospital getting it checked out, and then she was like, wait, did you win? I'm like, no. Like, wow. Wow. Just disappointment.
I'm sorry.
Is anyone willing to
There
help?
is disappointment in her voice.
Much better.
Debbie! Stop dying! Stop dying, Debbie! Stop! Don't. Yeah, drink your oil.
Look over there. He's suckering.
In my soul.
Disappear!
Only for. Oh! Kill them! Oh no! Oh wow! I'm gonna kill myself in game. Yeah, there you go. It was a sad memory, guys. A sad memory.
I won't disappear so easily.
Oh. No, it's okay. I'm just joking. It's
Sad
okay.
memories about parents after stream if you want.
Oh. I will jump out. No worries.
Oh shit! I tapped out of the game. Wait a second. Oh god. Wait.
Oh no.
I don't mean to do that.
Twitter ASMR enjoyer. Thank you for playing.
Thank
The
you
next
so
one,
much,
Demi. Next one, we could win. You don't have to go. Didn't drink enough oil. Yeah, I think that you didn't waterboard yourself. Also, this guy, like, you know, what does that like weird-ass ability do? I promise you guys didn't. What the hell? I can't believe it. He's leaving us.
Wait, they're leaving?
We're leaving. We didn't even win.
Wait, what happened? We lost 3 people. We lost 3 people.
3? What?
Oh,
How can you
like
leave? Wow. 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 Clearly we're gonna win now, and they're gonna be so jealous.
Right? We lost Hot, Demi, and ASMR Enjoyer.
I can't play
Both not count as delete.
You gotta figure out.
Math and can't count
Oh my god! Total VT is real!
The right hand.
Wait, oh hi!
Hi, GG!
Oh my god,
good game. I was not there. I was telling them a story about my thumb. We're still playing in a bit on my OP back on.
I've always been bad at math.
Okay. You're bad at maths?
Yeah.
Oh.
For some reason, I'm really good at the math Jackbox game, but that's about it with math.
Oh my god, I like the skin. Oh, wow. Okay.
Do it anyway.
Guys, give me a few minutes.
I hope that you have a successful time with your phone. Thanks for playing.
Oh yeah. What phone is it?
Frank, it's been a while since Shanghai.
I'm back to leave and make Nova bad at maths again. What?
If you get a crack at Doom,
why?
Make it count.
Why they don't like
back
this?
home cracking skulls in New
Oh my
York.
gosh, we're matchy.
Yeah.
The
Oh my
battle
god.
starts
Oh
in
my god.
5,
You know what? You're
4,
right.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, Hulk, you gotta check out why your thing is poopy.
God, no, I'm sorry, Avian, I didn't do that fast enough.
Tanny needs help. On the move again.
I'm struggling.
Into the dark force dimension.
Oh man.
Frank, remember, old soldiers never die.
Oh god. Oh! Wow, what the fuck did she do? What, like, oh no, why you blend me like that?
I took out the sniper. I'll finish
How
the job
could
this
you?
time.
Halfway! Stop them!
How could you?
The only squid I want is an appetizer.
Thanks for the
There's
target.
still a chance to stop them.
Some uninvited guests.
Yeah, secret. Oh, we didn't even contest that.
Be a good time to stop them.
Let's get out of here. Oh, what? Oh, shit. What the fuck? Did she do a lot more damage?
Namor keeps.
Oh, yeah, I made
my
it to
step.
the health
Is that
pack.
the best?
Better stop that vehicle.
He's so low. I wanted to know if you blend. Yes, you do blend. I do blend.
Widow was operational again.
Maybe I should. Maybe I should change.
Glad to help. Made it halfway. Stop them.
Need some firepower.
Co-op time. Us against the world. To me.
Aquatic threat eliminated.
Oh, fuck, hi! Oh, I had to fucking reload! Good timing.
I'm ready again.
Back where I belong.
Oh, wait. Oh, now they're gonna push it. I'm gonna wait for you guys.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Every little bit helps.
He's one. Wait, you guys got it? Oh no.
Vulnerable? Remind me never to eat squid again.
Oh no. I should probably ult like someday today. I will ult like maybe.
You owe me one.
Plasma!
Oh god.
Denizens of the deep. Angry little I am Asgard's might.
Wait, who's this? Oh. I don't want to be here. Should I just die?
Better stop that vehicle.
Okay, I'm running.
Every little bit helps.
Who is up there?
It's now or never. Stop them.
Oh, I shot him in the head. Oh, somebody's up here. Hit.
This is real firepower. Charge, fire.
Oh, nice.
You belong to me.
There's a little raccoon thing here.
Behold the god of thunder.
Oh shit.
Make yourself useful.
You owe me one.
Oh my god.
Little squids, gotta be a nano thing.
One day, I will be good enough. One day. Wait, is somebody on the point?
Every little bit helps.
Don't give them another inch.
Electroplasma.
I hit him with my ult. I hit him. I did something, guys. I was worthy.
Beasts of yours disgust me.
I was worthy.
For a king, your army is lacking, Namor.
You stop them in their tracks. Help.
This
Oh
is
no.
real
I was just too late for the tanks. I was gonna save you guys. I'm sorry.
You are gonna be safe, guys. You are gonna be safe. Oh no.
I don't think that's welcoming to me.
Don't look up. That's knocked me off.
Oh,
Thanks.
fuck off. Really?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna be tickled by them. He's one. Dang.
Pulse charge, fire.
Us against the world. World free.
Oh wait, go to this. Wait, I'm there. Oh, I just ran into the oh.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh my god. My big 4 limbs was great. It did so good. Oh man. Hey Nova, what time is it for you?
8:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe perhaps that might have been. Oh.
I think you should do one more at least. My brain right now. What's your brain right?
I was gonna end.
You were gonna end?
We've been going for 7 hours.
But we have to. Okay, let's
You'll
end
need
with a win.
top-notch team to win this one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go rocket then.
Eat nuts and
I'm
kick
going
butts.
rocket. I try my best. I look at thighs and then I'll do my best. Keep going.
Keep going, meatball. We've been going since 1:30. It's 8:30. It's literally 7 hours.
It's only 3:36 a.m.
Go forever. Who's stopping you, society? I don't know.
Oh my god. Guys, what if...
Oh.
If you knew squirrels
What
the
if,
way
what
I
if,
know squirrels, 30 seconds
what
before
if,
you attack.
what if we were playing a Subway server? With like AI reading Reddit confessions. Would you watch that?
Yeah, as soon as the
Would
brain
you watch
trust
that?
builds the other gizmo, we'll all get to go back home.
Oh, now it's 7 hours. Oh shit.
The battle starts in 5,
Nova,
4, 3,
I'll make sure I win
2,
this.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission
I went
area.
rocket because
Got
I knew
it?
that I
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a vacation somewhere. Lots of stuff.
Okay.
That fucking hurt.
Ugh, they have like flying things. I don't like that. Is that a... You know who's more of a threat? Ultron.
Shut down.
Oh, it's more of a threat than who?
Storm. Ooh, I didn't know.
As cold-hearted as your name suggests.
I don't know how I missed that. I don't know how I missed that.
As cold-hearted as your name suggests, Frost.
I think we're playing against AI. Game was like, let's give them an easy game. Look! Oh my god, you did not do that. You, stop yourself. Help yourself. Stop. Don't.
Someone scratch my back.
Watch me keep going. Double KO. That's 3.
This just makes me sad. Yeah.
Where do you think you're going?
It's bots.
I don't know it's bots.
No, but they just press W.
Behold the god of thunder!
Hey, check out this big airborne. Us against the world.
Look, Nova. I'm gonna get the point for us. Oh, okay, never mind. If she... Okay. I might actually die. Okay. Maybe. No, this is a... So, this is a bot lobby. Yeah, it is a bot... No, it is a bot lobby. It is a bot lobby. It is. It is a bot lobby.
Into action.
What if we're just doing
What's our
good because
teammates?
we're gamer?
Oh, are you saying our teammates are bots too? Are we the only real people? Wow. Are we...
Oh, now that's a snack.
I'll patch you up.
I appreciate you.
Does this thing even have a gas pedal?
The Luna I did see walk like straight into a wall and...
Get that vehicle moving again. Double KO. That's 3. 2, 3. Hey, no building nest on back.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm the boss. What is that, Ot?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Look, why are they contesting? Why are they contesting? A real person wouldn't do that.
Time to go nuts. Double KO. A touch of cooling.
I'm so glad they know how to stray.
Born again!
Oh, what is this? Are you kidding me right now? By the way, they said they don't have bots.
Now that's snap.
Doesn't the king have servants to move his tacky statues? Oh.
What kind of Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. They're Gorls! Don't let anything stand in your way.
This person changed.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
This person changed.
It's never nice seeing a tree fall.
Hey, check out this big acorn.
How sad. Hey, why are they ulting?
So close. This is your big chance.
What are they ulting?
Hey, Kitty!
Emergency
Enjoy the
shutdown.
amplifier! The king wants his
Watch me Senator's on the move again. You're amazing. I wish I could do it.
That Clark can hurt!
Step aside. Another epic victory. Big win.
Yeah, that was a lot lovely. But Nova. Nova. They walked on a straight line, Nova.
We ended on a win. You know, that was a win that we ended on just now, and you got MVP. That's like overall very good, very good, right?
Nova.
Yeah.
You walked in a straight line.
I know.
Nova.
Yeah.
I got a flying Ultron.
So, does this mean you're gonna keep streaming?
I shouldn't. It's almost 4 a.m.
You win the double raid.
Technically, I shouldn't be streaming, but I'm not tired. But I should stop. I should. I guess I'll do some more workout. I've done a lot of working out today, guys. Guess I'm gonna
You're
do some
drinking
more.
water and eating food along with the working out, though, right?
Yes, I drank a lot of water.
It's very good. Very good to hear.
Yes. Okay. We can do double raid.
Alright, where you want to go?
Let's see. Where are we going, guys? Where are we going? What? What? Like the one in our team? Did our Luna even ult?
Yeah. I don't remember our Luna ulting.
Yeah, I don't remember. Wait, let's see. You wanna raid? Oh, let's raid Skulls. Do you know Skulls Nightshade?
No, send me the thingy.
Yes. She is playing Pal World, and she doesn't usually play Pal World, so I think you might like that.
Send username to Discord.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to the family, Hawklord 123.
Hawklord? Hey, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. We're gonna be raiding right now, but I'll be back tomorrow with some gaming. I forgot. We'll be back with some gaming, guys. I'll be back with some gaming. Probably what's it? Tiny Tina, Tiny. You know,
Wonderland.
Wonderland. Yes.
Ooh, I want to watch that.
Hell yeah.
I'll be there, chat. Be
Hell
sure
yeah.
you go check out Nina's stream tomorrow.
Snacks. Wait, where the snacks at? Yes.
Snacks.
So make sure you are there. Nova is gonna be streaming back on Wednesday, right? What are you playing?
I'm playing Hades.
Hades nuts. Oh my god, I need to finish Hades. I do love
know,
Hades.
I've technically beat it, but like I want
After
all of the
you have to finish the story. Yes,
Exactly.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
And I have a new husbando in that game that I have to romance because
who is that?
He has to end up with the Natos. They're meant to be together.
Wait, who?
The Natos.
The Natos?
Yeah, you'll see. My braid's about to go.
Yes. Okay, guys, we're waiting. Skulls, Nightshade, send lots of love. See you later. Bye. 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 Amazon Prime. Oh, guys, don't forget.